Back again, another live. And if you're catching this on playback, as always, gratitude. Peace to you. Coming through, checking this on the playback. Before anybody rolls in, we're going to roll back into last live topic, part 2 of facts over feelings. Leaving your emotions out of things as we discuss topics, especially as people roll in into these lives. Going to pick up a little bit where I seem to have left off, dealing with the live yesterday. But I got a question. As more people may roll in, and we're gonna deal with facts. OG Kicks, peace to you tonight, brother. How's everything? Thank you for being here. I got a question, man. Julian says, hi, peace. I'm gonna wait for more people to roll in, and we only in the first minute of the live, but you know how these lives go. If you are up to date on the lives that I've been dropping, wait for more people to roll in. Tell me how y'all day has been going into the midnight, going into the actual morning. My day has been flavorful. I'm trying to gain some weight. Well, I am gaining weight at the current moment. So I've been cooking, cleaning during the day, grubbing, resting, taking my time with myself, doing some things, some self-care, staying away from the nonsense, the bullshit, keeping my energy and my vibration at a steady level, and also at the same time raising, doing things to raise my vibration. As I just stated, like, you know, take care of myself, self-care, making sure I'm fed well. I love to cook. That's one of the things I like to do as a hobby. And I always thought of taking that OG Kick says my day has been blessed. Peace to you, my G. Peace to you, G. And being that is a hobby of mine to cook, explore different recipes and stuff like that. I always thought of culinary school, but I got other things at hand in that matter that I like to pursue. And as we get people rolling into these lives, if you're in here right now, do me a favor. Double tap your screen to like the lives, trip up the algorithm, get this live out to more people, especially at this midnight hour. On my side, I just hit 12 a.m. Brandon says, "Do I bass fish?" Yes, I actually do. Over the summer, I took my son fishing for the first time. To be exact, went out, had a great time, and it was actually bass that we were fishing for. It was a trout pond and a bass pond, and I particularly like bass. Um, and then a couple years ago, we went out to one of the spots in the Jersey Shore where you go out on a boat onto the Atlantic Ocean, and we went bass fishing out there. And someone asked, "Do you cook sandwiches or just eat them?" Listen, I'm a single man. I live on my own, solo dolo, standing on my own 10. So anything I make, I cook for myself. Chicken parm sandwiches, I make that on my own. Dominic Lopez says, "Hi, peace to you. I am the glue man," says, "You look like somebody I know." Yeah, I got a familiar face. Everybody says I look like various people, various celebrities. Cat's Arms says, "Congrats on being a father, King." Peace to you, Cat's Arm. I appreciate that. Fernando Marmer says, "Take the do rag off." Nah, I just put it on. It's part of my nighttime routine of self-care. Washing my face, washing my body, taking care of this illustrious beard, doing the necessary for nighttime routine. I just put it on, bro. Where you at? Ethan Dots. Ethan Dot says, "Be real. Mix my dad black, my mom white. Should I get cornrows? I have a huge afro. Um, do whatever is appeasing to your look. Do it for yourself. Don't be influenced by people of what you should or shouldn't do with your appearance. It's your appearance. As long as you comfortable in your skin and in your body, uh, excuse me, damn, and how you look. Pardon me, guys. I know that was pretty. Y'all don't care, but whatever's however you feel comfortable looking into the mirror. If you want to get that a new look, a new do, I suggest you get the cornrows. That's just my suggestion. If you want to cut it, that's on you. But whatever you're comfortable with is your appearance and how you want to present yourself. And if you happy with that, you like it, you like your look, Ethan, go with it. You look a lot like Kimbo Slice. Ooh. Do you journal or take notes? Greasy Grace. Greasy Grace, shouts out to you. And yes, I do journal. Not as often as I used to. Um, but I have a journal. Like to take notes, write things down. I also take a lot of notes in my iPhone notepad. Certain things I write down and stuff like that. So every now and then I actually take out the pen and paper, my notebook. I have a notebook, two notebooks, three notebooks, couple notebooks where either I write down certain information or I just journal certain things. But yes, it's very important that you do that. Writing your thoughts down, getting them out onto some form of paper, then revisiting that to collect your thoughts. Because we can have a lot of thoughts going on in our mind where it's just scrambling around at times, and to get them out in any form, whether you speak them out, talk to yourself, or write them down on notes or journal, is very important. And you could revisit that to be some value information that you may need to move forward. Frank says, you kind of looking like me. Reflection. Greasy Grace, I do and was inspired by a classmate that reminds me of you. That's what's up. Ethan says it's kind of hard. I'm in like a all white hood. Nobody gets me. That's the best part when you stand out in a different demographic. And then changing your appearance makes you even stand out more. So, you do things to be different, to stand out, not be um as a part of the group. You look that different, you may be judged differently or whatever the case may be, but it's okay. People going to judge you regardless. Do you see the resemblance between me and you? Now that I'm looking closer at your profile pic, yeah, your profile pic, I guess black man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Arson Amber says, I took a shower and had a small snack. Yeah, I got some snacks nearby. Always keep well, not always keep, but this is one of my favorite snacks. So I got this on deck because I'm usually on these lives for a long period of time. I eat dinner and all that other stuff. Got some chips and other stuff in the background. I might not touch that as I go on these lives, be crunching and all that stuff in your ear. But I got the gummies on deck. Thanks, man. You make it chill that. I appreciate that, brother. Never give up on your dreams. That's a fact. Parker, peace to you. Yeah, I don't too much, but it's quality over quantity for sure. Right about that, Greasy Grace. Better than you says hello. I don't understand why now all of a sudden people are freaking out over government overreach when they have full duty over immigration, but during COVID part one. What's very interesting about COVID is when the people that were in the states rather than you and people that are listening right now, when C-19 hit, the American citizens were forced upon. And that's actually what I wanted to get to. I wanted to ask the people about being tranquilized. Have you been tranquilized out there? The immigrants that were allowed to still come in the country or were coming in the country at that time, they didn't have that mandate put on them. But the people at that time that were American citizens still moving around, and the mandate that was put on the people to get tranquilized, some people lost jobs, livelihood was at risk, and stuff like that. Immigrants didn't have that same mandate. People were still coming into this country without that mandate put on them. Just some information. Parker says, "You're the best, love. Love you. Bye. Peace, Parker. Thank you for stopping by." Arson Amber says, "It feels weird, though." Hey, man, you're pretty chill. Yeah, man. It's my personality. I don't do too much to get attention. I don't need attention like that and have to do the extras to draw attention to myself. I'm just me. I'm being me. That's it. I appreciate that, man. Can you shout me out? It's my birthday. My name is Jaden. Happy birthday, Jaden. OG, GOAT. Jaden, happy birthday to you. Them snacks good. Great. What's the discussions? I want to discuss the tranquilizer. Have you been tranquilized out here? Now these are feelings over these are facts over feelings. Let's deal with the facts, right? I already put out one of the facts out here about at the time, at the beginning of COVID 19, Operation COVID 19. Did you give in and give in to be tranquilized when the mandate was put upon the American people? Because the immigrants, as they were still entering the country at that time, they didn't have that mandate, but the American citizens did, especially if you were on the job force. CM JCYP says hi, peace to you, brother. Just came back from yeah, right. YSL Sandoval, peace to you. Love you too, brother. Will the groundhog see his shadow is yet to be seen? We don't know. And I appreciate the gift, YSL Sandoval. And bear with me, have some patience, guys. Prince Cash Out, man. Peace to you, brother. Glad you in here tonight. Saad Khan, peace to you. Drywall, enthusiast, enthusiast. Says hello, peace. And peace to everybody that's rolling into this live. Make sure you hit the double tap on the screen. Uh upper three buttons in the right hand corner is another way you can tap that drawdown box and it pulls out the likes. You can hit the like that way too. Saad Khan says, "You look like a bodybuilder, bro." Yeah, I used to compete, amateur bodybuilding and stuff like that. Not anymore. Can you say happy birthday to my friend? Shouts out to Barry. Happy birthday. Nerd in the herd says trank. Yeah. Were you tranquilized? Abe is way cooler, says terrifying. Have you gotten a lot of snow from the storm? Of course, yeah. I'm in the Pocono Mountains. So in the mountain area, you get hit with that snow. Sure, for sure. Abe is way cooler, yes, sir. Were you tranquilized? Harry P. Nee says, good luck tomorrow, bro. It's tomorrow already. It's after 12 a.m. It's a new day. Don't you know? Don't you follow the construct of time? Omatic says, wave check. Nia DeWalt, 49ers. Peace to you. What's up? Kayla says, hi. Peace to you. Dude, I got all the shots and boosters. That's someone who could pick up on what I'm putting down. There you go. Dude, I got all the boosters, all the shots and the boosters because I was naive and believed the powers that be in medical industry actually cared about us. Never again, Satan. Did you? No, sir. No, thank you. Two V Orp says, please slime me out. On site, I accidentally said something rude to some dude and saw the comment. I don't know what that means, brother, but I don't know what you said. I'm not going to slime you out. Just be respectful and peaceful. And Hazard says, you have a beautiful smile. Thanks, brother. But sister, I don't know where that's coming from exactly, but I appreciate it. I don't play any video games, Goober for dinos. I don't play video games at the moment. Nerd in the herd says, LOL, why you be mad if he's bald? He can pull off the look. No, no. Yeah, I'm not bald. Goober for dinos. You have a good night as well, brother. Peace to you and good luck. If you can catch somebody who's on the game and tip, I hope you get some bread out of it. At 2L or two at. I'm gonna just call you at. At. That's what's up. Peace. But that's my question for tonight for the people in the beginning of this live. We only close to 20 minutes in. If you went here, did you get the tranquilizer? Were you tranquilized? If you got the tranquilizer with the boosters and all that, how are you feeling at this current moment? Someone says that they regret it. But what is your overall feeling? How have you been feeling since that time has elapsed, has passed, and more information has come out? And now that you are probably, maybe up to date. If I were bald, I would definitely look weird as fuck. I look goofy with no hair. Took fashion risks during lockdowns. It's a no go for me. And nerd in the herd says, I feel played and betrayed, bro. And that's a genuine feeling. If I would have took it, I would feel the same way. At that time, what's cracking? I heard zero factor. Nah, that's not true, man. It's enough. It's enough females for the guys to get their pickings from. I don't got females like that. That's funny though. It's enough to go around, brother. Nia D Walt says, "Do you look like me? I don't know how you look like." Paragon John. But yeah, feeling played and betrayed is a genuine feeling. It's a genuine reaction, especially now that we are living in these times and now time has moved forward. We are seeing things play out, and you know, once again, you coming out through to information that you might have looked up on or came across of what the dealings are and maybe the effects. Overall feeling, overall, how are you feeling within your body? It's good to have an emotion about it, but I really want to know, how are you feeling within your body? AI is the greatest, as I help kids with homework. That's great. Um, harsh, harsh already. What up, bro? You make music? No, I don't make music. I'm a music fan though. I'm a music head. I listen to mostly all genres of music, real in tune with music. I'm a writer. I love to write into poetry and stuff like that. Language arts was my favorite course in school. English and stuff like that. So literature, reading, writing was always something I was into. And I used to write too as a teenager. Everyone wanted to be a rapper at some point, write raps and stuff like that. But I was overall a rapper. I didn't really take it too serious to want to be a rapper. Uh, Marcavius says, "Hey yo, I got a left field question about religion. No troll shit. Shoot, shoot it." Tommy Brock, seeing smaller creators stream is nice change. Keep being the GOAT. I appreciate it, Tommy Brock. I'm feeling vindicated. Terry Wright says, Alabama. Shouts out to Alabama. Shouts out to the Bamas. Halawa Hill. Peace. Says he's a rapper. You got a channel, brother, with music that you can share. I'll be willing to come check you out. See what you got going on over there. And Tio. That's cool. Makes no never minds to me. Why can we see stars that are millions of light years away? And why do we have archaeological record of rocks millions of years old if God created the world 6 to 8 thousand years ago? Can't answer that for you, brother. All I know is that with you deal with science, uh stuff like that, you're dealing with, men who have studied these are, what I mean, put their thoughts to it, put their ideas and ideologies on science. And with some things with science, you cannot refute science. That's the way that is made. Now, when you're dealing with religion, a God or a higher creator, just making things natural, People will argue that, but people are reluctant to argue science and scientists. You get what I'm saying? Steve Banno says, "Do you like brownies?" Yes. I need to give my seed, carry my baby, trade time. 5K and 1K upfront cash. RSVP. Peace, sis. How you doing tonight? I feel like a dessert should have gotten some Pedialyte. Oh, you say you feel like a desert. Dehydrated. I'm sorry. Oh man. RSVP, don't mind me. Um if you got some water, just fill up on some water. Feeling dehydrated. Yeah, Tom Trade is he's bugging out. He's willing to pay to inseminate a female to carry his seed. He's desperate. Actually good physically. However, my uncle has had a ton of respiratory issues since he has gotten the shots. Yes, my grandmother has been having heart issues, and my brother also has breathing problems. Yes, and that's what I wanted to touch on, and that's why I'm asking these questions to certain people. Um, the older people have taken the tranquilizer and some of these boosters out here. There's always a common thing that has been coming out with the breathing problems, the respiratory issues, and even with the younger folks too. There's been respiratory issues, heart issues, heart attacks. There's a link between the tranquilizer and those issues. No one really seen coming. So listen, I'm not asking these questions to, scare anybody or put fear in anybody, but your health. It's very important. They say health is wealth. And taking care of yourself and being on top of things, health wise, is very important these days. But as time passes, and even at those certain times where people were having these heart issues, people having strokes as well, um, it's something to pay attention to, especially if you have taken the tranquilizer. Marcavius, I just saw you on some other channel asking about Christianity. Clip guy says, and Marcavius says, yes, I'm asking everyone. I'm seriously considering joining ICE. You want to be an agent? That's on you, brother. It's up to you, man. I invite everyone. Okay. Can you put a Twix inside a Twinkie and air fry it? Prime says. Prime Angel says, can you put a Twix inside of a Twinkie and air fry it? Try it out. Let us know how that goes. Yeah, we need to update our definition of creation because there is no now evidence that refutes the 6 to 8,000 year old creation narrative. Christianity ought to talk about what created Big Bang. Christianity will not talk about science, brother, and science will not talk about religion. Science is created by man, and it could be talking points and theories and debates about science, but the science and the scientists will do their research to find perfection. When you deal with Christianity, it will be based on religion and more of the supernatural. When you deal with the universe, you deal with the mystery. Not all things are meant to be figured out, but man wants to tamper with the universe and find out everything to make it perfect, a perfect science. I think we should just look less dumb. We should be talking about sports. Okay. Prime, yes, you can. Talker with that says hi, peace. Nathan says hi, peace. Baby girl, Kai says hi. Peace to all rolling in the chat. Do me a favor as you roll into the chat, and if you still here, hit the likes for your boy. Double tap your screen. Three buttons in your upper right of your device. Click that down. There's a like button over there. Show some love to the channel as y'all roll in or into this live stream. Black privilege, good brother. Peace to you, Black. The new things with the pyramids is wild, though. Justin says. Urban Jungle Production says, God is dead. Damn. Chris Gonzalez. The Anunnaki rabbit hole is also wild. Yeah, going down that rabbit hole with the Anunnaki, all in itself is a different rabbit hole. Study that, the Emerald Tablets, things like that. When's the last time? Bro, you explain slavery, but from the beginning to end, like as a timeline? Sebastian the Real wants me to explain slavery. Sean, peace to you, bro. Great to see you here tonight, brother. Once again, if you roll into this, as you roll into this live stream, hit the likes for me if you haven't yet. And Sebastian, before I make a statement on slavery and go back as far as I can with my knowledge, I'm not on here to pose like I know each and everything on every topic, but I'm willing to talk about that topic of slavery. And the earliest where we can start off with slavery is in the country of Africa, where people worked under the leadership of a king or a pharaoh. Now, you can say those were slaves, but they had duties to work amongst the community, and they were appointed to do that said work for the better of the community to build civilization up. And you had hierarchy to guard and safekeep everything. Once again, that ideology was taken, and when it got into the wrong hands, it was deemed a negative thing. If you look at pyramids, as someone brought up, we want to take it back then, and we want to put it on the time of actual people working on those pyramids. Who do you think built those pyramids? And who gave those people instructions? And how do you think those people were compensated? If you believe that the pyramids were built by humans, because there's other ideologies and conspiracies out there that the pyramids were constructed by something higher than just people. It started when Europeans kidnapped Africans on boats. Then we had a war that banned the kidnapping of it, and it slowly turned away entirely. Sean 11, hate to inform you, but slavery was not started by the Europeans. I'm here to tell you that slavery, or the concept of slavery, was started by black people. Started in Africa with your kings, your rulers, some of the wealthiest men, and one of the wealthiest kings that we know until this day, or some of you may know until this day, the Portuguese. When the Moors traveled earth to search long and far, certain continents. They had people up under them. It was a standard to have people up under you as workers. It was a hierarchy, order. It was order to have people who would work. You call them slaves, but then you had people, overseers over these people. But the concept of that was taken and fell into the wrong hands. And then it turned into either cheap labor or no, getting no recompense and no get give back at all for that said work. Bro, that's a good point though. How the hell were the pyramids made realistically? Sebastian says. Workers working tireless. But it was an order given to them to do it for a reason. Kingsley Love says hi. And Eno Everlasting says it was Portuguese. That's so true, bro. Black soul, other blacks. Here we go. Sebastian, the real. Yes. Facts over feelings. And I'm sorry if a melanated person in here and you never heard this real and go. There were blacks selling other blacks. It is even to be said that the original slave trade, those slaves weren't captured. They were sold already. Sorry to burst some people's bubble, but yeah. Some of those slaves weren't captured as it is said that they were captured and brought over. They were sold. Facts over feelings. Domestic servitude started in Portuguese in Portugal. The time of Moses, where Moses had to free those Israelites from Pharaoh. Those Israelites were slaves under Pharaoh leadership. The Pharaoh was doing those people wrong. He wasn't treating them fairly. See, it's good to have people working under you. There's nothing wrong with having workers under you if you are the boss of something, if you are running something, if you are creating civilization. But if you are treating your workers unfairly, then they fall into not reaping or not giving them the said reward that they are due. See, the people had no problem of following orders because it was all for the greater good of building civilization. But once again, when that mindset and that power falls into the wrong hand and you take advantage of the people, that's where you fall into the category of slavery. But this has always been going on. There's always been a hierarchy. There's always been someone running the show, passing the orders down, making sure that the orders are being followed. So you have your sergeants, your generals, your lieutenants, and stuff like that. And then you have the people that are going to carry out the orders. Indentured servant, says Sam Hyde. Once again, when power falls into the wrong hands with that type of hierarchy, and you are trying to build civilizations, build groups up, build your whatever purpose that it is that you have people working for you and under you, if you are treating the people unfairly, they will be deemed slaves. You think the original slaves were bartered? Um, some of them, yes, absolutely. if you really sit down and think about it, to be able to get a whole group of Africans one accord with how many said Europeans, it's giving them too much power for not to have that many Africans have a uprising to realize what's going on and fight back. Dizzy Dolphin says it was European Jays. Maybe, maybe not, but Africans sold other Africans. You look at even some of the pastimes like pimping. There was a female in one of my lab slides. She brought up pimps and prostitutes, if you will, and being a leader amongst females and selling those off for money, for trade. Pimping is what they call an old pastime. Where did they get that from? Used to be done for trade. And as the female, this was a female that explained this. When there were times in famine, when times are rough, and a said appointed pharaoh or king had multiple wives, she or he would give up his wife for goods. You got to understand that when we go back, money didn't exist. This paper money that we trade off of didn't exist. So getting goods and trading goods also included people. It included people, whether that be women or workers, would trade off people. Any book recommendations for strengthening and developing the spirit? Chatley says. Body, mind. Hold on, I got you right now. Let me go to my audiobooks just to make sure I get you the right book and the author of that said book. Come on. Body Mind Mastery by Dan Millen is a great book for strengthening and developing your spirit. Body Mind Mastery, Dan Millen. Vincent says, Big homie, what's up? Peace, brother. Gray Man. Gray Man says, hello. And once again, as you guys roll in here, right, Tremone, right, Tremone. Right says, hi, peace to you. Love, loyalty, royalty says, what's up? Vincent McMahon. Vince McMahon. That's what I just peeped. I just peeped your profile picture and your name for real. Who I got winning the Super Bowl? I have the Patriots winning. Love, loyalty, love, loyalty, royalty says, what's the science? And as more people roll in, once again, please double tap the screen for the likes. Upper right hand corner, 3 buttons, drop down box, and you can also like this live stream as you come in. Do me that favor. The science, the what I want to ask, or I've been asking people as they came in, willing to answer. Have you been tranquilized? Did you take the tranquilizer? And if you don't know what I'm talking about when people were mandated because of COVID 19. The American people were mandated, being forced to be tranquilized. Did you take the tranquilizers? And some people said yes, they took the tranquilizer and the boosters along with it, and they regret it. They feel hoodwinked, bamboozled. And then I also asked, how are they feeling? Not just emotional about being hoodwinked and bamboozled, but health wise. And once again, everybody bodies respond to things differently. But a gentleman has shared like his family members, and with the older people, if you notice, they have been having respiratory issues, heart issues, and not just with older people, the younger people as well. But if you look at our elders, um, some of them struggling with those said things health wise if they haven't been upkeeping with their health. So I'm posing that question just to bring awareness to you guys health if you have been out there and you have taken the tranquilizer with these boosters and stuff like that. It's very important that you guys stay up on your health for real. I mean, regardless, even if you haven't, it's still, what I mean, it's still important. They always say health is wealth, but if you know people that have taken it, and the people that have taken it, try to be encouraging to them to, keep up with their health, especially with those said issues, because that's not only been a common thing, but it's a link to everything. Love, loyalty, royalty says, hell no, I didn't get it. I don't even take the full shot. Me either. I'm the same way. I fought all the way. I did too. Can you shout me out? But it's Gulan. Noemi Gulan. Shouts out to you. Peace. And Gray Man says, yes, my sister had, I believe that's chest problems. Yes. You see that? Those respiratory issues, those heart issues are linked to those tranquilizers. But yes, I got you, Gray Man. That's what I figured. Because that's been a common thing with people who have gone with that, and that's been one of the adverse effects, it seems like. Sewell says, I like your feet. Hey man, I'm glad that you in here tonight. Symmetria, peace, sis. Glad to see you in here tonight, love. Hey there, just tuning in. Yes, health is wealth. I'm asking the people as they roll in, certain people, have they taken a tranquilizer? And if you don't know what the tranquilizer is, you need to put the pieces together so that way I won't get too much backlash from the algorithm. From Operation COVID 19, when they were mandating and forcing the people, putting livelihoods at risk, putting your life at risk to take the tranquilizer to tranquilize you, and how the people are feeling after the after effects of it. Once again, some people are feeling good, they're feeling, up to date. But I know people that have had asthma, right? That already had asthma before the fact, and now their asthma seems to act up every now and then for unbeknownst reasons, respiratory issues, heart problems, and once again, especially with our elders. But I know some young people that are struggling with that same thing. I didn't get any of the shots and never had any issues. If anything, the people who got the jab have more health issues. These Desecration ban. Holy face home. Sam hi, bro. Why are you always super behind in the chat? Because I like to pay attention to who's typing, asking questions, and I like to greet the people. I'm attentive to the people that come along in these chats. I'm sorry. I don't see why they are still listening to these people. And just have some patience for me to catch up to the chat. I got to get to the people. On my side, it shows there's only 16 people in here. Sometimes it's trolling, people spamming, so it takes me a while to catch up. And then I'm the host, so I like to speak. I'm the one with the microphone, so I got to speak. So it takes time to actually look at, make eye contact with you guys through the screen, and then I got to catch up to the chat. Just have some patience. Took the one shot, but as far as I can tell, I'm straight, Chanley says. Cassian says, do you do birthdays? Yes. But I don't care for my birthday like that to, go out, celebrate it. Especially as a single man. As a man, it is what it is. I work on my birthdays and my um birthday falls on a work day. I work. I just chill. It's not as serious as it used to be when I was a kid, but you know, I honor that day. Grayman 4 says, Amish, they don't take it. These guys rarely get sick. T Turgan says, hi, peace. Ignore my username. I'm not a troll. Sasha Riley. What up? Juice Slayer. Oh, shouts out yesterday. Who says about not good, brother. I take no offense to it. I don't easily get offended. If you can't tell by now, bro, get to work or sleep, dog. I am at work right now, bringing awareness to the people, making the people aware, giving people insight, talking about these things that you might not be really thinking about or making a connection to. And once again, if you have taken any of the shots, tranquilizers or boosters, or anything like that, pay more attention to your health. Discipline. The ski says, who you got, Shakur or Tiafimo? I am originally born and raised from Brick City, Newark, New Jersey. Who do you think I got? If you know about Brick City, Newark, New Jersey, who do you think I got, brother? I got the golden kid of the city. You hear me? Here comes the sun. What's this about? Amish do seem superhuman. What up from Denver, big dog? Hope all is well. Shouts out to Denver, Colorado. The free. And I've been out there one time years ago. Years ago, I was out there. I was in Aurora, Colorado. Made my way into Denver to see the city. Went to the casino out there. Very nice, very peaceful. Those mountains are different. And the moose out there, big as hell. I'm currently in North Korea visiting family, watching I Love Lucy. Co-season says, peace to North Korea. Yeah, I love the theory and conspiracy theories. Makes you think. So yeah, for sure, you got to think and think for yourself. We got to like the Amish, but you don't have to do everything they do. We can be Amishish. We don't have to like the Amish because we don't really know if the Amish like us like that. They won't let you know that. Discipline. Yeah, man. I'm going with Shaq, brother. Shaq is the golden kid of the city. He's representing right now. Um, Once again, man, I'm originally from Jersey. I'm actually from the heart of that city, man, from the hood. Um, so when he has come up through the ranks, bro, been watching his kids since he was 16, 17. Um, Coming up through the ranks, his name being mentioned amongst the top, always getting mentioned to fight Devin Haney and even Tank. I really want him to fight Tank for real. Shakur is a technical boxer. He don't get in there and go for the knockouts and stuff like that. He really reminds me of late Floyd Mayweather, that boxing style of being defensive, using the ring, using his instincts, very quick, very fast on his instincts, and being selective with his punches. To me, he's a true boxer. Like, he boxes. He's not a fighter. He's not a brawler. He doesn't have that brawling style. He's not a knockout artist, anything like that. He is a boxer. He teaches a boxing lesson. So, seeing him work with Bud also, Bud helping him out with some training and stuff like that. I think we're gonna have some stuff to see. He's moved up in weight class, so hopefully that doesn't affect him too much. But yeah, man, that's the kid that we root for, man. Especially coming from the same city. Amishism. There you go. Symmetry says, I'm an HHP major, health and human performance. My dream is to open a holistic wellness store that provides supplements for prevention of disease or sickness such as diabetes or even the big C. Yes. Yes, Symmetry. That sounds beautiful. And peace and blessings to you. And I hope that dream comes true for you. We need more people like you that is going out there and doing the holistic thing. That is great. Where are you in the northern, or how do you get, or how you got? Well, I'm currently in Pennsylvania right now. I've relocated to Pennsylvania from New Jersey, but I travel not as often as I used to now. I wanted to travel more, but I was talking about the moose in Colorado being out there when I took a visit to Colorado. And someone said they were from Denver. Javari, peace, brother. How you doing tonight? Glad to see you in here. Who cares if they like us? Love the haters, love their fellow men and their faults. I'm just saying, I'm not saying like, I don't care if they like us or not. That's not what I'm saying. But he said when people say that we have to do something, like we have to like them, we don't necessarily have to because we don't know if they like us back. That's all I'm saying. I know they are peaceful people, they're kind people, but there's a reason why they don't share with us certain things. They'll sell to us, but they don't buy from us. You ever notice that? I noticed that they have farmer markets in my area. There's a Amish farm close to where I live at, and every Wednesday and Saturday in my area, they have Amish farmers market that they post up and sell their goods and stuff like that. So they're willing to sell to us. That's what I'm saying. But they'll take our money, but will they spend their money with us? No, they'll pack up their shit and go back to their civilization. So that's all I'm saying. It doesn't have to be we have to like them thing. Them, we trade goods and stuff like that. But I get it. I get what y'all saying. I'm just being me. All right. Don't mind me if you want to, you know what I mean? You like them and stuff like that. But I notice certain things, um, just because they are willing to sell to us and take our money doesn't mean that they like us. So I wouldn't get it confused. If shit was to go down and we had to migrate over into their area, they'll pull the shotguns out on us. I'm pretty sure. They don't want us integrating with them. Let's not get it twisted just because they have these farmer markets out here and they're willing to, be amongst the people. There's a reason for that. They see gain. I'm going to build a bridge because I'm a strong. Sydney Swivel. I sub to you. I appreciate that, Sydney. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Symmetry says, I believe that every time you eat something, you are either feeding or preventing disease. That's a fact. one or the other. I lost too many people I love to things that could have been prevented just by eating right. Yeah, 100% right, Symmetria. I was vegan for 4 years, and going on that diet helped me a lot. Made me more conscious of what I was eating, what I was putting into my body. And even till today, I'm still conscious of what I eat, but every now and then I still eat plant-based meals. Um, I still revolve that around my life, but I still eat chicken, beef, no pork, fish. Fish is the main thing in my diet. But you on point, Symmetria. That's a fact. Oh yes, that's the idol there. Chanley says thoughts on Brother Panic and his lectures. Great lecturer. Um, same as Bobby Hemmett, same as John Clark. Um, great teachers of talking about the occult and metaphysics. Very informative, knowledgeable. I love those lectures. Open up the minds of the people. These two meats are the worst to eat, which is pork and chicken. Yes, sir. If you do or do not, actions are happening even without action. I could have said it that better. Yep. Fryer said hi. It's processed meats. Great man said, yeah. Can you shout out my girl? No, thank you. Could someone please loan me $20 for cash? I've been struggling. I know this is weird, but at my breaking point. Hey, TTT 711. I appreciate you for that gift that you sent. But good luck. Good luck getting $20 out of people, out of the chat, man. Cohen says, can I cuss? Yeah, go ahead. You can curse. I curse sometimes. Adam and Eve started in the garden, and I feel that's where we'll have to go back to. Everything we need to nourish our bodies was there. That's a fact. Rayman says, cool, I'm pescatarian myself. I eat vegan foods and fish. I wasn't saying people won't want to always kill one another, but you don't kill hate or hate with more hate. Love and peace. Love all our brothers, even sand people. Yo, you got infatuation with these sand people, so I love them and their religion, but I don't trust a book written by a man about God. I feel you, man. Always wanted to visit NJ. Huge Sopranos fan. Any recommendations for first timers? Man, that's crazy. I never heard someone want to visit New Jersey like that. They always want to come to New York when it comes to the East Coast. But if you're going into Jersey, I recommend going to Hoboken, New Jersey, and that's like literally over the bridge from New York. So it has more of that city, New York style over there. Great food over there. Um, what's another place? Montclair is a great place to visit. South Orange is a great place to visit if you're in Jersey. Um, the thing about South Orange, it could get tricky because South Orange Avenue links to Newark. In Newark, Brick City, so what I'm talking about is the hood. And that same street, if you stick on South Orange Ave, if you're in South Orange, you're good money. If you're in South Orange, but the more you go down that same avenue of South Orange is the main street, and there's a line where you cross where it turns into Newark, and you can tell the difference immediately. Soon as you cross over, South Orange Ave also has Seton Hall University along that same boundary. So basically, after you cross the border of South Orange Avenue, where Seton Hall, the college is, you're in the hood. So if you ever visit Jersey, those places that I just recommended is very good. But you got to be careful because the border and what you cross can land you into a territory where it might look well, it will look very different. And you can tell you are in another place. Um, RT site. And I know that doesn't mean you hate, but it's just that's crazy. Friars, first time see your stream. I appreciate you for being here, man. Emo Heezy. I don't know what flag that is. Is that Sudan? Hate like belief always just ends blood and bone. Bro, ain't nobody scared of you. Serenity, peace to you. I don't want anyone to be scared of me. Adam and Eve left the garden on the evening that they were created. Abigail Hollis, shouts out to you. Thank you for being here, sis. Peace. Also remember Adam's first wife was Lilith. Damn, friars. Coming from Symmetria says they started there. They started in the garden. I believe they started in the garden as well. As Adam and Eve, the food they ate can cure us from diseases and sickness. What is a person made of sand? So someone's asking, what is a person made of sand? Platinum says, Platinum Chips and Dip says, WT, thank you, brother. Raymond, that is not true. We know nothing about Adam and Eve ate in the garden other than the forbidden fruit. Also love Dune. It's my science fiction novel about sand people. Yeah, he's going off about sand people. Yo, Big Al from Southern Cal in the house, just passing through the double tap. I appreciate you, Al, man, as always, bro. Shouts out to Southern Cali. Jonas says, visit Jersey. We blown that bitch. Fuck. Word to Chief Sosa. Um, Shouts out to Chief Keef. I love Sosa too. But he kept the music for real. He uh he knows better than that. He knew better than that to really, it sounds good on the music, but come on. He never came back. After they tested him or whatever case may be, he made it out or whatever, but he never came back. But it sounds good when you rap about it. It's all good. Please like and subscribe and be respectful in the chat. Good vibes only. Thanks, Al. Yeah, SoCal, life in paradise. Stop leaking my address. Giovanni, man, I'm sorry for your loss. Says his brother passed away. Sorry for your loss, man. Prayers for you and your family. Condolences. Thanks for the sub, brother Ines. I use the term sand people because I'm not targeting any specific group or race, just 20 flavors of mythology. I appreciate it, friend. Definitely visit my Claire Hoboken, maybe not South Orange. Have a good night, uh, Kosian. Kosi Ison. Yeah, Montclair, Hoboken, I would, you know what I mean, suggest. But if you a little bit on the dangerous side, like me, like when I go to cities and I visit other cities, I go to the hood. I'm not a scary person. I'm not scared. I need to see what it's like. I need to see the authenticity in the city. You feel me? So I always tell people, like when I've been to Detroit, I was in there rolling through. You move on with your head on a swivel everywhere you go. You don't move scary. You're amongst the people. You don't pose no threat. You don't bring a threat. So you should be good. You also shouldn't be out there lacking either. That's another thing about me. I'm never lacking. My little cousin brother's grandma's ex-husband, son's kid watches you. Shuts out. It's funny. I think it's Europe that they visit, come back with weight loss. They don't put what US puts that make it addictive. I believe that too, Gray man. Whatever additives that they put in the US, they don't move on that type of time in the other countries. Like even seeing like social media posts from people who visit like Japan and stuff like that in China, like their fast food joints is totally different. Like their McDonald's is totally different over there. It's crazy. How can anyone know the story of the beginning of time? Soul says. Cole Gillis says hi. Peace to you. 3JS4L. What's up, brother? Says what's up, brother? Peace, brother. Abigail Hollis says, I got to get to Philadelphia. I hear you, sis. Yeah, I'm 2 hours out from Philly. Can I get a shout out? My name is Carlin. Carlin Hope. Peace to you. Brother INES says, I bet I can guess your favorite football team. Go ahead. I've said my favorite football team on stream before. Scriptures say Adam was made of clay. Fire says, and jinn are of smokeless fire, while angels are made of light. And the jinn is a spirit. Carlin Hope. My name is Carlin. Oh, Carlin, can I get a shout out? I sub, by the way. Thank you for the sub, Carlin. And once again, guys, I'm catching up to the chat. I know I seem to be behind, but I like to respond to everybody. Got a valid question? If you're saying some valid stuff, I like to read it out loud also. So have some patience. Please have some patience as I catch up. And I'll get to your comment if it's directed towards me. And I'll answer your questions. Mr. World Free says, you burn weed. I've been 3 months sober off of marijuana. And I always like to say this that my short term and long term memory has improved. It's been better, both sides, both of those. It's been a little foggy, a little bit, as far as I always had to find myself like someone asked me about journaling and taking notes on things. When I was smoking, I really had to write stuff down to remember, um, to make sure that I was getting and processing my thoughts the correct way, what was important, things I needed to remember. But ever since I've taken a break, memory has been more sharper, thinking more clearly. Um, this may be to some people's surprise, but better sleep. And then also, I've been noticing my dreams have been more vivid. I've been in the dream state almost every night since I've stopped for real. I've been having consistent dreams without like just that. You know, when people say that they go to sleep and they don't dream or can't remember they dream, I've been having more vivid dreams and having memory of those dreams, which may seem like something simple. It should be simple, but I know people that struggle with that. And I don't even know if they use marijuana. Now, I just know that when I was using marijuana and it was heavy use, I would have those moments where I would just knock out and not remember dreaming or anything or it being very blurry. Shanley says, moving away from the audios for right now, yes. Not even gonna lie to you, yes. The reason why, I'm gonna address this before I try to catch up to the chat. The reason why is because it don't seem too many people are getting catching wind of the audios on the content. You feel what I'm saying? I'm having a more effect of going lives, catching more attention of not just men but also the women. So being able to talk to men and women has done better for myself and being more universal on the knowledge that I have, not just on semen retention that's over there on the channel, but it doesn't seem like the algorithm likes me too much with the semen retention not pushing it out like they do with the artificial content that's out there. But I'm catching people more on a vast majority when I do these lives. Saying people have also castles of sand. That's funny. Um, and yes, brother, yes, I'm an Eagles fan. You got it correct. Gray man says, I'm from the hood. Fryer says, don't go to Compton. Jermaine, boy, peace to you, man. Um, yeah, I'm not an idiot or something like that. Friars. I know if I go to Cali, if I happen to be in LA, I'm not doing all that. You feel what I'm saying? Certain areas are very treacherous. You feel what I'm saying? And how they move out there, with their gang activity, bro. Like if you're not from around there for real, you don't got a granny out there, you don't got a cousin, relative out there of why you out there, you'll really get checked because that real estate, no matter who owns the real estate, that hood, they own that real estate for real. So yeah, nah, I'm not crazy like that. Certain places I move around, I know where I'm at. I've done my research on the area, and you know what I mean. I've heard the stories of being at certain places. So yeah, unless I got security or something like that, and I'm moving around. That's one thing, but yeah, I don't move around like that too crazy. I'm a dangerous guy, but yeah, I'm not stupid. I don't know what to say, but it's in Northern California. Israel. What's up? Peace. Eretz. Peace to you, brother. Topside. My kid called me today. That's a blessing. My kid called me tonight. I don't know what Gollum is, but I don't know. You laughing and shit after that. That's good. That worked for you. Oh yeah, symmetry. Abigail Hollis says patience is a virtue. Yes, it is, Abigail Hollis. Sending love from North Korea, Ken Tram Hunk. Pieces North Korea, man. Did you know Gandalf is a type of golem? Soul says, stay sober, brother. Focus you, then focus your bank on your dreams. Life is short and fast. Yeah, man, not so much serious thing, bro, with weed and marijuana. Um, but it's the best way to be for real. Being sober and vigilant, and especially in these times, you don't want to be out here cooked, cooked like that, moving around, especially amongst the people, and things are going on. No matter where you at, anything can happen at any moment, and you need to have your wits and everything sharp about you. I didn't dream, or probably did, but I dream now and can remember some. Demetria said, "What inspired your channel's name?" Crowd of Boys. Um, is my father. Originally, my father and a group of his guys started a group called Crowd of Boys, where they would. It was an official nonprofit. I have it as a nonprofit now, and I just brought it over to YouTube, basing it around the senior attention content for the guys, boys, transmuting that energy into men. as we all come across certain knowledge, we have to be impressionable, like children, start out as children. So when guys are breaking away from that addiction of either corn or practicing sexual discipline, start off as a boy again. So I only thought it made sense, but it was his organization. It wasn't anything official. But what they would do for the African community and him and his group of men, they would host things like cookouts as a group collective. If someone within the community was getting married, they would put money together as a group, and under their name, they would donate to that family. If there was a death amongst the community, they would put money together to help with funeral costs, repasses, and stuff like that. So it was just like an organization that they made. And when they came here to the States, a group of men who also were here from that African culture, from Liberia, um, they just created the culture here in the States. And it was just a group of guys who came together just to support the community of the African people that were in the community. There's a lot of Africans in New Jersey, in the Newark area. That's where, some Africans come to when they first migrate here. They go, to the ghettos. That's where as immigrants, as you know, they're always put into the ghettos. That's where you have to start out from. So a lot of the guys who migrated here were all in the same area. So they all took care of each other when certain things happened. They hosted parties and stuff like that. Summertime, great cookouts. They hosted soccer games. Africans, we love our soccer. So, but they used to host like organized soccer games. Our Independence Day, Liberia's Independence Day is July 26th. So around that time, if it didn't fall on 26th, if it was a weekend, they'll host a big soccer game, cookout, and stuff like that to recognize the independence of Liberia. So I just took the name after he passed. God bless his soul. Formed it into a official nonprofit organization. Then once again, just brought it over to YouTube to expand it. Christ was tortured for. Okay, all right. We know the Christ story, guys. Symmetria says, "Would you rather be respected or like respected?" Everybody likes you. That's not a good thing. Rather have that respect than to be liked. Respect goes a long way. Radical Man says, "Hello, peace to you, Radical Man. Great to see you in here tonight. If you like a person, doesn't that often lead with respect for them? No, nope. You could like a person and still be disrespected. You could have a family member that loves you, and they can still disrespect you. That's still your family member. You don't need to be liked by everybody. Enemies are necessary, and if you don't have enemies, you need to make some. Much love and good vibes. 10S. Great to see you in here tonight. Soul says I need to play Zelda TOTK. Man, that's an old school game, brother. Grayman says if you like someone, you respect them. Nah, man, I got it twisted, bro. You can like someone for a specific reason. It could be very specific why you like someone, and everything else about them you can despise. Like some people like me because I got nice teeth. That don't mean you have to respect me. I need that respect. I can deal with someone not liking me. What I can't deal with or won't deal with is someone disrespect. So I'd rather take that respect than someone liking me. I'm telling y'all, you want to be liked by everyone, you're gonna have a hard time because no one's people can like you for a specific reason. When you get that respect, people won't cross you. They'll think twice about crossing you. Trust me on that, please. Johnny Appleseed, I pooped, and all right, these guys. Oh, you all right? You one of those guys? All right, I got you. I'm gonna get you up out of here. Don't worry about it, Johnny Appleseed. Nia Dowell. Have a great night. You too. Cuddles says true. Raymond says true. True. Yeah. OG Kicks. I agree with what you said about family. What's overrated that society swears? What's overrated that society swears is essential? Damn. Tenaz is funny. True, even though I like all of you, specifically that smile. Yeah. You can like someone's y'all Tenaz is funny as hell. And I gotta think about that question. That's a great question, Symmetria. What's overrated that society swears is essential? You can like someone's attributes. You can like the way someone carries themselves. You can like the way someone dresses. You could like a lot of things too about a person, right? But until they open their mouth and they may say something that you don't agree with, that may totally be left field, then we're gonna go down another avenue. Truly like that person, that doesn't have to come with respect because you can still go off and that person can either disrespect you or you can disrespect them. Just because you like someone doesn't mean that it comes with respect. Tears of a Kingdom. Tears of a Kingdom is old, is probably a few years old. Only now I feel game labeled as old. Man, I don't know, Symmetria. What's overrated that society swears is essential? In one live, I had first mentioned, it was a couple lives ago, and I mentioned in a live that I don't vote anymore. And someone in the live was so hard pressed to say that I had a civic duty. I'm wrong for not voting because I have a civic duty to vote, and my ancestors fought for our right to vote and all this other stuff. You know, trying to guilt trip me and stuff like that. But you're not gonna guilt trip me on shit like that because I don't care. I simply don't care. So that's one of the things I think some society has overrated is our right to vote. It's a shame because you know, we continue to sometimes fight fights that's not our own fight. And then when we get placed into certain things and realize it's not even really our fight, then they make it a duty to put on you that it is. And you must carry it out. It's like, no, I'm good with that. Sewell says, good night. Have a great night, Sewell. I be seeing this dude thinking he is so smart. Don't ever come to my hood. You sell out. Where you from, Billy? Where are you from, brother? I distance myself from my brothers. You're right on family. Yeah. And then also, you don't have to like someone to respect them. You can respect someone's boundaries. Hey, listen, you don't F with me, I don't F with you. I respect that. I respect your boundary. That's cool. I've cut off family now. I love them and I love her too. I've cut off two family members because I don't do drama. I don't do all that. And especially family, just because they close to you don't mean that you have to have them around. That is something I don't like. People bringing up drama, being gossipy. I had a female cousin who likes to gossip. She's a female. I get it. She wants to, be a chatty patty, whatever. But that's not me. right? Now, me being me, I'll tell you up front, like, listen, I don't do that. So now the issue is me now. So all right, if I'm the issue, I don't gossip. I don't like talking about people behind their back, and I don't want it to be an ongoing thing. So I stop it right there. So it is what it is. I'm gonna tell you something I don't like about you, but I respect you. And if you respect that about me, you respect that boundary, then hey, we got a mutual understanding. Great man. Glad you get it. It takes and see, this is the thing, it takes certain instances for you to really go through or play like certain situations in your mind and really analyze people to say, you know what? I may love somebody. Once again, when it comes down to family, I may love somebody for who they are, what they do, but you can dislike certain things about them and have enough respect for them to play them at a distance. That's respect. So I'd rather have that respect than to have to deal with someone that I may like certain things about, but not really have respect for you or your boundaries. Am I? Peace to you, man. I appreciate it. Even in relationship, like leads to lust, but respect leads to honesty and commitment. I agree with that, Symmetria. Yes. In relationships, like leads to lust, but respect leads to honesty and commitment. Divine F Emperor says, "Was good." Peace, sis. How you doing tonight? Hope all is well with you. Yeah, it is a choice, honestly. Yep. Zon, what's good, brother? Peace to you, man. Great to see you in here tonight again. What do you do? Justin says, I like your teeth. Can I have them? No, you cannot. Grayman says, last time was to lie for them, and he yelled, that was the last time. Yep, Jax, we got it. And he said, I said no. Symmetria says, how much of who you are today comes from how you were raised? Who raised you more, your parents or your environment? Symmetria, my environment. And I believe that who I am today um, comes from a lot, from where I come from, and what I've been through, my life experiences. Our life experiences mold us into who we are and how we move. We have either gathered enough information from the past, from our experiences, knowing what to do, what not to do. Hustlers, peace to you, brother. Um, and then our conditions of our environment. Like for one, like me, I wasn't sheltered by my parents. Once when we moved from the hood and I was old enough to really be out there on my own, they let me free. They let me go. There was a period of time where we lived in not so well of a neighborhood, lived in the hood, and I couldn't walk off the block. I was living in Newark, New Jersey. If you know about Newark, New Jersey in the '90s, it was very treacherous. A lot of theft was going on with vehicles. I brought it up the last stream where if you never see New Jersey Drive, it's a movie based on Newark, New Jersey, where it was basically like real life Grand Theft Auto, but just not uh, unaliving people and stuff like that. But there was a lot of that going on. But gang activity was rampant. But people stealing cars, not just breaking into cars, stealing the radios and stuff like that, but they were actually like stealing the cars and joyriding them. And I even remember times being in front of my apartment building with some of my friends. We'd be playing, basketball on a crate and stuff like that. And a stolen car would come down the opposite way of our one-way street. Our building was on a one-way street, and I remember stolen vehicles every now and then coming down the street. the opposite way, down one-way streets, a lot of police chasing what's happening because of stolen vehicles. It was like an epidemic out there. I don't know if you remember like the club system to lock your steering wheel up. At that time, that was a hot commodity. Everybody was buying those. Car alarms and stuff like that always going off. So it wasn't always good to let us go to outside as children, young children. I remember being 8, 9 years old, and yeah, just staying close to the apartment building. Not until we moved to a better area. Um, that's when I really got to go outside for real. um, and that was just now just growing up, being around the environment, um, getting certain experiences, uh, then also being in public school, attending public schools and stuff like that, being around those kids, being around different influences and stuff like that. And once again, when you have certain friends, I played sports as well in school, so being around, learning about team chemistry, team camaraderie, the influences of gangs, being around. I've never been in a gang or anything like that, but I have had friends that were in gangs and stuff like that. Just getting a mix of different cultures, you just pick up on certain things, what to do and what not to do. So if you were sheltered, and I don't like to use that word shelter because some parents like to keep their kids close to keep them away from the BS, but it's always good to be out there because eventually you got to experience the real world and what's going on out there and how to really move around certain people, predators, people trying to manipulate you, people trying to get you part of groups and stuff like that early to serve someone else's agenda or to look powerful because there's strength in numbers. So it's not really about you bringing something to the gang. It's just you are an added number to the gang to make it look tough, to make it look appeasing because they deep. Real power is standing alone for real. So yeah, I feel like my environment and those past experiences really makes me who I am today because now I can share that same knowledge and have the people move away from that type of mindset and how to maneuver. Your maturity is see that's what's attractive. I appreciate that Tenaz. Who is that? I breathe Ibrahim. Ibrahim. Hameen. What you know about North Philly? Richard Allen projects. Are there any librarians over there in that part of North Philly, Richard Allen projects? But I don't know nothing about North Philly, Richard Allen projects. But are there any librarians in that area? You still in here? I made friends because of sports. Yeah, I made best friends. Some of my best friends come from playing sports. Team camaraderie, like I said, going through certain battles, trusting your teammates is a big part of being playing sports and being on sports teams and stuff like that. You learn people's personalities, how tough they are, how weak they are, um, how hardworking some people are as well. Chanel Anderson, peace to you. Glad to see you in here tonight. Says Stone and it says, "Hey man, I want to remind people to tell your parents you love them. I lost my mom on December 22nd, and it's so rough to grieve someone so special. So hug your mom and don't go to bed with them. Sorry for your loss, Stone Vince, and condolences to you and your family. Prayers to you. I know it can be hard grieving. Time passes along, and it gets better over time with the grieving process. And in spirit, they are always with you. But if you still got your folks around, you still got your parents around, mother and father, I would take that advice. I have neither around, so I know exactly what Stone Vince is talking about. But take that time, man. It's time that we have with our folks who did all they could to raise us, and if we are still here, take that time to show them some love when you can. Do that for me, because I don't have either around. So that's very profound words. I thank you for that, Stone Vince. What are we talking about today? So make sure you was asking some questions. I was just going through the Tenaz is funny. Bronze Golden PCU says, how you? What are some things or traits that men sometimes confuse with strength? Yeah, Symmetry is asking some great questions. So any questions that roll along, I'm just answering. But she's on point with these questions. Uh Material things, having materials, especially when it comes down to that bank account, how much money they are able to get or how much money they are making. Makes it feel powerful. And it does come with something because you do have women who seek that, who look at the material or who who are attracted to the material things. So men think if they got the materials, especially like with cars, clothes. I mentioned yesterday, but uh, the latest fashion, all under the umbrella of the materials. They can confuse that with strength, being that they got that said material, they got the latest, then they doing something in society. It shows status, strength. I'll tell you this: don't let a hard time humble you. A lot of guys aren't humble enough to handle a situation where something happens, that female sees that, oh, he got it, but that other dude can get it too. Or another guy can have more money than you. She can go off with the other dude, and that shatters a man's ego. Now, how strong he is to handle that is to be said, but that confuses it with strength. That holding on to materials and having the materials to attract people, not just women, but people in general. When the people start to stray away, when either you begin to lose it or don't have that same effect, man, it can affect a man's ego if he operates like that for real. What about toxic parents? Some parents abuse the obey thy mother and father. I agree with that too, Chanel Anderson. Cause it's crazy. You know you have to love them, but the toxicity makes you not want to be around them. Chanel Anderson, you just getting here and you just said something profound, and that goes back to being liked or being respected. Which one would you rather have? And what you're saying right there is the same thing about having that respect. You got respect enough for your parents, but they can have something with them that obey that mother and father clause that goes to their head and their ego, and whatever they say rise because they can do no wrong. That's not cool. I don't like that, but I respect them. Some people do deal with that. That's true. But it's always still good, Chanel Anderson. And like you said, you don't have to be around them to show them that respect and show them that love. Like, hey, I love you. That's what I mean. That's where Stone Vince was coming. Regardless of people flaws, regardless of what has happened in the past with some people's parents. Once again, this is coming from a place because I don't have my parents around, right? Um, but there's still a respect thing. There's if it's not to a point where they have done so much toxic shit to you where you could at least have that line of communication to just tell them that you love them, that would be great. And then just let it be. It's not to try to rebuild a bridge that's already burnt. You know, once when that bridge is burnt, you leave it at where it's at. But you still have respect there. Just tell them I love you. Thought about you, even if it was, you know what I mean, some toxic shit. Yo, I was just thinking about you. And her time of living I took for granted. And now that she's gone, I realize how strong of a woman she is. She was the strongest woman and most loving in my life. Mothers are so brave. Stone Vince says, yeah, I agree. But once again, if you come from a toxic background and you don't want to open up that door, I completely understand. Because those relationships are the hardest when it's people very, very close to you, people that you have loved at one point. Um, and something has happened. I understand opening up that door again could be very hurtful. It could be a wound, reopening a wound that you don't need to open. But if it's not too bad, once again, if it's not too bad, you take it how it goes. If it's not too bad, I encourage you to do that. If it's something slight, if it's some petty shit, that's one thing. But if it's some bridges are burnt where it's not meant to, you know what I mean, try to rebuild that bridge, I get it. I get it, especially with abuse and stuff like that. Obey parents, but if they tell you to do something bad, like lie or steal, you can disobey. Green said. Yeah, if they're putting their children in harm's way, brother. I agree with that. 1000%, bro. I'm just here. It says, what's good is meant as honor thy mother and father, says. Yeah, you give so like you're saying, like you give honor, just respect. That's it. But you don't want to open up a wound that you're trying to heal or that you have healed already. So be cautious with that advice I just said. If let me rephrase that. If you got a good relationship with your folks, man, reach out to them and extend that love to them while you still got them. And that's all. Because listen, man, some people have done some reckless stuff, man, in the past, dealing with their children and stuff like that. And once again, people closest to you be the ones that hurt you the most because they have that close access. They know you the best. They know, you know what I mean? You know your ins and outs. So be cautious with that advice, please. Some of those events can be very traumatic. So I honestly get where Chanel Anderson was coming from with that. RSVP says respect has no gray area. It's okay to distance yourself from a bad mom or father for your own peace of mind. Yeah, there's no gray areas. Respect, disrespect. That's it. We had some sour moments. I had moments where I was high and was in the wrong, and there were times where she took her anger out on me, but nonetheless, I love her with all my heart. That's what's up, Soul Vince. Yeah, man. There's been times where, you know what I mean, as kid, you know what I mean, as children coming up under our parents, man. I done did some fuck shit too. You know what I mean? It was a blessing to be able to come to term and being able to talk to my pops on a man's level. A lot of time I felt like he would talk down to me, but that's just a dad, trying to build his son up to be a man. And finally, until when I got it, you know what I mean, I got to speak to him on a certain level about certain things, like some grown stuff. I started to see, he started looking at me different. I said, yeah, I got him. I moved back to my hometown to be closer to my mom and dad. I cook for them, and house for them, yard work. I'm just doing for them what they taught me. Yeah, my father was still around too. I would do the same thing when I moved away, especially after my mother passed. I made sure to make it a duty, bro. Go back, do that yard work, the same stuff I was doing that he used to force me to do when I was in the house. When I moved, Like, then I started missing doing that. I remember first moving out, I'm like, damn, I don't get to cut the grass for pops no more. And then when my mother passed, I'm like, nah, man, I gotta go back and you know, take that chore up off of him. So yeah, hustles, that's great, man, that you're doing that, man. Queen says, hey, peace, Queen. Symmetra says, an advocate of therapy, but I know a lot of people who Symmetra says, I'm an advocate of therapy, but I know a lot of people who are not, especially in the black community. That being said, is therapy avoided because of stigma or because it challenges identity? Um, Black folk don't trust people like that outside of outside of their own people. You know what I'm saying? Black people, if you notice, Symmetria, when someone get drunk, they're more susceptible to tell their problems at that point to their peoples, to their own people around them, to someone that they truly trust, than to go to therapy sober and express their feelings. It's just something about going to a doctor, being in that office. We paranoid for real. It has to do, you know what I mean, a little bit of paranoia, not trusting someone we don't know. So yeah, it is a stigma. And then yes, it challenges identity because it could show a sign of weakness. You don't want to seem weak. Yo, I'm going to a shrink. I'm going to to therapy. You know what I mean? You don't want to be judged based upon that. And within the black community, is once again, we like to compare ourselves to each other so much, like it's a competition. If someone finds out that you're going to therapy, they're gonna go gossip. Black people gossip a lot, you know. Some gossiping ass people in our community. So, we are already susceptible to tell someone our business. Black people, once again, we got this phrase, mind your damn business, mind your business. So now to go tell someone our business that we don't know, it's uncomfortable and it's being vulnerable. People, because, some people take that as a sign of weakness. But to the contrary, going to therapy, actually getting whatever it is that's on your heart, that's on your chest, that's affecting you up here with your mental health is a healthy thing. It's just that change of scenery and actually talking to a stranger that has no ties to anyone that it could go back to, just keeping it strictly there amongst that person is honestly the best thing that you can do. If you can't handle it yourself by like certain practices like journaling, writing how you feel down, um, talking to yourself, talking out loud to yourself how you feel and addressing those issues. If you're not willing to do that, because then you put the stigma on yourself of being crazy now because you talking to yourself, or you got a journal or a diary, now you seem like you are whatever. We always have this notion that someone appeasing to someone, we actually doing it for ourselves. No one really has to know if you're going to therapy or not. No one has to know that you're journaling or not. But the way we tend to cope is always with some type of mechanism, a coping mechanism, and then we might go to someone like a close friend, a buddy, or whatever, and we rather get it off then. But that's not really coming down to solution because we're doing it from a state of being altered. So I think it's a little bit of both. Is a stigma and it challenges the identity of a person. Huh. Stone Vince says their mother battled breast cancer and beat it, but it spread to the liver. Damn. And it took 3 days to shut down everything and kill her. Wow, man. I'm sorry to hear that. And condolences once again. Being there in the final moments helped the healing process in a way. Yeah, same here. Both of my folks when they passed away, just being there in their final moments, man, um, was definitely reassuring, man. And once again, the grieving process is definitely it's not easy. One day at a time. And I'm believing that they are still with you in spirit. Just pay attention. Pay attention as you go through your journey. Any hard times, you're grieving, you have that overwhelming feeling come over you. You got guides. You have angel guides amongst you. I go to work and go home to my queen. My princess, I stay away from people purposely because I have a short fuse for the dumb shit. I hear you, brother. I hear you, OG Kicks. Once you step outside that door, is a mission to get to where you're going, do what you gotta do, and get right back to your people, man. Gray Man says it's the same with Mexicans. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, I believe in every culture, it's a little, amongst the community is a little, we're gonna talk about this person and the family and that person. We got because it's always a low key like competition. I don't know what the hell that is about. It's like a competition. It's a little sad a little bit. I don't know why, but it shouldn't be that way. We compete amongst each other, and when someone's in a weak moment, and I don't even like to say a weak moment, but when someone's down for real, or someone needs help. That's all it is. Like that person needs help, and it's okay to be weak. It's just you're at a point where you need to be built up to be stronger. That's the best time to build up strength is when you're in a weak state. That's when you know you got work to do. But people judge you based upon that. Haven't seen my parents in a couple years, but we still talk. Just knowing that they're older now and seeing the changes in them physically is crazy, but makes me prepare mentally for that day. Yeah, Zon. And Zon, I know you younger brother, and having your folks still around is still a blessing, bro. And I'm glad that you see them. You see the changes in them. You see them, you know, going through those changes. Hopefully, their health is still intact. You know what I mean? That they're not struggling with anything too crazy. Um, and once again, being prepared. Preparation is key. It all comes for us one day, but we take care of ourselves while we're here the best that we can. Especially if we still got loved ones around that we still need to take care of. We need to be responsible out here for others if we still are. But we owe that duty to our parents too when they get to that stage. So, not just preparing for that day, but preparing for also when they aren't able to, really take care of themselves all the way. If you are around and able to do things for them, I encourage that, man. Once again, if you got that type of relationship with them, if they are close to you, I used to get beat by my dad when I was younger, and I told my siblings I won't let him harm us again. So I fought him when I was a teenager. That hurt me for so long. Damn, hustlers. Yeah, forgiveness is what I needed. Yeah, I hear that, hustlers. Yeah, like I said, man, it's certain instances for real, that certain people go through. That's trauma right there, bro. You know what I mean? That's underlying trauma, and forgiving yourself, forgiving him for certain things, but also being a protector and stepping up, being bold enough to step up for you and your siblings on what was right and what is wrong. Jazzy, dude, literally think here, big shot. All that muscle. I ain't got muscles, and my body technique. I can put you down. Jazzy, anybody can put me down with the right tools. The muscles don't mean nothing. I'm full of questions, but just want to pick your brain a little bit. A little bit, Symmetria. But seriously though, why does growth sometimes feel like loss? Symmetria, growth feels like loss is because you are leaving the old self behind. You are losing that old self. That old self, those old habits, old way of thinking, that's what you're actually losing. That's why it feels like loss. Jazzy says pressure point technique is all I gotta do. I know a pressure point technique that all I gotta do, and I don't even gotta get close to you, Jazzy. I don't even really need to be close. Maybe about Mm, 15 to 20 feet. I got something with a pressure point that'll take care of you. You know, I don't need all that getting up close to you and touching you like that. You hear me? You think I got the muscles to do all that? Nah, I don't like to get touched for real. I don't want to get touched. I don't want to touch nobody. If I have to, I have to, but I don't even want you to get that close to me. Parents will put you down, guys. Don't forget. Get it? They brought us into this effed up world, Jazzy. Even if you take care of ourselves, you can still get sick, homie. So what should we do, Jazzy, since you know it all? Should we not take care of ourselves? Just wait to get sick? Oh man, some people are just forgiveness is healing, hustlers. What tried to kill you only make you stronger. Bronze Golden says. They say a family that prays together stays together. My family is living proof of that. All alive and never been caged. That's great, bro. Jazzy says, everyone go for gun. Come on, man. You gonna get touched doing life, killing me. No, that's actually self-defense. You told me that you was gonna get at me for having muscles. That's a threat. You don't know how the law works? I didn't come on your live threatening you. You told me based on my muscles and the way that I look that you are jealous of that. So you want to put pressure points on me to cause harm to me because you're jealous of me. Because I worked on myself. I take care of myself. All I'm telling you is I don't want you getting close to me, and I'm not going to allow you to get that close to me. Letting you get close to me to do affliction to me doesn't allow me to be a father to my son. So it's either my life or yours. Now it's up to you. I'm just letting you know I'm going to defend myself. That's how I roll. Karate kids. Antonio Salazar, peace to you. Ron's Golden says, hallelujah, that is a blessing. All five of my siblings have been caged. Man, that's tough. My brother's doing time right now. Jazzy is funny. I like people like Jazzy. I don't know anything. I thought you knew pressure points though. I think we should take care of ourselves. Guns ain't make you a big dude. No, I didn't. It really did. It did not. I'm glad that you see that. But I'm not using my muscles to cause harm to anybody. If I need to cause harm to anybody, it's going to be something that they have done. I'm a peaceful person for real. I'm very peaceful. But you came here telling me about my pressure points and that you was going to do something to me. I'm just once again just letting you know I'm not going to allow you to get close. You know who Chael Sonnen is? I can't let you get close. Can't let you get that close. You remember when C-19 was happening? There was a 6 feet distance. If you are within that vicinity of me, I can't let you get that close. You're not supposed to be that close. 6 feet. Give me 6 feet. You come anything within that, it's gonna be a hard time for you, man. I'm in Pennsylvania. Oh man. Why should we move? No problem, bro. Go to bed. Need some rest. Stop wasting our time. Wow. Okay. I'm guarded. I don't let people get too close either. Yeah, bronze golden. People talking crazy like that, talking about pressure points. Being unable to forgive is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Symmetry is on one. Sometimes it even shows up as diseases, cancer, blood pressure, depression. It's better to let it go. Yes, I agree with that. Yep. Especially with that high blood pressure and that depression. Ocean says you look happy and healthy. Yes. Thank you, Ocean. Very happy with my current state of well-being. And once again, taking care of myself, making sure that I'm eating the right food, nutrients, staying hydrated, all that good stuff. It's very important. Hey, Jazzy, I've done 38 years in a free world. You hear me? A lot of people think you did 5 years in the joint. That's not impressive. That don't impress somebody like me because you've been to prison or jail or anything like that. Try living your life out here the right way. Taking care of yourself, not being provided for by the state's money, by being produced three hots in a cot, holding a roof over your head, paying your electric bill. You think that's cool because you did 5 years in a joint? It's not cool, bro. Shows you have some problems with you for real, for real. And now that you're free, you're out, whatever the case may be, that's cool. Got a 9-year-old son. Been taking care of him. You responsible for another life? Nah, because you did those 5 years in a joint, so that makes you a tougher man than me. So you got it. It's going. It's going. Angela Dolce says hi, peace, peace to you, Angela. Rayman says I'm getting close to you just to shake your head. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I gave you 1,000 per chicken nugget. Is what? Okay, man. Whatever you said. Hey, Abe Snake, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate that donation, bro. Thank you. This man is handsome. I appreciate that. Prison and jail for goofies. Abe Snake, you have a great voice. You should read audiobooks as a side hustle. Abe Snake, man, I appreciate that, man. Thank you, brother. I'm just trolling, but listen, bigger the man, the harder they fall. No threat. Just saying peace. All right, Jazzy, peace, man. Peace to you. Going to prison to be a modern day slave, not a flex. It's really not. That just means you weren't good at committing crimes and was lost. Gotta have things to live for, man. Yeah, man. I wish my people knew better, man. Exactly. Try maintaining a lifestyle with a job. You know how many homeless people are there. Yeah, RSVP, that's a fact. Abe Snake, what book was that you read? That you're saying that you read. But Jazzy, that's not even Jazzy's real profile. I could tell. Jazzy may be a recovering agent that's excommunicated off the channel, but just created another profile. All that jail talk and all that other stuff doesn't impress me. Great man says it's harder now. Everything more expensive. Yeah. Some people are copping out just to go to jail, to be provided for. So RSVP, exactly what you're saying. Like homeless people will commit crimes, steal shit on purpose, do certain shit on purpose just to get locked up because they know that's a guaranteed roof over their head. They don't have to be under the extreme conditions of the streets and have to beg for change to eat. Meals are provided for them 3 times a day. Shower, clothes, clean clothes. Damn, bro, not impressed. Probably in the joint baking cakes, I guess. Jazzy brownie points. Yeah, Jazzy thought they was gonna get me to say, "Oh, I did this amount of time." I'm proud to never be in jail or prison. Majestic. Blue Cat Bandit says, "How do I gain more subscribers? Like I need 1K in a month." Blue Cat Bandit. I don't know what type of content you do, uh, or what your niche is, but there's things you can do as far as like certain tags you could put in your tags list when you create your videos or whatever you're doing. But you have to make sure that everything is specified in your settings of what you are doing. Make sure that your videos are going out to the right demographic, the right people, and stuff like that. It's a process for real. It's a whole process where you have to go through your analytics. You have to go through your YouTube studio and stuff like that to figure out, what your niche is, the target that you're aiming at, demographic of people that you're aiming at, I should say, and making sure that they are reaching the right people. And then, like with tags, making sure that your content is interesting enough for people to click through. How you title your videos and all that other stuff plays a part. And then hopefully YouTube can shoot you through the algorithm the correct way and you can reach that goal. But it's a little bit of game to play, or you could just pay for subs if you got bread. Just invest into your YouTube channel. Just pay for the subscription. That's what a lot of people do. They get impatient. They don't want to do it the organic way, and they give in and just pay. And I was going to say you could go on lives and reach a larger audience if you're able to go live. Start going live and just whatever your content is. Once again, understand your niche. Look at some of your competitors as well, based upon based upon your niche, and study who's in your lane. Don't copy them. You study them and see what they are doing that may be different from you and how they reach the people. It's always good to study people. Study a people of success. That's what you're studying. You're studying success, and that should help you out, bro. How are you so majestic, yo? I'm just me, brother. Genuinely, just genuinely me. I don't pretend to be nobody but myself. I'll be living a falsehood under the shadow of somebody else, trying to be somebody else. What would be your message for us? Scorpio says, a message for y'all right now. Um, be yourself. Know thyself. Let me adjust it a little bit. Everybody always asks about this sign. What does that sign say in the background? Timid no say is Latin, but know thyself. Do a study on yourself. What makes you tick? What's your triggers? address some of the issues that you may be having, but love yourself. Take care of yourself. Self-care, very important. Self-value, self-worth. I took a break from reading Dungeon Crawler, Carl, to read Mr. George James' book, Abe Snake. Okay, all right. Stolen Legacy. What do you think so far, Abe Snake? I'm gonna catch up to the chat a little bit. What do you think about Mr. George James' book, Stolen Legacy? I wonder how they are on the East Coast with the storm. I'm on the East Coast right now, and it was bad. It's pretty bad. Not too crazy. I mean, it was crazy, but I've honestly seen worse. I've seen worse storms than what recently happened. Being on the East Coast all my life, you seen some stuff. I could tell you have lessons for us. Please spread some wisdom. Hold on, Skippy. I'm gonna catch up to the chat. I'll do it the organic way. Yes, my brother. Be patient, man. It's better when you have the patience and you find different avenues and ways to really get organic, authentic people because you can come across a lot of bots doing it the other way. I did went live, but my chat didn't work. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know how your chat didn't work. But keep showing up. Keep showing up, bro. What is your content based on? I'm gonna catch up to the chat. Okay, man, I overstayed up. I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Great man. If you're still in here, peace. Good night. I'm glad you came through, man. Hope to see you next time. Dang, he answered me without reading. All right. Oh yeah, I'm caught up. All right, that's cool. Scipio says, "Are you a brother in Christ as well?" Oh man, brother. I don't do the religion, bro. Jay Southpaw says, "Hey, bro, low key looks like Kimbo Slice." It's your boy Jacob says, "My favorite YouTube tuber died." Damn, who's that? Who's your favorite YouTuber? Deep. It's a lot to take in, and I had to side quest and search and research some of the things he talked about. Abe Snake started reading George James's book, Stolen Legacy. Said deep. As I asked him, what does he think about it so far? And he says, the information so far has been deep. It's a deep rabbit hole. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. And he says, it's a lot to take in. Once again. And I had to do a side quest. Yep. And do this your own research, which was exactly what you're supposed to do. Some of the things he talked about. And that's what you're supposed to do, brother. Put the book down for a second, recollect yourself, gather your thoughts, think about the shit that you've been taught before that time, and the people who are so convincing and that are still convinced. You had to do your own little side quest, go on your little journey. Blue Cap said, I clicked not for kids and the settings said chat was on, but my friends text me saying that the chat option wasn't even on. Yeah, I don't know about that Blue Cat Bandit. Even the first time I went live, I didn't really have trouble like that. I know, um, I think it was I forget. It was something weird that was going on, but then I figured like hitting all the buttons and stuff like that, just seeing what was going on before I actually went live helped me out. Like not going live, just remaining unlisted and then going live just to figure out which, what does what. And I think there's a way you go in your settings. You have to activate the chat. Maybe you didn't go into the settings enough to really see if the chat is activated or chat allowed or something like that. So go through all your settings, bro. Like you got to check everything. Check each and everything, and especially in your YouTube studio, go through your checks there, and then even as you before you go live, check everything, bro. Once when you set it like a generic setting on your YouTube studio, you should be good, but you still have to check certain things like allow chat. Sometimes it could withhold like just subscribers. Sometimes there's another thing in your settings you gotta check out for where only just subscribed people can view your lives and then be able to send messages through your chat. Um, so yeah, that's something you might be missing. Abe Snake says, and South Southpaw J, yeah, I know who Kimbo Slice is, bro. Um, he was originally like a street fighter, not even a UFC fighter. Before he joined UFC, he was doing hood fights, fighting in the hood. I think it is really about Greeks rebranding Egyptian culture. Got it, Ape Snake. Stolen legacy. It's right there in the title. They stole a whole damn legacy from Egyptian culture. All roads lead back to Egypt. All of them. Go down the rabbit hole, you end up in Egypt. Plagiarize, whitewash, if you will. Also, Scipio says, I used to be atheist. The more questions I asked and more I dug deeper, I realized Christ is king. I think you should look into it more. Um, no, I think you should do what Abe Snake did. And please, Abe Snake, help me out. Please, I recommend this book. Abe Snake is on the same type of timing. Abe Snake, can you please recommend him the book Stolen Legacy? Because obviously you didn't dig deep enough. If you dug deeper, if you really dug deep, you would have realized that right there, Scopio, is not it. It's not it, brother. So I think what you need to do is talk to Abe Snake. I'm not going to tell you anything else. Abe Snake will recommend you the book, and that's it. I'll catch up to the chat. Yesterday was XXX Testacion's son's birthday. He turned 7. Man, and X never met his son. Damn, I didn't know that. Shout out to X, man. XXX. What's your name? Amelia Williams. I don't want to say my real name on the internet streets. Um, that is giving ammo to the watchers, the agents, and the bots, and the trolls who may be watching in the wings, ready for me to put out personal information. But I have a nickname on here, TSG. You can call me that for now. Symmetria says, I heard you say you don't do religion, but are you spiritual? Yes, yes, ma'am, Symmetria. I'm a spiritual being living a human experience. Do you believe in a higher power? Yes. Is that of African tradition? Yes. Have you witnessed the effects of voodoo? Yes. Symmetry, you said you want to ask me too many questions, but it's okay though. You got it. But yes, simply put, yes to all those questions as I catch up. Amelia Williams. What? It made me dive into Sumerian culture. They even they are even older than Egyptian culture. It makes you realize how much we don't know. Rabbit hole goes deep. Symmetry. Yeah, check that YouTube studio out, Blue Cat Bandit. What's your thoughts on fraternities and sororities? They're a part of a lesser order of the Masonic order. And for females, they are called damn it, man. Eastern Stars. There you go. But it's all part of a Masonic order and stuff like that. Seeing, as they do the rituals to see how hard you're willing to go to join and things like that. it's levels to everything. So starting out on that level, it's almost like testing the waters with those said people to see how far you are willing to go to follow. Thank you, Abe Snake. All roads lead back. Yeah. Abe Snake, let him know it's a fantastic read. He said that he dug deep. He didn't dig deep enough. Pick back up your shovel. If you're not scared, and if you're scared, go to church. But if you're not scared, pick up another book that reveals to you the plagiarism. Jacqueline, Little, Grand Rising, peace to you. Too bad, bro. Jesus Christ is the only way, truth, and the life. Okay, Blue Cat Bandit. If that's what you believe, then obviously I guess I'm on the path of something else. I guess. Everything else I'm reading is I guess false and of death, right? Oh man, the Roman Empire it comes crumbling down. And it's bad, got you in a chokehold. It's a great read, like Abe Snake has said. I'm not the only one saying it. It's a great read if you're not scared. But some of you seem terrified. You're shook of the deity that you call the way and the truth and the life. He got you in a chokehold. My mom told me to stop tickling. Yeah, right. Writer says, Yahweh, Father, Yeshua, Son, Ruach Ha, Kadesh, Holy Spirit, loves you. Is the author of Stolen Legacy, George James, trying to download the PF version? Yes. Yes, he is. That's the one, Zon. Here we go, Jazzy. Ayo, Brody, that ain't self-defense. When I said pressure points as threat, you still do the time and joint, my boy. Keep thinking you're going to get away from things. Just a word of advice, no hate. All right, Jazzy, um, you're right. You got it. It's an expensive book if you can't find it for free. Yeah, it is an expensive book. You know why they make it I was on the search for another book, right? And it was based around the same topic that we're talking on. The book was $90. There are books out here that are really priced at a high price point for a reason because this is supposed to be secret knowledge. Once again, the way I found out about a book, I was recommended to read it by a 33rd degree Mason. Reading books takes an investment for real to learn the language or learn certain information for yourself. And it's investment. Knowledge is an actual investment, real knowledge. But they give you the Holy Bible for free. I got the Quran for free. I got some of these religious texts you can get for free. You could download them for free on your book, on your on your iPad or your iPhone or whatever device that you got. You can download these religious books for free. But the information that is hidden from the people, those that are willing to seek and really invest, these books are, I don't like to use the word expensive, but these books are pricey. How far are you really willing to go down the rabbit hole? And are you willing to invest into it so much that you are willing to pay the price? Are you willing to pay the price? But you'll take free information, just how they were giving you that free tranquilizer when C-19. You think when a government gives you something for free, it is a good thing? Come on. You still playing this game, guys? Oh man, bro. Oh yes, you could get it from your local library if they have it. That's good advice, Ape Snake. Can't force anyone to put the glasses on, even if you try. Nope. They're gonna fight you. They'll fight you to the death, brother. Now the person, you know what I mean, who I was trying to tell, I don't know if they still in here or not. Jazzy's still in here. Jazzy's still talking about self-defense. We on a whole different topic now. He's still on that BS, talking about some actually, if I'm just talking about pressure points, bro, if you come to touch me, I don't want you to come close. You pass 6 feet, you're done. You're done. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'll deal with the recourse on whatever it is. But because of your stupidity, thinking that you could just come and touch people, you're done. You don't understand boundaries, you're going to pay the ultimate price. And I'm willing to stand on that. Period. Whatever else you're saying is fuck shit. Egypt is actually called Metzraim. The Greeks changed it to Egyptius. Metzraim is seed of Ham, son of Noah. Beautiful writer. Writer on the storms. The spiritual, I do pray, but being religion would keep you stuck. Too many beliefs, Hustler says. Jazzy, bro. So learn about the law. Don't make the same mistakes as another one. Weren't you in prison for 5 years? And you telling me to learn about the law? You couldn't even escape the law. They had to put you in they had to put you in prison for 5 years. And you converted probably to Muslim when you were in prison. Most brothers who go to prison and join Islam, they do that for protection. They join the religion for protection. I'm pretty sure you wasn't Muslim when you were before you went to prison for 5 years. The Muslims move a certain way in prison because it shows culture. And once again, you're saying things that do not impress me, Jazzy. Muslims, you can have 4 wives. Do you know Muhammad was married to a 9-year-old? Jazzy? I'll do my research on law. You do your research on the great prophet Muhammad. Was married to a 9-year-old. That was one of his wives were 9 years old, another was 14. He had underage wives. You do some soul searching with that, brother. I believe in myself, high power, and spiritual being. Yes, I as well. Bronze Golden says, what is your spirituality? My spirituality, how I express my spirituality, I believe in a higher power and a higher creator. And I pray, right? But my relationship is intimate with my creator, as that I don't really share it with this internet because there are trolls like Jazzy, who is on here, waiting for me to say something so that way they can have rebuttal, make fun and stuff like that. And then there's other watchers on here. So I like to deem my relationship with my creator so intimate. You know how they tell you when you go pray, you need to go into a secret place away from the people. And your spirituality isn't supposed to be something that is supposed to be so boastful. You're not supposed to boast to the people. and stuff like that. It's supposed to be an intimate relationship between you and what they will call God, right? So that relationship is very close to me, very intimate. You know how it's supposed to be intimate between man and wife? Everything we do in the confines of our home as man and wife intimately isn't supposed to be shared with the public like that. Isn't supposed to be even talked about with like your homeboy or a close friend like that. That's between you and the person you're intimate with. That's how deep my relationship goes. I don't force it on no one. When I go to my creator and do what I got to do, that's what it is. Jazzy, take it how you want. It's okay. What's going to happen to me? Send it my way, please. I'm waiting. Writer on the storm says every counterfeit occult is summed up by as above, so below. They try to build from earth to heaven. Hence the Tower of Babel. Truth is it's heaven that gives to earth. Naderzal says Islam is the truth. I agree. But it all depends on what Islam you're talking about. What Islam are you talking about, brother? I posted the original upload link for everyone. It's public domain now. Ape Snake, I appreciate you for that. Please help some of the people out with the knowledge and the wisdom that is out there to break this spell upon them that because once again, I'm not trying to force anyone out of their belief system or whatever the case may be. But as my boy Zon said, and as the late great Dick Gregory says, you cannot force anyone to put on the magic glasses. You got to do that for yourself. Try to build them. Try to build from earth to heaven. That's deep. King Shooter was good, G. Peace, G. How you? This won't be like an ebook, but it will save you money. Jazzy says, "All right, man. Boundaries. Yes, I think you got it now. Have you ever read the book, The Art of War, Sun Tzu, Jazzy? Never fight a battle where you have to go into enemy's territory. You should always control your own territory and let the enemy come to you on your territory. You know why? Because there's a boundary, and once you cross that boundary, you will be in the wrong. So trespass if you want, thinking you can get close to me. You won't get that close. So asking me where I'm from and where I'm at and this and that, okay, yeah. But when you come here, there's no trespassing. And the moment you trespass thinking you can touch me, it's going to be very dark. That's law. You read your law on that? I'm just telling you what it is. It's not a threat. Do not trespass where I'm at. And if you think you can trespass and touch me, you will be in very trouble, very deep trouble. Extreme says, what's that? What's up, man? Natter Zal says they turn Muslim in prison because they have time to sit down and read the Quran. No, no, they do not. I mean, yes, they do, but they turn Muslim because of that protection as well. I've worked as a CEO in juvenile detention, right? With the juveniles, right? You know what? You got it. Now the Zal. It's just funny how once when they land in jail, now all of a sudden, uh they got time to read the Quran. They always had time to read the Quran before they got there, brother. So yeah, you're right. You got it. They got time to read the Quran now. So that's what it's for protection. It's just like if they're in a gang and they reach there, they try to link up with the gangs. They put specific people in certain wings of the prison because they have a profile on them. So they rather put them in a certain unit where those gangs reside. So that way there's no issues. Now, if you come in there solo dolo, not affiliated to anything, now you got to look around and search around and see who will I fit in with the most brothers who have no religion in there. They'll gravitate to Islam because it's mostly black. And that protects them. It's a hedge of protection, brother. And how old was Rebecca and Mary when they got married? Now, Al, you're reverting from what I'm saying, right? Is it true or not? Because I'm not affiliated by any religion, but you're coming in here pushing your version of Islam. I'm just letting you know about the great prophet Muhammad that you follow. Don't put it on Mary and Rebecca and all that. We're dealing with your prophet that you hold so near and dear, brother. Don't cause a distraction. You're not going to get away. Rebecca and Mary, they got nothing to do with this. This got something to do with your leader. Can you give recognition to what I said about your prophet Muhammad being married to 14 year olds? Please. Abe Snake, he would be considered a PDF file by today's standards. No disrespect to the believers. There's no disrespect. These are facts over feelings. This is part two, by the way, if you didn't catch the title. If you and your feelings from what is being said or what I'm saying, then that's on you. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because we are dealing with facts on this side. These are facts. Respect your practice and power, peace, spread. King is calm. I appreciate that. You can make up any excuse that you want to be messing with a 9-year old that can't even bear you children. A 9-year old girl cannot bear children. So, what is the point? You guys want to stick up and believe because Master, Sister Betty at the time, Malcolm's wife, had a huge problem with that. And her husband being affiliated with the man when they came to find out that all these women were underage. And she did not appreciate that. You guys, I don't even have a daughter, but you guys must not have daughters. And to be under a religious cult where you may have to serve up your young daughter to the leader under the name of religion, you see, you wouldn't know how it feels until you get placed in that position. But see, me, I don't have a daughter, but I have this up here. And I don't need a daughter to know what is right and what is wrong. Religion doesn't need to teach me that. A moral compass is all you need to have and use your discernment. You guys are following man and man written laws to appease to a man. If you are a leader in your community and you follow the guidelines of that law, and you tell your people, oh, back in the days, we're going to go back into the days of old. And these are the traditions that we are going to follow. You are willing to go down that road of OG Kick says the Greeks have been praised by the Western world for intellectual accomplishments which belong without doubt to Egyptians or peoples of North Africa. Islam is the worship of God alone, the same God that sent down prophets, Jesus being one of them. God isn't born nor died. God isn't human. Will you please recognize? Never mind. You obviously are reverting from my statement, so it's cool. What is that on your head? And why do you wear it? Listen, you it's like the reason why you won't say you worship because you're ashamed. DHL Mike says the reason why you won't say who you more worship is because you're ashamed. DHL Mike, I hope you're still in here, brother, because you have been someone that is in here that hasn't said anything for the whole time. So you are one of the ones I'm talking about that are waiting in the shadows. Because this is my first time mentioning DHL Mike. Anyone who has been here for a long period of time, any of my sisters that's been in here, Zon, I know you've been in here for a minute. DHL Mike, soon as I called out why I won't share my intimate relationship with my creator, DHL Mike, who hasn't said anything the whole time. OG Kicks, I know you still in here. Hustlers, I know you still in here. DHL Mike, you haven't said shit about any of the topics. Now, when I bring up the God that I worship, you want to say I'm ashamed because I called you out for one of those being a watcher or agent or just listening close to wait for me to say and then try to do what you're doing right now. Ashamed. Come on, brother. Ashamed of what? So we can argue back and forth. I don't do no arguing over God, bro. Especially the God that I worship. Why argue? That's what y'all like to do. Y'all want to argue y'all God. You want to argue God? Do you think God wants to argue? You know that's taking God's name in vain, right? When you want to argue God. That's something I refrain to do. I'm sorry. You're not going to use me with that tactic. But you guys want to argue God. But you see, the thing is that the God that you are worshiping is brother, at this point, everything you're saying is false. Okay. Doesn't make sense, unfortunately. Open your mind and study. All right, you're right. You got it. When should we expect the hog reveal? Zahn says you want to be a threat in the world, but go to prison and want to return to Islam. That's what I'm saying, bro. All this other shit they talk about don't really matter. That's a way of escaping and finding protection. I know the tactics, bro. I didn't talk to the brothers who've been in, out of jail. I done worked in the criminal justice facilities. It's funny how and I'm moving on, guys. Bro said a 9-year-old back then ain't the same now. I'm not. Listen. All right. RSVP. Exactly. A monster hiding behind religion. So corrupt. Let me get to back to the chat, man. I'm done with y'all brothers, man. Y'all got it, bro. I'm wrong, bro. You right. I'm that's that's Listen, that's what y'all owe it, bro. They say I'm ignorant, I'm this and I'm that. Y'all got it, bro. Y'all got it. Yeah, I completely understand. Moving on. Bro even said he can't take me serious, but he's still typing. He's still typing towards me. If you can't take me serious, why are you still typing towards me? Is what I don't understand. If you can't take me serious, I don't know what I'm talking about. I need to do deeper studying. Then you're right. I'll go do deeper studying. Trust me, I will. And I'll come right back to these lives. And I hope you're still here. Clippers are my favorite team. That's what's up. Oh my God. Yeah, yo. You see when you see how you really extract demons out of people? Bro said a 9-year-old girl ain't the same as today is. I believe when you're born and you turn 9 years old, like my son is, he's 9. My son is 9 years old. So I've watched them and have raised them up to that 9 year old. What's the difference between you see the lengths they will go in their mind, make it make sense to save the face of religion, bro. And people, once again, this is why I keep certain people. I don't just kick everybody out the live. I know some people are trolling and doing this and that, but this exposes exactly what I'm talking about. Do you see the programming is so deep that the lymphs or even the thought process to actually type that out and send it, like they typed it out, looked at it, and actually had to hit the send button to send it. And that made sense to them under the name of their religion. Angela Dolce, peace. Peace to you, sis. Zan says, I usually don't get irritated, but trying to justify Muhammad having underage wives is crazy. The world has a special place for men like that. Zan, listen, bro, I don't mean to laugh. It's not even really a laugh matter. But the work that I'm doing is God's work. And this is why you don't tell people, once again, this is me, God that I serve. I'd rather keep it to myself because you exposing the God that you worship and the people that have put you onto it, the wickedness that's really behind it because you're hiding behind it. And then you will justify it to the death to even make yourself. You, s- y'all seen it for your own eyes, bro. And I'm the crazy one. I'm the one that hasn't done the research. Oh man, yo. RX Media Group is asking you a question. Nader Zal, I'm done with you, brother. Abe Snake, peace. I appreciate you for that donation too, Abe Snake. Thank you, brother. I thank you, man. That's gratitude. Peace come from within. I really enjoy listening and learning something new from you. Have a great night. You have a great night too, Abe Snake, if you're still in here. I appreciate you, brother. And thank you for opening up your mind, taking a hold of the book that I recommended, The Stolen Legacy by George James, and taking the time to read. And brother said he got to a point where he had to put the book down for a second, do his own research to study himself approved. come back to this live, find me again on this live, and let me know what he has come across. And I asked him, what do you think so far? He said, bro, and told me exactly. Listen, I had to, because he peeled back some layers. Came to find out some hard truths. Noah, amen, says, what topic? What's the topic? What are you talking about? Hey, man, I ain't talking about nothing much anymore. I'm trying to catch up to the chat and move away from the last topic we was talking about, because having conversations with or trying to have a actual conversation with some people is not really a conversation. We're talking to some sickos masked under religion. Oh, you're always so behind chat. Sam Hyde, I know. Just have some patience, man. That's wild. I didn't expect that. Yo, that really I really didn't expect that. OG Kick says that's probably the most ignorant statement I've read in a long time. Yeah, I really didn't expect that, man. You're doing a true exorcism tonight. It's different type of ages in here tonight. Yeah, it's oh my gosh, yo. And I'm sorry once again, man. If I'm trying to catch up to the chat, Coco Valentine, peace to you. Hey, hey, smiles. I appreciate that, sis. Thank you. Oh man. Penna says, if this is on religion, I'd like to throw my belief system in here. I'm an occultist, Thelamite. Oh, with Delima. That's crazy, bro. Does anybody know who hold on, let me catch up to the chat. I'm sorry. Aleister Crowley, it's occultism. Occultist. Armando Perez is saying. Yes, Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is a no, oh man. No, people may call it witchcraft, loose term, penance. Yeah, witchcraft is a loose term that is used now. Yes, I agree. Oh, brother, man. Yeah, I blocked Jimmy. Don't worry about it. Catching up. Yeah. All right, now I'm caught up. After all that spamming Jimmy was doing, the only true God is the God within ourselves. God is in you and me. Does anybody know who Gerald Massey is? Daniel Abrams. Peace to you, man. May he rest in peace. He flew to close to the sun. Kelly Patterson says, DHL Mike, peace. Does anyone know who Gerald Massey is? Enlighten us. I got you, Armando Perez. Peace to you. And who's Benson Boone? I don't know who that is. I'm moving on from whatever DHL Mike was talking about, whatever these other guys are talking about. I'm moving on because they simply he a singer. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Some people just be saying I look like random people sometimes too. Oh man, let me look him up to see who actually talked about real fast. Anybody know who Gerald Massey is? And thanks for the sub, Kelly Patterson. I appreciate that. Benson Boone. Man, I don't look like no damn Benson Boone. And you ain't sub either, cause you a liar. He is a singer, but I don't he's a white guy. Oh man. Gerald Massey. He also has some books. And Gerald Massey. Let me pronounce this right. And if you guys are ever Kelly Patterson, I thank you for the sub. If you did, I appreciate it. What you on here lying about? Um, Gerald Massey. Yes, he's a poet. Great, Cash Blix and ID 11 Jailbreak. All right, Gerald Massey. He said he look like a white guy. That's crazy. Yeah, right. These people are funny. Gerald Massey. Gerald, like Gerald Levert for my black people. That's what I'm saying. Gerald. I know you know what I mean? My tongue, you could, you know what I mean? If you can't pick up on the words I'm saying, people like to correct you too, how you pronounce a certain words. Gerald. Massey, Massey. Just in case for those who want to go on their own search to look up this man. And he is credited to writing some books. Some of these books are he's accredited to writing The Natural Genesis, Ancient Egypt, The Light of the World, Book of the Beginnings. How many did I name for you guys? That's what's that? Three already? And let me name one more. Which one? Which one? He's written a lot of books, by the way. He's a poet. And Gnostic and Historic Christianity, Book of the Dead. It's another one, Chris Gonzalez. Great job. You know who Gerald Massey is. Now, it's funny that that person said that I look like a white singer. Now, expressing to you that this man wrote these books, and I mentioned Egypt. General Massey is a white man. He did his own study and wrote these books talking about the origins of Christianity, Book of the Beginning. This other book talking about the natural Genesis, ancient ancient Egypt, the light of the world. General Massey, a white man, did his own research and came back to find out. Once again, all roads lead back to Egypt. And maybe some of you guys, not everyone, but some of you guys need to do your research because they won't believe these words coming out of black man's mouth. But go back to read a historic book written by various books written by an historic white man, and maybe you'll believe it then. You only believe it if it's coming out of a English poet professor's mouth. Black guy on YouTube saying there's something wrong with him. He needs to. So I suggest that too. You know, Gerald Massey. Go read up on him and read some of his books. There are over 2,000 gods in ancient Egypt. Chris Gonzalez. You won't hear any argument from me, brother. You had someone in here earlier saying there's only one according to their religion. Daniel Barry says, "Hey everyone, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, brother." Beck says, "What's up, man? I just checked out your page. How long have you been celibate?" Moto Life, can you do ASMR? Nah, that's not my lane. Um, let's see. I've been on the semen retention journey going on as long as the content has been over there. It's a journey of up and downs where, sexually active at some points and then, I'm not in no relationship and stuff like that. So, I'm chilling right now. Um, what's funny? The same amount of time that been stopped smoking marijuana was the last time I had sex. It's been 3 months. I would never believe a YouTube man just because he's YouTube. I'm more inclined to believe my people. But Moto Life, to answer your question, I've had sex 3 months ago, but when I'm not dealing with a partner or not in a relationship, um, I'm not giving my energy away to anyone. Amon Ra is naming one of the gods. Yes, you are. Amon Ra is Chris Gonzalez, the sun god. Is he not? A lot of these religions reference the sun god when they say their prayers. And at the end of their prayers, they say, Chris Gonzalez, you just was credited to saying that it was over 2,000 gods in Egypt, ain't it? Yes, Chris Gonzalez. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. Listen close, Chris Gonzalez. I'm not saying he is referenced to be the sun god, correct? It's a yes or no. I'm not arguing anymore about who, what is. No, he's the one God, he's the two God, he's the three, the four, five. And yes, he is likened to Zeus. And when you start to break that, this is what I try to get people to do because I'm a wordsmith. When you start to break down these words and connect the pieces, Zeus looks awfully alike like Jesus, the sun god, as to why on Sunday he is mostly worshipped. Thank you, Chris Gonzalez. Yes, let's connect the dots. I want to connect the dots. That's all I want to do. Amen Ra. And when a lot of these religions pray, and as you're saying, Chris Gonzalez, he's known to be the top dog, the top. And when prayers are ended, what do the people say at the end of their praise? They say, Amen, 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 giving reference to Amen Ra is hidden right there in religion in their faces when they are praying, but they can't make the connection. They don't know the reverence. But you do your study, you're peeling back the layers. That's why people have a fixation on uh Chris Gonzalez. They always say that Jesus is God or Jesus is King. Jesus Christ is King. It's that reference right there of Amen. And what you just said was he's the one, right? The one. Like Neo in the Matrix, he's connected to the one. KJ stacking bread. Peace to you, brother. Oh, white. I'm sorry. When I see YT motto life, uh, please refer that to YouTube. I'm sorry. I got you now. I got you. I got you. But yes, I get what you're saying. Motto life now. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, you. I was just. I'm not saying that for my people. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that for my people. I was saying that for, yeah, the Caucasians out there. Listen to, go read a book written by a Caucasian about the same topics I'm talking about. The same shit I'm saying, same books. He's very astute. He did his study. But even some of our people still, they need to go listen to a white man say it for real, for real. Amin Ra is the creator, God who combined with Ra to become Amun Ra, king of the gods. Ashley says, hello, peace. Continue in your journey. My longest abstinent celibate run was 3 plus years. Yes. Yeah, whenever I'm not in relationship, not dealing with anybody, I'm chilling. I'm not dating. I'm not spending money on no females. So that's a good thing. Mike Simba. Oh my bad. That's a alert that I just got. That's one of my followers over there. I appreciate Mike Simba, man. He always comes through. He's not in the live right now, but I had an alert come through my channel. My bad, guys. Ty Cena says, I'm going to remain single forever. May your heavenly Father exceed abundantly in your life. Less smiles. Thank you. I'm not getting married or having kids, Ty Cena says. I mean, that's your choice, brother or sister. I'm not really too sure what your gender is, but I don't want to offend you. But whatever your choice is, I'm not going to argue with you to do anything that you don't want to do. You're not going to get no argument from me. If that's your choice, and hey, every culture around the world has a sun god. Yes, they do. It is sun worship. I don't want to be in a relationship at all. Not a lot of people talk about Ptah. Mark Hugh Minor says, yes. Just tapped in. Appreciate your content, King. I appreciate you coming through. And thank you for checking out the content. It's crazy how we can download anything we want in life, like how they downloaded information in the Matrix. It was just quicker in the movie. Yeah, now that's a fact. Hustle's 8 months for me, no SEX, but I'm hitting my blunt from the back every night. I hear that, hustlers, man. I will never get into a relationship. Never. Damn. Why are you like this, T Cena, Ty Cena? Please explain. And I don't want to judge and I don't want to jump ahead of the gun, but it sounds like you may have had your heart broken. You don't want to go and experience possibly that same heartache, that same pain again. Don't smile when get out of here. $1,300 for a 1 bedroom apartment, Charlotte, North Carolina. Damn, Chris Gonzalez. Makes sense. PC Bullet Sponge. Do you ever feel like you were born to a shit society but forces you to wipe? Damn. Uh yes. PC Bullet Sponge. That's what we in right now. We dealing with a lot of shit. And society forces us to have to clean it up. Uh, Hi, Inca here. And yes, all cultures have sun gods, even the atheist Inca Empire. We had love to the sun, and we signify its strength in our culture. Marl says, "Love you, Love you too, man." 650 a month in Illinois, one bedroom. Damn. Ali just been says, "What's up? Peace and peace." As we got yeah, 650 is crazy, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, hold on for a second. Lively or Livy. Luck says, "Huh?" I don't know if you're saying huh to that 650 for Illinois, that two bedroom actually. Nah, hold up. Yeah, I'm about to yeah, that caught my attention, man. Might have to relocate if that's what's going on over there. Savion says S-U-N son or S-O-N son of God. I don't know, brother. I've even heard someone taught one way. I'm just putting this out there, right? That if you replace the S-O-N in certain scriptures and put it S-U-N, it starts to make more sense. There's only one sun in our solar system. When we deal with the universe, there's only one sun. Go down a certain rabbit hole and you start to realize the correlation with now different cultures also referencing the sun and everyone saying there's only one sun. Are we talking about S-O-N or S-U-N? Now it starts to get spookier because we realize it may be just the S-U-N that everyone is referring to. The path starts to get lonelier and lonelier because it starts to reveal that one, no one is coming to save you, and then two, you out this bitch alone for real. So some people would rather take the easy route and say SON. It has to be a person. It has to be a person to come save us. It's a savior that's going to drop from the sky and come save us all. Ah, man. If you look at some of these writings and the praises on those Egyptian walls as they was giving reference to the SUN, and when you talk about also the god Amen Re being also a reference to the sun and the sun rays. Oh man. Chris Gonzalez says, Mike Simba, I just shouted you out in a live. I seen you at I don't know if it was a message or you made a comment, but I seen an alert come up on my YouTube studio, man. Peace, brother. Long time, bro. These lives on here has been very entertaining, brother, for to at least say that. Chris Gonzalez says something very profound. At least I know the SUN is real. Certain shit is just common sense. Once you start to break the programming, what you have been taught, and relearn, reteach yourself. Once again, Some truths are very hard, but once when you start to connect the dots with certain stuff and things are supposed to be universal, how can we all be one people? Make this make sense. People want to unify so bad and be one people, but what is something we can all really connect to? Because it can't be an SON because there's too many cultures out here claiming to have them here. Uh, have them in this denomination. Have them over here in this religion as only a prophet. Have 'em, but something we can all universally agree on is that what rises and what circulates, or however you want to put it, what's guaranteed is that that SUN, you can all universally say we know that shit is real. Make sense? Okay. How can it be an atheist empire but believe in a God? I don't know. I'm not atheist. You gotta have to have atheist that. And I'm pretty sure that's who you're talking to, but that's I don't know. Not very good heat and place definitely needs. Oh, Flint Lock. You talking about in Illinois? Um, saving up on half, bro, and having a space heater is you know, it is what it is, brother. But I get what you're saying. Where do you get them pics for your thumbnails, for your audios? Mike Simba, I just go on Google. I use Google for that, and I just type in free art images and whatever that topic may be that I'm talking on, or whatever road that I'm going down of whatever I'm talking on based upon whatever I'm feeling that day, how the content resonates, that's what I search on. So I always look up free art images because it could be copyright with images and stuff like that. And then most likely if you don't type in free art images, uh what will pop up on you is images that you have to buy. So long story short, I go on Google, type in free art images, and then based upon the topic or however the context of the topic is speaking to me, that's what I search based upon that. And how I want it to visually affect the people. That's another way I get, certain images to pop up. Um, if you type in like free art images of metaphysical images or whatever the case may be, you have some interesting images pop up like that as well. But Google is good for getting those free art images, not thumbnails, but free art images if you're on Google. Ohio R11 says 6'7". Guys, do y'all know what that 6'7" meaning is? If y'all don't know, I'll be willing to tell you guys what it is. Savion says, I have a question. Go ahead, shoot. I need to catch up with the chat. Maybe you put it in here already. Hope and prayers without actions is no hope at all. Yeah. Faith without works is dead, my brother. We must become the change in the world. I agree. It starts with self. It starts with you. Hello, young man. How you be? Frank says, peaceful, brother. Thank you for asking. I'm doing great. Calvin Gamble says, sex. that's that's funny, yo. Peace, brother. Keep telling them the truth, bro. Yeah, hey, Mike Simba, man. I appreciate it, man. Project. Lynette, hello, and peace to you. Mary was a virgin. Mary had a little lamb, sons of the sons. Thus it says. Alex B. Bly. Alex Bly says, Satan loves you. I take it as the same when people say Jesus loves you. That's one and the same. How you like that? Oh man, we all have sons, but there are only one son. SUN. May I ask, are you Christian? Um, Lively, the way I've been talking, I think you Let me catch up to the chat, and maybe by now you probably may have. I need to catch up, so I think you may have caught on by now if I'm Christian or not. By the way, I express myself. Sun God Savion says, but the sun is creation like us. Why worship the creation instead of the creator of it? Um, once again, that's on you as an individual. Once again, I have my own personal relationship with my creator and how I reference my own style of worship, and it is a intimate worship. I hope you guys can find your own and have that personal connection with your creator as well, which you may call God. I don't pretend to be holier than thou and all that other stuff, so I'm not so reluctant to just give that information out so people can judge me on how I worship and telling me I need to do this or I need to go that way about it and I'm doing it wrong. Who are you to tell me about my relationship with God and how I worship God? And that's the issue with religion. They are giving you instructions on how to do it. It is supposed to be divinely guided, aren't you? And by divine right and how you reference God is on you. Once again, it's for your determination to make. Some people reference the SUN the same way they reference the SON. It's going to be on you how you deal with that. I was in a head on collision in October 2022. I don't remember the accident and was knocked out. On impact, I was resuscitated, but remember vividly meeting my brother in the sky, no longer afraid to die, Symmetry says. Wow. I'm glad you're still here, sis. For real, for real. And that's covering. Me and your brother, as I would like to believe, he is no longer with us on this human plane. So he came to visit you. Just as when my mother, when she was about to die on her deathbed, and I was at her bedside, and she was looking off into the distance as she had a vision already that it was about to be over. She said, my mother, her mother, my grandmother, was coming to get her, was with her, and was letting her know it's close to that time. The one and only Chris Gonzalez saying, SUN. OG Breadstick says, elaborate, 6'7". Brenda Coley says, what's up? Softball says, hi. Symmetry said, my brother died at 15 from COVID, C19 the year before. The afterlife is definitely real. Yes. I felt loved and completely understood by the entire atmosphere. Rumiti says, yo, 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 peace. Softball. God bless you, man. You're a great man. Keep going. I just know he. Where would you rather live? EXO EXO says, where would you rather live? Miami or Manhattan? Miami. I'm not dealing with crazy ass Manhattan. Too much traffic. I know there's some is traffic everywhere. I know Miami can be traffic, but I dealt with I'm on the East Coast and dealt with Manhattan traffic. I'm good. It's beautiful at night with the high rises and stuff like that, but I'd rather be down in Miami South Beach for real. I'd rather deal with the people down there than deal with New Yorkers that I've been dealing with all my life, being from Jersey. Long as you breathe, you inhale. Inhale. Damn, hustlers, that's steep. Seems like a cop out. Only religious people would get mad. Whatever you say, Livy. I don't even know what you're talking about for real. I'm trying to catch up to the chat. You think somebody in their feelings? These are facts over feelings. The path. Love it, brother. Interpersonal relationship. That's it. You like peaches. Yeah, I like peaches. They cool. Do you believe there's an afterlife? If so, how do you get to it? Afterlife? You gotta die, brother. That's how you get to it. At the life you live here on this plane, that's it. Oh, and I guess you talking about Livy Lux. You're still on that me and who I worship and who I pray to. That's a cop out. You must be disguised as another agent. The same person before who tried to use the same tactic. Now you're under another profile name saying the same shit. Oh, it's a cop out. You don't understand. See, that's jealousy. You hear that, God? That's jealousy. They're the ones that are jealous. You're not a jealous God. They're the ones that's jealous because we have a. Oh, okay. I'm talking about something else. All right. I don't know what you're saying. That's a cop out to them. But me saying that I have a personal relationship with my Creator, and that's where I go to. And this is the thing with me, right? Anyone who is close to me or gains closer to me, right? Suppose that I have a female, and that's 6'7". If anybody doesn't know what that 6'7" means, I'm going to share what the meaning behind that is and where that comes from. If you guys aren't aware, you seem like someone you can't have a conversation with. Then why are you here to have a conversation with me? How are you still here? If I'm not the type of person that you can't have a conversation with, why are you still here on this live listening to me? Have a conversation with the people. My relationship, right? If suppose I'm in a relationship with a female and she wants to get to know me more intimately, wants to get to know me and how I do things because women want to be around a man that is led by God, that has a relationship with God. The more that woman is willing to get to be around me, get a more intimate in depth of who I am and I where I'm going, what I pray to, and if I'm a praying man, if I'm a godly man. I'll reveal that to that person. But for you internet weirdos who want to come on, troll, and then twist the narrative how you want to twist it, why do that? That's setup. Once again, I don't do it for self-aggrandizement. I don't do it for a self-image thing. And I don't care to come on and feel like my relationship with God is so vast that I need to share it with the people to make myself and my image holier than thou. Because I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. That's why I am willing to share. I'm not a perfect person. You people like to use that religion talk and this religion talk and connect it to whoever, what deity you like to connect it to make yourself seem a certain way. I'm not about that. I curse. I get freaky at times. When I got the right partner, I'm comfortable with who I am and what I do. It's you people, holier than thou, pretending. Yeah, you asked me, am I Christian? I told you to stick along and just listen. Then you will get your answer. But you're not you're not willing to listen. You take that as me ignoring your question. I just want you to listen and pick up on what I'm putting down. You actually listen, but you want to listen to not understand me. You want to listen to respond. So I know your tactics. And if it's boring, tennis, you can leave. You don't have to be here if it's boring for you. My style ain't for everybody. It's exclusive. This is exclusive energy. No, I didn't say you should already know. So you're just trying to twist up my words. Like I said what I said. If I said that you should already know, if you've been here and you've been hearing me talking and referencing nothing about being Christian, then you should already know. Facts. Now I'm saying it. All right, I said it, and I said it again. Are you Christian, Livy Lux? Because now I'm ready to get to tell you something about your Christianity. Are you Christian? if we are blessed with the ears to hear, yeah, they supposed to be blessed with the ears to hear. Obviously, they, you know what I mean? It's cool though. No, you're not Christian. All right, good. 6 7. Is it evil or is it good? So I'm gonna let you get this determination. 6 7, and hold on, Mike Simba, I got you. 6 7. There is a gang set. If you know the rapper Skrilla, I'm done answering your questions, Livy Lux. I'm good. Didn't you tell me it was a cop out? Because I told you I don't share. You haven't been listening, so now I'm about to get you up out of here. You're done. I just told you I don't share that information with the internet of who I reference. I don't follow any religion at all. You haven't been listening. 6 7 is a gang set in Philadelphia. There's a connection to, if you know the rapper Skrilla. But also, the more or the deeper meaning to 6 7 is code that the police use. And the code, when they go over the intercom and release 6 7, means a body. It's murder. It's death. They are reporting death. 6 7 is reporting death. So that's the meaning behind 6 7. Is the police code of reporting death over that said walkie talkie, intercom, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, oh shit is right. Urban legend. RC, what up, my guy? I see you grinding. Yeah, man, I'm out here once again on these YouTube lives, man. Talking shit to the people. Everybody in here. I thought 7 8 9. And Magic Wonder says, oh shit. I'm sorry, 187. 187 is murder. 6 7 is report of a death. Is reporting a death. I was just, when it's introduced into the rap music, the way it's being referenced is like, what these rappers be trying to say that they're doing to people. It's murder. You know what I mean? It's a different way of saying that murder. But 6 7, it's just cold. But when the police reference that code, it's the reported death. That's the reference. Has the rap game peaked? Um, EG dog. Um, to me, the rap game has always had its ups and downs, and it's always changed over time. It's always evolved into something different. Right now is at its lowest point, I feel like. Um, being that it's gone away from like the lyrics, the lyricism, these kids not really listening to it for lyrics anymore. It's just about beat, rhythm. So it's lost its mystique of how it is. So I don't know about peak. Maybe something could bring it back, but there's still rappers out there that's still lyrical, really pushing the music as it should be, as the art form has always been. It's just that the generation now, what they are, have been gravitating to, the generation and the culture is going to carry it, but so far. So right now, it is at a peak where it's in trouble, bro. It is in trouble, but over time, I think it'll get back to where it needs to get back to. Can spirituality be defined through the foods that we eat? Bronze Golden. Can I share this book with you? Yes, to answer your question. And there's a book, Kemetic Diet, Ancient African Wisdom for Health of Mind, Body, and Spirit. Bronze Golden, that was a great question. So yes, the foods that we eat can have and is a connectivity to your spirituality. Everything in moderation, if you are into other stuff, of course. But there's a book like that on it that can help you with your dietary system to help you cleanse and purify. Fasting. That's why fasting is done across religion because they know um, having a clean vessel for whatever spirit that they want to introduce to you to have really an effect on you because it has a lot to do with getting up in here. Your gut is said to be your second brain. So the clearer your gut is, your gut health is, it affects up here. Ultimately, with that affecting your brain, how your brain works, your thoughts becoming things, how you are thinking, your thought process has an effect to your spirit. Great question. Purify the temple, define. Would you drop tilted or pleasant in OG season 4? What is that? I don't know what that is, Michael Cruz. Would you drop tilted or pleasant? What? Mike Simba says, where the people get too confused and as a result get swindled their resources, material and spiritual, is always trying to put literal meaning to religious texts. Square pegs into round holes. Yes, Mike Simba. Agreed, brother. Almost all your religious texts is written in allegory, meaning is written in a certain form to be actually decoded and not taken in literal form. Enjoy the moment says, do you play an instrument? Nah. Thank you for the reconciliation project, Lynette says. Bronze Golden, I've been thinking about going vegan. The American meat is not what it used to be. Bronze Golden, that would be a great idea. I did the vegan diet for a good 4 years. And once again, that helped me on my path. I did it for spiritual reasons. Once again, I was on a spiritual path of just searching for spiritual growth. Greatest I ever felt at that time with really being conscious of my diet and things I was intaking, and taking that break from the meat and stuff like that. Nowadays, I do eat meat every now and then. Um, but once again, paying attention to what I'm eating and not over indulging in that stuff. And then every now and then I do also fast. I drink a lot of water. Um, and yeah, that's about it. Every now and then I do introduce, plant based or peace and blessings. Peace to you. And very conscious about how much I'm intaking of these meat products. Mr. 100 says hi. Goofy Eye says hi. That's funny. N67 now, like says hi. And Ron said, I went vegan too for a while. Raw pecan tacos so far. Yeah, those are good. Yeah. I made raw I didn't make pecan tacos recently. I made raw pecan chili. Raw pecan chili with some beans in that joint. That was good too. Is open a third eye a real thing? Yes. Yes it is. It is a real thing. Hold on, guys, while I put my phone on charge. I'm gonna turn the mic off. And no pork, Mike Simba. Once again, man, one of my favorite pizza, man. One of my favorite pizza toppings is pepperoni, bro. Like that was always a cheat meal for me when yeah, when I was especially like that was always like a whole box of pizza I could take down. That's when I was in like my bodybuild like heavy gym days and stuff like that where I need a cheat meal. That was my go-to right there. But nowadays, yeah, nah, no pork. It's not a religious thing, not so much of a spiritual thing either. Just cutting back on uh certain meat products, but especially the pork. It holds no real nutritional value. So that's why I really eat for. I eat for like nutrition and stuff like that. Um, tracking protein and stuff like that. I know it has protein, but it's really not good for you for real, for real. So I don't do the pork. When you talk about the similarities across different religions and traditions, um, Project Lynette, I don't know if you've been in here, but I feel like I've talked enough about that topic now. We spent enough time on that topic earlier. If you want to hear some things about different religions and traditions, you could rewind back a little bit. Watch this on playback. And Calvin Gamble, I haven't smoked any marijuana in 3 months. And yes, I've tried. Yeah, soursop. Yep. Soursop is good. I haven't had none in a while. Chris Gonzalez says human sacrifice. What you mean by that, brother? YK not? How is it wonderful? How's it going, wonderful people? YK not, man. Peace to you, man. You in here kind of late, brother. Usually you in here at a time. You're so lucky. I've been wanting to try soursop ever since I first saw it. Yeah, I tried soursop a while back. It's been a while. It's been years. Well, when I was vegan, actually, when I was on a vegan diet, um, yeah, I was still in Jersey at that time, and there was a certain market that sold certain fruits, exotic fruits. I got that and the juice. I bought both of them joints. Oh, it's different. It's sweet though. It's very sweet, sweet as hell. Let me see why YK now is talking about. YK not, man, you wrong for that, brother. YK not said the reason why he in here so late, he said I was on some pretty girls live. I ain't mad at that, man. And Hollywood WD Savage says, can you open the book for us, bro? The first page. I don't even know. I don't know what you're talking about. What did you miss? You missed some interesting topics. What I mean? We went down that road of yeah, nah, soursop is good. It is sweet. But yeah, we are talking about religion a little. Well, not a little bit. We was talking about religion a lot, like usual. Went down that rabbit hole, talking about certain things. Um, Hollywood Savage, you talking about that comedic? Nah, that ain't no Dr. Sebi book. See, there's some books out here that I mean. It's more than that, bro. I mean? Other people been on that type of timing, not just Dr. Sebi. You feel me? I be having some exclusive books, man. And people they don't want to read. A lot of people don't want to read or do their own research, especially when it comes down to that religion. Some people, you know what I mean, just stuck in that way, and I get it. It's hard to crack somebody's belief and make them at least entertain the thought of trying something new, trying something different. Um, but yeah, why can't now we went down that road of religion again, spirituality. Um, and once again, I have a personal relationship with my creator as to I don't reference on the internet what God I worship. And I suggest the people out there do the same. If you, one, are so in depth with your God and your relationship with them, it don't got to be broadcasted. And then two, you should have a more intimate and closer relationship with that said God. That's how I deem my relationships real. I don't like nobody in my business like that. And that's my business. Um, yeah, what's the name of the book you showed us? And thanks, bro. I got you, Wild Savage. Bro wanted me to bust out and read out the first page, but I'm gonna show it again. See, you got to be at work in 3 hours. The sun god is the true God. Chris Gonzalez, man, peace to you, man. Yeah, get some rest if you can, bro. Be safe at work, and I appreciate you for stopping through and sharing some knowledge as well, bro. I want to try Durian. I don't even know how to say that if I spelled it right. They say it is banned in the U.S. because it smells so bad. I don't know if you're spelling it right or whatever, but I've never heard of that. I apologize. I got to chat late. I thought this was philosophy and spirituality. I didn't mean to spam. Excuse me. But yeah, Project Lynette. We talked about we went down a little bit path of spirituality and stuff like that. Very smart is personal relationship. Yeah, brother. That's why when I see certain people and how they harp on, their religious belief, and I get it. I understand it. Bronze, golden. Yeah, these people are very weird. Some of these people are very weird. Paulette Stinnett says, if you worship the true God, if you worship the true and God, you should not keep it a secret. Here we go. You're a troll. You're an agent. The whole idea is to share the truth once you receive it. No, it's not. Because I've shared the truth before. Once when you catch wind that people aren't willing to receive it, then what's the point? You can't. There's a phrase where we talk about, on this side, Paulette, about magic glasses. Do you know who Dick Gregory is? And he talks about the magic glasses. Actually, it's a reference to him. You can't force anyone to put on the magic glasses. Because once when you put on the magic glasses, you can't take them off. They're your responsibility. And once when you put them on also, you have to take things for what they are. You have to accept the truth for what they are and where it stands. You can't have no feelings about what the truth is. This is facts over feelings. So now, Paulette, respectfully, no one is going to see unless they are willing to learn for real. The simple information that I give to the people to search on their own, because people need to study to show themselves approved. You get me, Paulette? They're not willing to go. They want to argue. I'm not in the business of arguing God. God doesn't want you to argue the truth. A lot of people are out here arguing God. I'm not in that business. All I'm going to do is give out the information where you can search. Then that's it. I'll leave it alone. When God tells you to come seek him and search him and says, go into a closet, a secret place. That sounds personal to me. That sounds like going into confines. When it comes to food, I prioritize food that increase testosterone levels at a time. Been doing it for 3 years, and the difference is huge. Plus, the semen retention journey this has changed my looks and thinking. Yes, for sure, Mike Simba. Once again, this is the book Comedic Diet, Ancient African Wisdom for Health of My Body and the Spirit. If you can see on the cover, and this book is written by Dr. Matua Ashby, not Dr. Sebi. There have been more holistic people out here on this type of timing talking about a more holistic diet. The real soul food. I know it's backwards, but try to get that doctor. Muataashby. I don't know, the person who wanted me to read the first page of the book, I don't know if they still in here. I might have been willing to do that. James, what's up, my brother? From another mother. James Smith, peace to you. I too find arguments petty. Yeah, why can't I? It's very petty. Petty as hell. And then why are we being petty over God? If it's that serious and if religion is really supposed to be taken, and if all this other shit about, why are we being petty? If it was really real like that, why are we being petty? Why are you trolling? Why are you being an agent? Paulette, he also said, go into the world and preach the gospel. I'm not a preacher, man. And I'm not preaching the gospel. I'm not preaching gospel. You have me confused with a church leader. I'm not in no church. I'm in the confines of my home on the YouTube Live. And I get it. You're saying what you're saying. I'm not trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand your belief, not argue. No, I don't think you're an agent for asking a question. To get a better understanding of me is exactly what I'm saying. Because you are showing signs of agent tendencies. Because when I say that it's a personal relationship with me and God, that means I have a boundary between the people, me, and the God that I reference. So by you imposing and trying to tell me something different, seems like agent activity, if you can understand that. When someone says that they have a boundary and a relationship with someone, and you keep on harping on it, and I don't know you for real like that, come on. And I'm on to another topic, so you can't even respect the fact that I'm on my platform trying to talk to the people about this book. You still want me to go into personal details about myself that I already told you I'm not going to. So you seem imposing. That's agent activity. So it's not just one question that you ask, it's the way that you're going about it and the multiple questions that you have asked. I'm past the topic once again. So are you done, Paulette? Are you still going to be here to get some information about this book like the last person asked, or can we move on to another topic? Or are you still going to be questioning me? African wellness is great and all, but the whole world has great methods. No, the whole world doesn't. In this Western civilization, in this Western culture, this is a part of the world, right? We have greasy ass fast foods. where the workers mishandle food, people get food poisoning. Um, it is even has said that like in grocery stores, when we deal with they just recently put out that Oreo cookies. That cream that's in Oreo cookies isn't even real cream. So in this Western civilization and the Western diet is trash. This is a part of the world. It's not a great method to go by with this westernized diet. One of the best diets you can be on is within this book. It is Kemetic diet. Kemetic, like your chemistry, like ancient Kemet. Ancient Kemet has to do with Egypt. All roads lead back to Egypt. And all is just introduced, and it has nothing really to do with African wellness. These are still some of the same foods that you get here in the States. It's just better for you. But because an African person wrote it and they put on here the real soul food, you have an issue with it because it originates from an African continent. Kehu, if you have a book that has anything from Europe and their diet, then you can produce that. But here is just something that I have for the people of my community. Obviously, I am Black. I am African. So this is the book I have bought. If you want to buy me a book, donate to the channel. Recommend me a book, and I'll go buy that book. How about that? Show me the other methods. I invested into this book, went vegan based upon this book. First page, it says, in the United States of America, approximately 50% of deaths are due to heart disease. That's what it says on the first page. It lets you know. So that bullshit you talking about, the whole world has great methods. Let me read that again for you on the first page. Brother told me to read the first page of the book if I could. Let me read the very first, in the United States, the USA, approximately half, 50% of all the deaths are due to heart disease. So it's educating you first on what the hell is going on in the West Side, Western civilization and diet. And 50% of the deaths are based on that. So let me get back to the chat. So as I catch up to the chat, I hope you I hope that you know, Kehu lets you know about the whole world. United States is a part of the world. Mike Simba, all the folks asking about God in the comments, just tell them to read 12 Powers of Man. Yeah, Mike Simba, 12 Powers of Man is a powerful book. I got that book. Let me show that to him. Where is it? Yeah. It's this book, Charles Fillmore. Talks about the disciplines of man. Goes down to different 12 attributes and stuff like that. Bronze Golden. I worship to my creator. I make my prayers out to my creator. Once again, the closer people get to me, may know me on a more serious tip, you know, I'm willing to share. I'm willing to share that. But, you know, when people say put God first, that's what I do. I put God first. I put my creator first over anything and everybody. Hollywood Savage says, I was always a Nipsey Hussle fan, and he opened my eyes up to Dr. Sebi, but no one else, but I have to do more research. Yes, I get that, Hollywood Savage. Dr. Sebi, I'm a huge Nipsey Hussle fan, by the way, too, if you can't tell. Dr. Sebi was put out there more on the mainstream. Left Eye Lopez was another one who put Dr. Sebi out there into the mainstream of healing, and he had a big case. The reason why he became so mainstream is because he had a big case going on with, he was out there making claims that he was curing people with HIV, going down the holistic side of medicine, doing things holistic, changing the diet of the people and things like that. So he was sued, but then he took his claims to court, and he actually ended up winning, proving his case. I'll be like a Satanist going into a church and harping on them about the devil is God or some crazy thing like that. Why can't not? You're absolutely right. And David Washera, I don't know what you mean by what book is that, sir, that I'm reading from? Was it the holistic book I was reading about or the 12 Powers of Man? And yeah, Mike Simba, I got to catch up to the chat. They've been saying me for a preacher, a pastor. I never claimed to be nothing. Joseph says, you got football cards? Nah, man. I got one football card, and it's a Donovan McNabb rookie card. That's it. I need to learn about more doctors. Thanks for showing us the book. Yeah, man, I appreciate that. I appreciate you, brother. In Africa, quite a few people produce their own food. That's something we are dire need here in the West. That's a fact. Good Guy Activism says, yo, peace, brother. Got a little ringing in my ear just now. I'm going to buy the book as well. Yeah, Hollywood Savage, get that. I was once told you want people to believe anything, you have to put it in a book. Hustle says, I was once told if you want people to believe anything, you have to put it in a book. Now, the saying goes, if you want to hide, or if you want to hide stuff from the people, put it in the book. Because people are reluctant to read for their own. So if you want to hide information, hustlers, if you want to hide the information from the masses, from the people, put it in the book. Why does it matter how he worships? You can hear what he's about by listening, do what he delivers, and how. Divine Energy Studio, damn, where you come from? But thank you for that. But yeah, there's some truth into that. Once again, it's an intimate relationship. I suggest a lot of you guys practice the same way if you're really taking it serious. But really, some people do it for the image, to say that they are this, they are that, this is how they, operate, this is where they worship, just to be, some people just want to be different, some people want to be, Project Nilette, here we go. What are your thoughts on the hypocrite theory or the paradox? What exactly are you speaking on about the hypocrite theory? I don't know what that name is. Saley girl? You're not black, Hebrew, Israelite, or NOI. Nope. At the Vine, your questions. That's your question is. Yeah, I gotta chill. But no, listen, I said it before. If I'm in a relationship with with my partner, whatever the case may be, it's God first in our relationship. And as you get to know me and where I'm supposed to be leading us to, you'll find out more about my personal relationship with God. Because I need to see also how you do things and what you want, what you worshiping, what am I letting into in between my relationship with my creator? And is it going to affect my program? 90-Day Grind says, hi, everyone. Been waking up at 3 a.m. every day. Well, good morning. I still been up. What does God think about Black Lives Matter? I don't know. Nadi says, do you think Jesus gave up on coming back soon when he saw all? Oh, man. Okay, all right. I don't know about that, man. Do you know where the word alchemy comes from? Ancient Kemet. YK not. I was already talking about that earlier in the live. You see, if you would have been here earlier instead of on some pretty girl live stream, you would have heard me talk about Kemet earlier. Or was that last live? I think I spoke about that last live. My girl Sumeria, she asked me about chemistry. And I broke down where chemistry, how strong chemistry is, because where it comes from. It's an alchemical process dealing with ancient Kemet. And yes, NOI, Nation of Islam, I knew that. No, I'm not affiliated with none of that. Peace, bro. Blessings to your channel. Logging out. Hollywood Savage, I appreciate you for stopping through. Got some catching up to do. I honestly didn't realize that was off limits. I always ask, may I ask, specifically so people feel comfortable saying no. I definitely didn't mean for it to be a big deal. Yeah, YK not. Yeah, nah. Yeah, yes, sir. A lot of people don't know that though, because the K and the C, but until you really, speak the word out, that's when you catch it. Speak the word out, and then you connect the dots. You make the proper connections to these words and where they come from. It's funny. One of my favorite books is The Alchemist, and with The Alchemist, if you know that story and how it goes, damn, YK, now you took the words right out of my mouth. With The Alchemist and even how the story goes, is a lot of magic happening, because the alchemical process and how chemistry is when you put certain formulas together, like abracadabra, it's like magic. It's like creating magic. So that's why having chemistry with someone goes beyond uh, just like it's not even like a love vibration. It's true alchemy, because it's supposed to be a magical feeling. Why can't not? Abracadabra, bro. The hypocrite theory is basically the paradox that the moment we believe we have truly understood truth or become morally right, we unknowingly step away from it, because true understanding requires continual self-examination, humility, and awareness of our own contradictions. Okay. Now that you have the one thing I truly know is I truly know nothing. And that's a fact, YK, not. I don't know everything. That's why I'm on a continual search of knowledge. As much knowledge I can apprehend on my journey, I'm willing to not only gather and take upon my journey. With the hypocrite theory, being a paradox, being that we believe we have fully understood truth or morally right, we unknowingly step away from it because true understanding requires continual self-examination, humility, and awareness of our contradictions. So now, Project Lanit, I am one that I do not conform to any religion, any creed, any type of order, cult, group, or gang, right? Because I believe that puts a box around you where you are not able to seek anything outside of that religion. Because once when you put a box called religion around yourself, you have to take it for that said understood truth. You have to accept the truth that that religion is giving you, right? You have to accept what they are saying is morally right. As the same, I brought up the Muslim faith, because this is not just a Christian thing or Hebrew Israelite thing or any of that. I brought up something about Muslims and one of their prophets, Muhammad, and Muhammad having a 9-year-old wife. I brought that up early in the live. Please go back and if you can, if you're willing to. Nah, I'm not trying to force you, but if you're willing to, replay this live back. And that's one of the reasons why I don't conform to religion, because it's acceptable. Some people have accepted that way of thinking as truth, as even into the said live. I don't know if you guys could scroll, and you're probably not going to, because there's a lot of people been commenting, but there's someone will defend in the name of their religion. They said a 9-year-old girl back then isn't the same as a 9-year-old girl now. And I said, what the hell does that mean? And even in the people in the chat, and then I had to I said, yo, you know what? There's no arguing with people who are warped in the name of religion, because they will defend the shit till death, obviously, because they are willing to defend when they're prophets for having underage wives, 9, 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, and justify it by trying to say, in those days, it was different. What? So people prove my point. Unbeknownst to them, they prove my point of not accepting certain paradoxes, especially when it comes down to religion. So I don't pretend to know everything, because one thing I do know is that once when you put a box on yourself, you're closed off. So the hypocrite theory, that shit don't apply to me, because I don't conform to the bullshit that is given to you by man, led by man, and that you should be led by another man. And it's not just Muslim religion. We could talk about Catholicism. Someone brought up Rebecca and Mary, bringing up how old was they when they were married. You're a good man. You're a good young man. If only you knew what people your age are doing on live right now. I'm glad you don't know. How old do you think I am? I think in Selena. It looks like Selena girl. Selena girl, how old do you think I am? Karina, peace to you. You like me, we be up all night. Yeah, Karina. I'm a night owl. I'm doing this for my insomniacs and my night owls. You hear me? Well, here's some knowledge. There's 3 types of welding practices. TIG, man. One of my favorite poets, artists, said they prioritize the superficial over the substance. And Karina, yeah, I know, it's disgusting. Trollbot, I love boy. Shouts out to my African brothers out there, man. JB Ready or Reedy. Yep, I had to go there because one religion will tell you their way is the way and the truth. Another religion will tell you their way is the way and the truth. And you just got to expose some certain stuff because the way you are going and the truth that you are following, you may want to pump your brakes a little bit and reconsider some things and put this truth in front of you. We're dealing with facts over feelings. How you feel about it is how you feel about it, but these are the facts. Say hypocritical, whatever, however that falls under context, I don't know, but I know the facts. And that brother knew the facts too, and he was willing to fight it down so much that he said, what he said, 9-year-old ain't the same like back in the day than the 9-year-old now. I said, yo, what? He said that. He put that in the chat, and the people in the chat were going crazy. Project Lynette says, yes, love it. You are describing oppression. We should never conform. Perversion is perversion, period. Blinded by the light, they say. Right, that's, yo, see, YK Not, some people talk about the light, right? I'm glad you brought that up. Blinded by the light. Some people bring up that light. Yeah, he's the light. He's the truth. He's the way. Don't you know that light can be blinding? Don't you know Lucifer, the real name of, or the meaning behind Lucifer is light bringer as well? Just saying. You do your study and you go down certain rabbit holes, you find out certain information. And not just one particular religion, others. Just keep on digging deeper, see what's going on. Like, because a lot of people, what they do is, all right, I'm going to come from this religion because I found out this about it, so I'm going to try to join this. And you join this, you find out, nah, this ain't it. Now I'm going to be this. Then you jump in that religion, you find out, then you find yourself like, wait a minute. They swoop you in with the same rhetoric. They almost, have the same deities line up the same way, so it always draws you back in. But then there's always some hidden agenda going on behind the scenes. So just take a step back. I always encourage the people to take a step back a little bit. Brazing is a type of welding. You look like an older version of Tyler from Hanging with Mr. Cooper. Damn. Union Ash, that's crazy. Somebody, Red says 43. And Smith says 23. What's up? Did you? And this means black people don't age outwardly. I've seen it. I've once met a lady who I thought was 25 and she was 50 with grandkids. Man. I'm 38. I'm 38 years old. And Dirk Kenak. Peace to you, man. Greetings from Germany. Shouts out to Germany, man. Peace. And who's that? Chill as Aryan. Peace. Yeah, black is beautiful. Bronx Golden. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm 38. I'll be 39 this year in July. Black magic. Sway Wade, please don't spam. And you're spamming, yeah. I gotta get you up out of here. Do you have TikTok live on too? No, I don't have TikTok. We're supposed to be wearing chains, not do rags, Logan. I took the chain off today. No chain. Nah, I actually do got my chain on. It's just underneath my shirt. It's close to my skin. You heard? I don't wear it for, I usually don't wear my chain. I never took it off since my last live. since I like your turban. Talk about aging. I met some Ethiopians that I think probably will live forever. Yeah, nah. Some people really look like they got a anti-aging down pat, man. Universal truth resonates through the belief system. Truth is truth. That's a question. Universal truth resonates through the belief systems. Truth is truth. No, there are some disputes amongst the belief systems. So if they're beefing one another on this, sometimes the same word. You know what I seen the other day? I forget the guy's name, but it was on YouTube. It was a YouTube short I was watching, and it was a panel of, I don't know what type of Christianity order he was under. Um, he seems like to be a middle-aged white guy, and I believe he is also debated. Anyway, it was him on the panel. He comes from a Christian background, real Bible thumper, and he was debating against a Hebrew Israelite. And it was a panel of other people that was on there as well, and they're debating the Bible. So within the one book of the Bible, you can have people from different denominations of the said religion, same book, and believe that truth isn't truth because one side is Hebrew, they believe a certain truth, then the other side is whatever, an Orthodox Christian or whatever denomination he was, and they're arguing what certain scriptures actually mean because how it affects them, their feelings towards it because of how they feel about it. One feels that they are the true chosen people, they are the real Hebrew that the Bible talks about, so it affects them differently, so their truth is going to be their truth. Now you have a white man on that same panel, Christian. He believes, he doesn't, I don't know if he ever brings race into it through the whole debate. I just seen the YouTube short of whatever scripture they were arguing. I've even seen another short of the Hebrew Israelite being on the same panel arguing about having wives, multiple wives in the Bible, some of the prophet having other wives in the Bible. And there was another Christian brother sitting there and saying, no, the Bible don't say that. And then the man says, yo, have you actually read the Bible? It does say that. They went to the scripture, read that it does say that. And he's sitting there with a stupid ass face on because he's just there for what? Claiming to be Christian, never read a scripture, but he's challenging people who have actually read and telling this man to his face that, no, the Bible don't say that. It can't say that. How does it can't say that? Did you read it? He didn't respond. They went to Deuteronomy. He read it of how to handle your wife. If you have an estranged wife, meaning if you have a wife that you're beefing with and then you have a new wife, what you're supposed to do with the wife that you're beefing with, you're still supposed to take care of her, just as you're taking care of your second wife. And they're laying it out to him. This man has said that the Bible don't say that about having multiple wives. You're not allowed to do that. That's what the Bible says. He never read the Bible. He just claims to be Christian. And he was on a Christian panel, not having any knowledge. So they just letting anyone do whatever, saying that, yeah, I believe according to the belief system. But now when we deal with truth, what are your facts? Facts have to coincide with the truth. If you don't never read and never really studied the Bible, you just want to argue with people and tell them, no, you're wrong. It don't say that. That's not cool. You got a bunch of people blind with blind faith, living in false truths because they've been told their version of how they wanted to be put out to them. They accepted it for truth, but is it really truth? And this is on the internet. This is on record. I wish I knew the guy's name to give to you. But the way we talk here on the internet and how the internet picks up on the algorithm and certain keywords, they'll probably pop up on your feed if you're on these YouTube streets. I had stuff pop up on my feed after talking about it and turning it off, and then later on in the day being on YouTube, having certain stuff pop up on my feed. Pride maybe got involved. Why can't I say? What do you think about waist beads? Oh man, Bronze Golden, you really want me to tell you what I feel about waist beads? Sway says hello, peace. Sway, wait. Divine Energy Studio. I got you though, Browns Golden, because I have my own personal thoughts on waist beads and stuff like that. If you're talking about crystals and stuff like that, I'm into stuff like that. I believe that crystals are healing. Um, they hold certain power and elements, like gold does. Gold holds a certain element and protection and stuff like that. I'm gonna just let you know now. Waist beads I find very sexy on a woman. How it lays on their waist with the crystals and the protection of how it is around their waist. Protection of the womb, the sacred womb of a woman should be held something sacred. So the way certain beads and divine energy, I'm gonna get to your question, but the Bronze Golden caught my attention with that question. The way waist beads are and how they are supposed to be constructed, how those crystals are supposed to be cleansed and blessed and supported by the waist to protect the woman's womb and bring power to the woman's womb. How it's really supposed to be consecrated. The woman's womb is a portal of creation. This is spiritual. For the physical is very sexy, but what is really supposed to give reference to is to protect that woman and the woman's womb. Connectivity to the outer cosmos as well. So you have a multicolorful waist beads. It can give reference to the colors of the planetary system. If you can line it up the right way, find out, certain colors that reference your planets out there in the cosmos, drawing up that energy to the sacred womb. Once again, being on Semen Attention, I gained a new respect for women. And as I began to gain more respect, I started to get more downloads about how sacred, not just we are as men when we contain our sexual energy, but women and the sacred womb. See, you guys believe that Mary's story of her being a virgin and stuff like that. If you believe that, how far-fetched is it not to say that the womb is sacred? It's so sacred is to say that she was able to birth, that said, Jesus, through a immaculate conception. Her womb was very sacred. There was supposed to be a book of Mary, also in the Bible. That was, I put out to the people. And there is not enough women talked about or books related to women. Not enough. There's books related to women, but there's certain books that are very important, very integral, especially about Mary. There's a book of Mary that's supposed to be in the Bible. That book needs to be in there because she had one of the greatest stories to be talked about. I am Kemetically inclined in my ancient DNA and always interested in Kemetic discussions and information. Thank you for sharing the book. Yes, Divine Energy Studio. That book caught your attention, huh? Kemetic studies, the study of alchemy. I encourage people to study that more, for real, for real. The story, the great stories of that said Jesus in that book, don't you know that was magic he was performing, turning water into wine, feeding the groves of people. What was it, 5,000 people with 3 fish and loaves of bread? Do you know, before he came back and stuff like that, and the lady touching his garment, and being healed. Many of these miraculous things he was doing, these miracles he was doing, that figure went somewhere to get not the magic, but the knowledge. Do you know where he went? You follow the Nile River, as they say, that's where he went. He went to ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt, the original name for ancient Egypt is Kemet. He went to go study alchemy, and alchemy is a process, alchemical process. Once again, you call it magic. Some people call it witchcraft now to deter you off the path of not to study alchemy. But all those great prophets who got certain things, they understand that the knowledge and everything came from alchemy. Do you remember the story of Moses going up to the mountain, talking to a burning bush? Where is that place located? For those that are still, if you're not asleep in the chat, the Book of Mary was a 5th century codex, not even close to the canonical Gospels. So evil doors and people that are still in the chat on my side, right? I got 15 people still in the chat, right? Invo, in, is that outdoors? All right, ENV outdoors. Sorry guys, it's 4 in the morning, so you know I'm getting sleepy a little bit, but I'm still here with y'all. Just bear with me. ENV outdoors, right? You never said I was wrong about there being a Book of Mary. I don't care what you're talking about, it being a 5th codex, a 6th codex, the 8th codex. Why isn't it a part of the scripture and you never said I was wrong? How do I know that there was a Book of Mary? And shouldn't the people know? Because not all people know. Not all people know about the Book of Mary. That's not the point. You using rhetoric about the 5th century codex, that's not the point. Not even close to being a canonical gospel is not the point, because it's not up to us what the determination is or up to man. Because if this is supposed to be God's word, man should have never tampered with it. All that you saying is null and void. My point is that there are books in the Bible that were taken away, taken out. You putting a title on it of being close to a canonical, nobody want to hear that. No one cares about that. What people should be caring about is the knowledge and information and how much that knowledge and information holds. Very important. A lot of people don't know about that Book of Mary. So I'm glad you came on here and didn't negate the fact that there is a Book of Mary. And you bring awareness that that is something that actually exists, brother. There's a Book of Mary, y'all, that should be in the Bible. All that political jargon of how it should, whatever the case may be, it even isn't close to the Gospels. The people need to be made aware of what is missing. That's it. It will make you question everything else, and that's my duty. Now, OG Kick said, when I asked about where Moses was, Mountain of God. Nah, I'm trying to say the burning bush. I'm trying to bring it all together with these miraculous things, certain things that were happening, and how he was able to talk to this burning bush, this bush that was on fire, that he was talking to. I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. In Egypt. I'm sorry. In Egypt, ancient Kemet, where a lot of these alchemical processes, this magic was happening like a bush on fire talking to a man. Once again, this is allegory. These are stories, but they're trying to introduce to you the magic, all right, that was happening and how the alchemical process of transmuting certain energy that is happening and these premonitions, these voices that some guys are maybe hearing, these prophets were blessed with some of this magic, and that's how it came to. You don't even know what you were talking about. The book is about Mary Magdalene. Okay, all right, you got it. I don't know what I'm talking about. Thank you. I don't know what I'm talking about. Wasn't the Book of Mary or Gospel of Mary talking about Mary Magdalene? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I forget there's so many damn mountains. I was just talking about the location of the mountain. Taken away because it was prophecy. No, because of politics. Heavy Writers Official. It wasn't taken away because of prophecy. Someone just said earlier, it was taken away because it's not even close to the Gospels. Once again, dehumanizing women. A book written by predominantly men, by all men. Women had no effect on that book. Man wrote that book. But once again, I don't know what I'm talking about. What rituals will you learn today? That's why the books were removed, is because it was factual. Sexism, there you go. If there's any women in here, I'm talking to y'all right now. I don't know what I'm talking about, but just notice certain things in a book. If you want to say it's Mary Magdalene, then go ahead. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Divine Energy Studio, yes, it was timely as I'm currently shifting to another level of food intake as information in my body that needs to assist with the transmission, yes, ma'am, of light codes, yep. Use do rag, hit that all. I prefer a mysterious book they still use in Ethiopia confirmed when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of Enoch. Once again, man, I'm not here to argue with y'all anything, bro. See, I brought up the Book of Mary. And bro didn't say, no, you're wrong. There's no Book of Mary. He went on to say, for whatever reason, that's why it's not in there and it's hidden away from the people. It's not my point. Enoch is referenced in the New Testament. I got the Book of Enoch book right here, by the way. I prefer a I think I already use it. I legit just stick to the words in the red because that's all that matters. Good for you, heavy riders. If that all that matters to you, then it is what it is. What is the author of the book again? Please and thank you. The Kemetic book, Dr. Muwata Ashby. Muwata spelled Muataashby, Ashby. I'll show it once again for you guys. Somebody said flat earth is in Enoch.
man, some people are so simple, bro. Only the words in red matter. That's a shame, bro. To even admit that. Some of the stuff I've seen admitted tonight is sad. Some people are living in a sad truth. Very sad truth, man. And it's this isn't written in red, but it's in the Bible. Hosea 4:6. The lack of knowledge, for the lack of knowledge, our people, my people will perish. They will dwindle off. They will perish. That's not written in red, but that's something that still holds true today. For the lack of knowledge, the people will perish. Hosea 4:6. And it's a sad truth, man. Yeah, OG Kicks. That's you can't. That's what I'm saying. I don't argue with people like that because that lets me know you're closed off to anything else. Even the black words. There's more black words in the Bible than the red ones. But all you read is the red ones, and that's all that matters. It's cool with me, brother. Have a great night, bro. What is your take away from that book? Going through that book, once again, when you read some of the facts on the westernized diet, did I say that right? Once again, I'm sleepy. 4:44 in the morning too. When you are indoctrinated into the westernized diet, and once again, I've been blessed to be brought up in African culture, so it's not like I was brought up solely on just American food and the American diet. But with the American diet and being part of the American culture, having to be out there, you know, having to deal with fast food, it showed me and gave me a more of appreciation of my culture, for real, for real. That's one. That's one of my favorite lines for my people, perish for lack of knowledge. Yeah, one of my favorites. But just reading up on some of the facts of the Western diet, but then it also shed light on even my culture and the food that is introduced in our culture with the meat eating, and the oils that we use as well in some of our foods and stuff like that. Everything should be done in moderation, but also when you really want to move in a more cleansed, spiritual body, you start to realize the harm, not that you just causing to yourself, but also the environment. So it's tough because we hold dominion over everything, as we are taught. But once again, when you do it in moderation, make certain things as of a sacrifice, and putting God first. Once again, when we deal with the spiritual and the spiritual body, you have to take everything under accord, and it comes to show that the plant-based or vegan diet is the one more likely to hearken on to, and is to be more paid attention to really, if you want to move out here with a clear mind, clear conscience, that you're not harming other animals, because people have brought up before that these animals having energy, spirit tied to them as well. So putting harm to them, and then us, you know, feeding off of that, whether it be negative or positive energy, however it is done, can have an effect on us, our mind, bodies, as well as our spirits. It's a great read and great information. In all seriousness, who's to say any of us are praying to right one? I believe living righteously and wholeheartedly is the best choice. Some groovy. Once again, man, me and what I do in my practice, in my practices, it is nobody's. Once again, like you say, who is to say that we're praying to the right one? That's why I keep it to myself for the most part. Once again, until someone is actually, close to me and around me and wants to really inquire, I can reveal what type of time that I'm on. If you look back only 50 to 60 years, people were thin and healthy. No one asked what changed except for very few. YK Not says. And SM Groovy, I am brother? Question mark. Stay suited up, my brother. Oh, somebody asked my thoughts on the Kabbalion. The 7 Hermetic Laws. That one is a great read as well. You got lip implants. What up with all you religious nuts? Luca, Band 1. Bronze Golden says his lips are perfect. I appreciate that, Bronze Golden. No, God in this world. I respect that response. That's what Groovy says. Yeah, SM Groovy, you seem to be, just coming in. But once again, mine is more personal and intimate relationship. So I keep that close to the heart because it's not for everybody. Respectfully asking, where are you from? Originally, so my ancestry goes back to Africa. My mother and father were immigrants from West Africa, Liberia. I'm a first generation born here in the States. I'm originally from Jersey, and I currently reside in Pennsylvania. With your Kabbalion, you have 7 principles, 7 Hermetic laws. These are the laws of mentalism. All is mind, law of correspondence, as above, so below. Law of vibration, everything is at motion, everything. Law of polarity, duality. Your law of rhythm, what goes up must come down. Swing left is a swing to the right. Right? Cause and effect. That's your 6th law. For every cause has an effect. And then you have your 7th law, which is gender. Everything has a gender. Male and a female counterpart. My thoughts on the Kabbalion? Seems to hold true, those laws. If you put those laws into effect and look at those laws and alchemize those laws through your life. Let me ask you this. Are you trying to teach or heavy writer? What am I teaching? Someone asked me a question. I'm answering the question, brother. I'm not trying to do anything. Some people have I don't know, what is it about me? I know a lot of people like to troll. A lot of people like to, just come on the internet, be entertained by some people, I guess. But I'm answering Project Lynette's question by just putting out some stuff out there to let the chat know, the people that don't know about the Kabbalion, letting them know about the Kabbalion, the 7 laws that go along with it. And she asked, what are my thoughts on it? It's a very informational book when you learn about the laws and study the laws. One of the laws about the all is mind. You can believe in anything, but once when you program your mind to believe that said thing, it's going to stick, especially into your subconscious, whatever the subconscious programs and puts into that, it's going to take it for what it is. But unless you expand your mind and believe everything is infinite and you program yourself that way into your mind, then you're all is mind. Your mind is a computer. It can do vast things. It's the most sophisticated software you have. I don't think that's teaching. That's just law. If you know about the law, read the Kabbalion. That's it. I'm not really, nothing new is under the sun. I can't teach you something new. This is open and free information that's out there that for people if they, you know about it. Understand what part of PA my presence is very strong there. SMM groupie, I'm in the Pocono Mountains, brother. I'm on mountain. I'm not on mountain time, but I'm I'm in the mountain, bro. Without a God or God's morality is relevant. It's subjective. Murder, theft, rape, incest, objective, morality, and evil are religious concepts. Everything is just a opinion, Splishpah says. Splishpah says laws of the land change depending on the time and location. Just looking at history of mankind supports this. Okay, my bad. Just one. Heavy Rider says, okay, my bad. Just wondering how we got here and what your YouTube's about, man. I'm not trying nothing. I'm asking questions. Okay. Yeah, no. Listen, man. On my side, when I do these lives, I talk to the people as accordingly. I might have a little topic that I want to go over. That's usually in the beginning. But as these lives go on, people inquire, bro. And it goes every which way with these topics. And Project Lynette says, thank you. Sefer, heck, Halak, Makav, Mystic. Project Lynette, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about the Kabbalion? And I actually had the an original copy of the Kabbalion. It's a small little black book, but it got damaged. It got some water damage to it. I had it in the storage as I was in transitioning of a relocation and a move from my ex's house, and yeah, I experienced water damage to a bin that I had in storage. And man, I was kind of pissed about that because that was a book I was really into. I wanted to really read that. It was a reference book that was given to me, and yeah, when I went back to go get my bin, I seen it had water damage in it. It was clothes in there and stuff like that. I was like, all right, I could deal with the clothes, but when I got down to the bottom of that bin and I see my book down there damaged, I was like, damn it, that made me upset. Had Ancient of Days. SMM Groovy says, Allentown, Scranton, WB, Wilkes-Barre, you talking about, Reading, and everything else, even through 33, SMM Groovy says. And I'm well respected in New Jerusalem. I'm going to finish to this. Thank you. Okay. Have a good time, brother. SMM Groovy. I don't know exactly what you mean by, because what you say earlier? Oh yeah, you say your presence is strong out this way. I don't know what you mean by that, brother. What do you do out this way that has your presence that strong? What's up, my boy? You're doing it. Yeah, and A Green Miracle says my do-rag is inside out. I purposely wear it with this part out because I don't want this part with the imprint on the middle of my head, brother. So it's done on purpose. But thank you for, I guess, trying to help me out, making me aware. William Walker Atkinson was a good read, but it's philosophy. The reason I'm trying to reach out and say something is because the Lord brought me through some crazy stuff to learn that the words in red are super powerful and will give you knowledge and strength way beyond anything we can comprehend. That's where we disagree, brother. Sorry. Sorry about that, brother. What made your Lord, what makes your Lord so powerful than others? That it brings you a specific instruction, and now you have to um, get validation from me or from other people to say you're valid in that. Because I'm going to disagree with you, brother. So me disagreeing with you shouldn't matter. If the Lord gave you that instruction, then you and the Lord, you should be convinced. You don't have to, there's no way you can convince me of anything else. I'm calling Cap. You don't know what Cap means? Tell him, bro, he's lying. So you could either do two things with that, Heavy Writers Official. You can take that and move along, or be content of what the Lord shared with you and still move along. You're not gonna impress me with that type of talk. If the Lord specifically came to you and gave you instruction, then that's cool. You aren't my Lord to tell me what the Lord gave you to validate you. I'm gonna call Cat. I'm gonna call you a liar. You can't convince me of anything else, brother. Especially if I'm the one on this side that got control over my own platform, and you can only type. So good job. You got it. I don't know what else you want me to say. I'm looking forward to building with you one day. That's what Groovy says. YK not willing. Switch Jesus King, though, the most historically reliable. No one else. All right. You got it. That's Groovy. Shake hands. Yeah, SM Groovy. I don't know what you mean though, but you have a heavy influence. Like, I never heard of you. Like, who are you? Would you rather be able to eat anything you want and have it be perfect nutrition, or have to only sleep 1 hour a day and be fully rested? Would I rather be able to eat anything I want and have it be perfect nutrition, or only sleep 1 hour a day and be fully rested? I'll take the nutrition part. Reason being, is because I enjoy my sleep. To the contrary, whatever you deem it as, I know I'm up till 5 a.m. doing this live or whatever the case may be. But a lot of people don't understand the dream world and what that is connected to. So I like my hours of sleep because it's a connection to a whole nother realm. It's closer to the other side than, yeah. Let me get that sleep. I need my hours of sleep. I need all those. It's good to be fully rested, but I need those downloads. I need to be up on that astral plane, and an hour ain't enough. Ain't enough. Divine energy says, I don't get too engulfed in doctrines, as the tables of time are written in our souls and mind. We are the temples as divine technology. Splishbot says, yep, now that I'm catching up to the chat, Heavy Riders official is lying. Cat. The Lord came to you and told you just to read the red letters? Okay. I'm going to tell you what that Lord sounds like. Let me catch up a little bit. And I suggest you get up out of here because I'm going to say some shit that might make you upset. Just hold on for a little bit. What's my favorite color? Blue. Top favorite color is blue. Like a Nipsey blue. You know what I'm talking about? Like not like a navy blue or like a royal blue, more so like a Dodger blue, if you will. Like LA Dodgers blue. So it's more like, you know what I mean? Like a royal blue, but you guys know what I'm talking about, Nipsey blue. It was great, the reconciliation of spiritual truths through objectivity, context, and perspective outside of human understanding. Human knowledge is confining, the Kabbalion is a good starting point. Okay, I got you, Project Lynette. That was talking on the basis of when I asked what did they think of the Kabbalion and their thoughts, being that they asked me. NPC cleaner, no, I am not Muslim. Well, starters he took, all right. If it took you out of prison for 20 years, that's great, brother. My Lord rose from the dead. That's what gives him credibility. Breath of fire, fresh air. Hello, what kind of channel is this? I'm new. Breath of fresh air. We just chilling, vibing. Right now, you know, we on the basis of religion, spirituality, a little bit of diet stuff. These topics go all over the place, but for the most part, you come over here, we chilling. It's a chill vibe that's coming from your host. I'm not doing anything outside my body. I'm not too much into the arguing, all that stuff, or yelling at people. But this, most part, you know what I mean? We having a open conversation, so it goes each and every way. That's if you're still here. Heavy Riders official expressed that upon serving his long stint in prison, 20 years, that's what you said? I was trying to catch up to the chat a little bit. Yeah, you were facing 20 years in prison? Took you out of a prison cell where you was facing 20 years. And he said, no other God did that for me. I don't think you're really doesn't share his beliefs on that topic. NPC. NPC. And Livy Lux. You don't have to speak for me. I can speak for myself. I don't need you as a fake moderator in here. If he wants to understand my beliefs, I've been asked that question on multiple lives. What bro can do instead of doing that, and if you want to really understand, I got multiple lives that I've talked about religion. And you, like I said before, you could go on playback and all that and rewatch this live. You could go on previous lives on my channel. You can like and subscribe to the channel. Go to previous lives, watch that content. Everything is on there. It's just that it's your first time here. You want special attention for me to answer your question. And I move past that point and I answer, bro. Just have some patience, people, and I'll get to your question. But right now, Heavy Riders official, he's giving his reverence to him being caught up in a jam and Jesus getting up out of that jam. Once again, you don't have to convince me, brother. You need convincing for yourself, it seems like. If he did that, I'm not facing 20 years of nothing, brother, to get me out of no jam. So I don't understand why you are so hard-pressed on still sharing your story. It's not going to convince me of shit. I'm not facing no time. to have to beg a deity to get me out of. Sorry. Tamar says, just passed through. Yo, what up? What we doing tonight? Yeah, we chilling. I'm chilling, brother. If someone received revelation without someone else in proximity also receiving revelation confirming previous one, it's cap. That's what Splishbot says. Trying to convince me that he received revelation is okay. That's fine, but it doesn't mean anything to me. If he revealed himself to you, then congratulations. What's the difference between, okay. Also, good read is Think Big by Dr. Ben Carson. I heard of that book. I haven't got to come across that book. I get most of my comedic knowledge from the book of life. Within, through deep meditation and soul transformation, soul ascension unlocks dormant codes, divine energies. It's talking about going into oneself, meditating, addressing your own thoughts instead of putting it on a deity for dying for your sins and feeding into the energy of that deity. Instead, you go within. The kingdom of God is within. So when you go into the darkness, you close your eyes, take a deep breath. After a while, when you're in this process, you start to process some of these thoughts. You'll find calmness, you'll find peace. The deeper and the more time you take with yourself during that process, a lot of things can happen if you're willing to go down that road. But some of us want to give away that energy to a deity. Instead of shutting our mouths and shutting our eyes and going within, we like to get on our knees and beg. Get on our knees and give that energy away outside of ourselves, always seeking validation outside. That's your choice. And congratulations, my man. Please don't pray for me because you pray to a deity that I don't believe in. Please do me this favor. See, this is the thing, and this is why people like this I take time on. If I pray to my deity for you, you won't like it. Let's go there. Would you like me to say the deity that I would like to pray for you in so they can reveal themselves to you? You won't like that because I'm a chill. I'm a chill. Do you believe in the Orisha spirits? Because you want to play that game with me now, Heavy Writers Official. I'll pray for you in one of the Orisha spirits, and when they come towards you to reveal themselves, you won't like it. You want me to send Ogun your way? Would you like that? We'll see who kneels first. I don't have to hide my face. Heavy Writers Official, you're behind a profile, and that's not even really profile picture. So if you want to take it there, we can take it there. Throat Chakra Blue, yes, Divine Energy, yes. Nipsey Blue sounds like a title of a song. Yeah, nah, I'm not here to argue, brother. You keep on forcing your Jesus deity on my live. So everybody's official, wherever you may lay, wherever you may reside. Ogun Ashe. May you have reverence over you, and I pray for you, brother. NBC, I guess he does only to certain people. Passing through from Brooklyn, NY. What's good, brother? Have a blessed day. Peace. And Livy Lukes, you do seem to be bitter. Breath of fresh air. Oh, okay. When I asked if you were a Christian, you said You don't talk about it. I didn't say I don't talk about it. I said I was moving past the topic. If you wanted to go back, you could. And you stayed the whole time. It's hours later since we moved past that topic, Livy Lux. What's your issue? You love me? YK Not says, I really dislike bullies. Livy Lux, you on my dick. You've been on my dick for hours. I can't engage with the people how I want to engage. I gotta engage you when I need to. That's a shame. That you really are a super fan on my dick and a true agent. You need special treatment? That's what it is? I haven't said your name in hours. I moved on from the topic and moved on. Someone new from hours ago and came in and I addressed them, and you still here and you still on it about the same topic, and it's sad. You're another sad person. You got nothing better else to do, 5:13 in the AM Eastern time, than to be on my dick with nothing to really bring to the chat but just distraction. But I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're still here. It shows your fanship. Divine Energy Studio says, oh, I meant to say that I love the waist beads, especially when consecrated correctly. Yes, the colors are also tied to the chakras. Yes, ma'am. It speaks to what consciousness needs. I wore mine 2 years until it popped. Um, I told when they pop, that means they have served their purpose. That's what I was told, because I wore certain crystals and beads and had them pop on me, and I've been told. I always thought like it was a bad thing. Ah, too bad, Livy Lux. Hidden comment. You see that? Angry. Gotcha. You see how you lurked for so long and now you want my attention now? It's holding your comments. I don't have to view those comments. Now you're in a danger zone. You can type all you want. All those messages are held for review. But yes, Divine Energy Studio. Oh man. Um yeah, at first, when my crystals and beads used to pop on me, I always thought like, damn, I messed up, or it might be bad luck or something like that. But when they pop on their own for real like that, that means they have served their purpose. I even went to a spiritual person. Well, the person I got my most recent crystal from, Centraline crystal that I have. She actually handmade it and orchestrated it for me, put it in copper. It's a necklace. She told me whenever that happens, actually take the beads. If you can locate them, harvest them, and bury them, ground them. I don't know if you knew that as well, but that's for my people who mess with the who are into crystals and stuff like that. And if you wear the wrist beads and stuff like that, if they ever pop on you, collect them and you could ground them. You've got plants in your home, you can put them near your plants, or keep them. You can safe keep them, whatever. But I was told you could keep them and bury them. Come on, Livy Lux. Don't praise the beads and crystals. And people who are ignorant to crystals, and beads. It is not praising it. You're ignorant to the information. You're ignorant to the knowledge. So it doesn't apply to you for real. Man, this sucks, Livy Love. You can't break through now. See, it's gonna hold all your messages for review. If that's you, come through with the same talk that you was doing as you was waiting in the shadows. Breath of Fresh Air says, that's a cool idea. Yes, it's a form of grounding. And once again, when you die and you have served your purpose on earth, where is the most common place that you will return? Buried 6 feet deep underneath the dirt. You see the connection? Do you see the connection of the dots? They have served their purpose. Yeah, there you go, Livy Lux. I'm not even saying anything, scum. Yeah, there you go. That's the energy I need right there. Show your true colors and your hate. That's what I wanted to bring up out of you. See how you use alchemy? Oh, man, you stayed that long for this many hours. Oh, man. That's why I left it. I never took it off once. And once it was tied and set attention, I left it. Yes, I kept it. Yeah. Landis, Manassas. Hi, bro. Peace, peace. Yeah, any messages held for review. See, I come from a place where if you haven't been through shit, you haven't been through certain people, you don't have tough skin. You can't take certain verbiage. This ain't the place for you. So I advise you to please handle yourself accordingly. Respect meets respect. And if you play a certain game with you, I can play a certain game back. As someone groovy says, peace is the absence of confusion. You see when I took it there, right? Livy got nothing to say. Livy Lux. Respect goes both ways. Okay, so keep it respectful and respect the people in the chat as well. I love alchemy as I am an energy alchemist. Yeah. You see, the thing with alchemy is that you know how to transmute both light and dark energy. You see, I don't have this holier than thou complex about me. It could get very dark. And once when I get dark, that's when more of the hidden messages will be held, and I don't have to deal with it. You got to show who you are for real, if you can, if you could break through. But understand, I got the power on my side. That's what gets ignored. You don't like being ignored, do you, Livy Lux? Once again, you lost respect with me, Livy Lux, if you couldn't tell. Now you got to eat it. You might as well leave the channel. You might as well leave it live. It's cool. Well, I learned the rules change for us depending on where we are regarding the spiritual perspective. Spirituality is interpersonal because of our individual inward perspective. And yes, you're right about that, Project Lynette. The rules do change when you are dealing with spirituality, spiritual perspective. In spirituality, It ain't that I get slapped and turn the other cheek shit. Oh no. It's none of that. You deal with people accordingly. You deal directly with that person's spirit. And the spirit that some of these people got on them and you can detect. Yeah, I know how to deal with some of you guys. And breath of fresh air, yes. Balance yours out. And yeah, that is very necessary to balance it out. You know how to operate it with some people, and you know, not everybody, they always say not everybody deserves your light. That holds true. You try to shine your light for certain people or on certain people, but once when people start to you know, come at you a certain way, you got to show them the dark side. And I listen, BB says, "What's good? Peace, Tyrant. The truth is in plain sight. You just have to seek it, but be diligent." Spider Mars says, "Can you define verbiage?" You got a dictionary, right? Crowd of Boyz is going. Okay, yeah. Now the rule changes, brother. Once when you know yourself and what you have within you, that's it. But the rules change. That's the talk of someone who is programmed by the machine. Rules don't change. No, you got the power to change the rules, brother. You don't know that yet? Brainwash. Spider Mars, you're another one, brother. Trying to get the attention. Spirituality is also learning and knowing the language of the universe and how to listen to it itself. Yes. So, what are we even talking about? What is the word? Like for me, I would use the word Christianity as you would use the word blank. Still haven't heard that part yet. Divine Energy says that part, to know thyself, is to know how to navigate through the shadows. A lot of people haven't went through the darkness. A lot of people haven't went through the darkness. That's why you guys are, some of you, the way that you are. How do you detect trolls and disingenuous actors? Just through that time, as time goes along, as time courses through these lives and how people interact. Like Livy Lukes had a lot to say, and then until I went over to the dark side with them, they don't know how to react now. Now they can only put certain emotes, LMAO, whatever inappropriate comments or held comments that they had before. I ignored them because I understood that ignoring the question of Livy Lux, they didn't like that. They don't like to be ignored. So to get my attention, they had to use, you know, little text or whatever. So I knew if I drew them back in by talking to them a certain way, it would possibly get them to act outside of themselves. And then a lot of hell comments started popping up, and then I ignored those comments. They don't know what else to do. But now to put laughing their ass off, they're not really laughing their ass off over there. Let's be honest. Like a lot of people put that LOL and that LMAO, but they don't really do that. Really, they was hot. They was probably telling me certain things, trying to tell me about myself or whatever case may be. But once when those messages are held for review, I have the choice to hit a button called view message or just scroll past. Ignoring people, that gets under their skin, bro. And Levy Lukes was in here for so long, and I thought they'd been left. We passed the topic or whatever case may be. I told them I wasn't answering none of their questions. I was going to ignore them. And it was just weird interactions. So I just watch out for like weird interactions, certain people, and I watch how they respond. Do you think religion should stop you from dating another person? Yes. Yes, it should. Once again, it's not your duty to force someone into your beliefs, what you believe in, and vice versa. Nobody should be forcing you. If you don't believe in something, nobody should be forcing their beliefs upon you. People have to be like-minded. Equality is not just about I see you as my equal. Equal means being equal in physically as well as mentally. You're not mentally equal with someone on a certain vibration, certain frequency, you shouldn't be dealing with that person. You could either be bringing that person down or that person can be bringing you down. There has to be a common thing with dealing with people, and they have a certain mindset. If they don't have an open mind, at least to have some type of influence, then it's not going to work. There's going to be a difference in that. Devon Huff, I don't know what simple question that you're asking, but at this point, I don't care. Um, I don't really know what you're talking about. If you could post it again, I'm gonna catch up to the chat. Struggle builds character. Yes, a lot of people they don't have patience. If you post a genuine question that is not held for review or anything like that, and I happen to be scrolling and catching up to the chat, if I don't see a question and I skip it, you could simply just repost the question and not a spam form until I catch up, and just be patient because there's other people in here also. It's not the most grand live, but there's other people in here and I'm trying to catch up to the chat and talk to various people. So if you in your feelings that I skipped your question, then that's a problem with you, not me. Have some patience. I used to roll joints using pages from Psalms. It's high quality paper, burns good. Greg Masters, peace to you, man. Every soul's darkness isn't at the same level. And I think old boy left out of here when I told him about Ogun. He wanted to pray over me in the name of Jesus. I told him, please, if I start to pray to you in the Orishas and send them your way, you wouldn't like that. Forcing your ideology on me. So now I'm just going to start doing it to other people and see how they like it. Ashe, you got to speak to the energy behind them. That's why I made that first response. Not to defend, rather to authenticate, to vibratory field. Load says, what do you think of atheists? Whatever it is. Darkness is where I thrive. People don't realize darkness gives you a lot of answers. But I'm gonna say this: I got beliefs. The next one got beliefs. No sense in fighting. And Lowe's, man, I don't know. Atheists, they chose to believe, not to believe. So they got their own belief. They believe in something. That's crazy though, right? They believe not to believe. That's what I think about them, and that's cool too. They have opted out of the whole game. They opted out of the whole shit. Um, SM Groovy says, "Do you believe," in all caps too? So he's yelling at me. Do you believe you lost yourself at that moment, or they might have won from their perspective? Um, I don't care about other people's perspective when it comes down to petty shit like that. Winning and losing, like I didn't lose myself. I know who I am, and this is not about a game of winning and losing. What did I actually gain and what did I actually win? All I know is that I continue to keep myself and my sanity, and I know who I am. One thing I didn't lose was control over my emotions. I don't get emotional. I don't care. These are facts. I've been sitting in the same way, same demeanor. Didn't really need to really raise my voice. So I'm good. I'm not in my feelings. I know how to tap into my emotions when I need to. I'm not emotional like that. But the thing about me is that I know how to play on other people's emotions. See, it's a dark thing when you're an empath, you can detect other people's feelings and emotions. That's a great thing about being an empath. Now, when you're able to control that and dwell in light and darkness, I would be careful with empaths because it ain't about winning or losing. I don't gain anything. You've done a deep study into some alchemy and some work, man. It's a great thing. Alberto, nah, bro. Life is way too short. If one person loved them, definitely. Breath of fresh air. Have a great night. That's something groovy, nah. Winning and losing. I don't get no medal. I don't get no, you know, trophy for anything that I'm doing. Ain't about that. And I don't care about someone's perspective of them winning. If they feel like they won, congratulations. I'm not in competition with nobody, brother. So you don't understand about me. The more you guys get to know me, I show up on these lives, you'll understand. There's no competition with me, bro. I don't see people as competition, but people see me as competition because what they see is a handsome young black man, confident enough to come on these lives days on out, spend hours on out, not budging, talking his shit, standing firm in what he believes in. See, people are threatened by that for real, whether they admit it or not, but it comes out in a form of projecting and distracting. People who don't even really fuck with you or like you are still here watching, commenting, whether they be in the shadows or they respond. That means I'm doing something right. So we want to really talk about winning and losing. Who's really lost here? Oh man, if you don't have enemies, you need to make some. Because it's good to have both friends and enemies, but the enemies will keep you going. Even if people aren't like-minded, they can still get along though. But as for a couple, yeah, I 100% agree. Yeah, no, people can get along for sure who aren't like-minded, but if you are around too many people that are like-minded, the group will override that person who is that sole person who got that said mindset. That's the dangerous part. Also, being around someone who doesn't have the same mindset. You can be sleeping right next to the enemy, and that's dangerous. It's not good because people's mental, what's going on up here, is very important. Don't be fooled out here with physical looks and physical attraction and thinking you can get past what's going on up here based on the physical. There is supposed to be a mind, body, soul connection. And if all things aren't connecting, you need to figure out how to connect the dots. I'm sorry. If it's not that, if it's not working, it's not working, bro. You gotta accept it for what it is. I don't care how handsome the dude is. I don't care how pretty the girl looks. This is both for men and women. Take heed. I'm telling you. If the mindset ain't right, it's not gonna work. You need to be on the same page. And listen, I don't know everything. People saying, dudes saying I'm wrong, I could be wrong. Listen, I could be wrong. Fine. Go ahead. Good luck. SM Groovy says, it's still yelling at me. Hold up, son. You build with our ancestors, meaning that's your primary vision? Never said that. Once again, a lot of you guys are assuming things. And don't all religions build with their ancestors? What am I doing that's so different? Didn't didn't Jesus die? He's an ancestor to the Christians, right? Y'all love to worship and praise him and put y'all sins that the sins that he died for, y'all put that on him. That's some groovy, man. This ain't religion, bro. This is what you guys fail to understand. Even person earlier was like, Yoruba religion? It ain't religion. This ain't about religion. You guys are so warped in religion that you can't honor certain things as for what they are. Oh, man. Chris Simpson, what's up, man? Good morning. Coping Sin says, how old are you? I'm 38 years old. I respect that because when seek control, that's when things get out of control, and that's my word. I don't yell at nobody because I ask, not make, and or force. Yeah, SM Groovy, when you put things in all caps in this on the internet, that means you're raising your voice at people. I don't know if you know. OG Kicks says, preach. I'll back you up any day. You do you, I'll back you up any day. Okay, I got you, YK not. Birds of a feather flock together. Your teeth are beautiful. I like the little gap. Kima. Kima. Kima Sanders, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, dog. You got a good head on your shoulders. I appreciate you too, Wise. Kima Sanders says, your face lights up when you smile. Yeah. When you live in your truth and your confidence, you're not influenced by all the BS. You're truly happy. People need convincing of what they believe in. And it's a shame. It's sad. I don't live a sad life. I don't need to come on here and convince anybody. See, the thing is, I'm not asked. You know what's funny? I've never come on lives and asked people, do you believe in this or do you believe in that? People are always asking me, are you Christian? Are you this? Are you that? And when I tell them no, and I answer their question, that's when I get the force. I get pushback. because people are trying to convince me of something that they believe in. If you truly believe it, if I'm not your cup of tea, you would swipe away and swipe off. You would get going. What if you want to get past the mind because the soul is so beautiful, but her head ain't in the game? Once again, if you have someone that's impressionable, that's willing to get on your program wise, that has an open mind, if you see a glimpse of something there, that's showing you with time. And once again, you're not, even when bringing people certain information and knowledge, you're not supposed to just it's like shock therapy, right? You're not supposed to just wake somebody up quick, right? It takes time for certain people because they haven't heard certain information, haven't come across certain information. And when you a different dude, right? When you're just different, when you're set apart, there's going to be things that is going to draw the people in and make them really listen to you for real. So if there's something there that they can catch on to because they're attracted to you and willing to hear you out, then you got something there. But once again, you gotta tread carefully. And it's like spoon feeding a baby. You still gotta take your time. But you have to get past that. The beauty and all that other stuff. But some people have a genuine spirit, beautiful soul. You'll be able to tell who's real and who's not, for real, for real. What you think about the collapse of the American Empire? Jay says, what do I think about the collapse of the American Empire? There's a new world order at hand. And for those who haven't been paying attention to what's been happening over the past years since C-19 and people being tranquilized and people taking the tranquilizers and the boosters that come along with it, to me, it was almost like a test run to see who would conform, who wouldn't. Some people conformed, some didn't. But it's not really a collapse. Um, there's always order out of chaos. Sometimes you have to, and they understand this concept too, the elites understand this. You have to destroy to build back up again. Destroy is to ruin. And to build back up again is to make the foundation. When you destroy something, you got to get down to the foundation, smooth it out a little bit more firmer, and then build it back up the way you really want it to be built up. So destruction is necessary. So don't think it's a collapse to anything. All this shit is being done purposely. So if you think it's a collapse of an American empire, no. The empire is going to be built up better than what it was. It's just that you got to get down to the foundation to truly build it back up the way it's supposed to be. Just my opinion. That's what I think about it. Godspeed. Folks can't believe whatever they want. We all breathe the same air. That's a fact. You know what's funny to me? Whenever you ignore somebody, right? Yeah, that part. Yep. Whenever you ignore somebody, right? Because you're not giving them the attention that they want, they'll tell you that you're wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. Appreciate your hustle, this and that. I'm sorry I didn't make you feel special. I didn't give you the time and attention that you needed. Now what I'm talking about is invalid. Because I didn't give you, I won't even give reference to your name, brother. Because you'll give reference or give the attention to another man, men seeking attention from other men, what I'm talking about is invalid. Then get off the live. I don't care. Divine Energy says, I have a 5D return to Commune. calendar that you might be interested in. It's a shift in time to help get off the old timeline by returning to the origins of time. Divine Energy Studio. Um, is that something you can email me? So I'm definitely interested in that. I want to share, and if that's something that you can email me, just email me either way. What you're able to send my way, and I got something to share with you through the email. I'm not going to put it on here because some of these guys, man, Will says, no, people need truth. Ignorance is bliss. No one's trying to convince you anything. It's your choice, as says. I hear you, brother. Now, see, you can say that now, Ash. No one's trying to convince me, but when you have people who go stalk my page and all my content, leave me submit to Rome and not my heretic, ancient religion, away from my live streams and going to stalk my page. When you have page stalkers, um, that's forcing. So you're right, it's not convincing me. Some people try to force their religion upon me to the point where they use scare tactics of stalking my page, cyber stalking and stuff like that. So, it's cool. I teach lessons for those who can understand God is real. Now that said, every book was written by men, all prophets that are self-proclaimed prophets, because God did not tell you this, they did. RHD, Supra, peace to you. And I'll be going to bed soon, don't worry about it. People acting like shit is normal in America, motherfuckers sitting around waiting to get their dome blown smooth off or replaced. Damn, Jace. Jace says, Jesus Christ ain't real, God. God ain't real. That's how you feel about it, man. There is such thing as objective truth. I don't believe in pressuring religion, but a man once said, how much must I hate you to believe Jesus is the way to heaven and tell you so, and not tell you so? Respectfully, I don't deal with religion, but when you mentioned the Orisha statement, that's when I asked the question. SMM Groovy, yeah, that's fine. I just asked if people believe in Orisha. If they was into Orishas, do they know about the Orishas? Some people don't. They only know one part, dealing with deities. I know some deities, brother. And that's the thing. I don't introduce those deities. Those deities aren't to be worshipped. If you truly do your study on the Orishas and stuff like that, they aren't to be worshipped. So it's not a religion. My people, my ancestors come from Africa. I'm first generation born here in the States, in America. The rest of my relatives, my ancestors, they come from Africa. That's where the Orishas originate, brother. This Christianity stuff and all that, it is what it is. But when people say and being condescending, see, when the brother was saying that he was going to pray for me in Jesus' name, that's being condescending. Because we was having a discussion, I told him, listen, whatever your belief is, please take it along with you respectfully. Like you're saying respectfully, I was telling the brother respectfully, listen, I don't need convincing. You explaining yourself to me, it sounds like more you need convincing of yourself of what you do. And now you're trying to push your belief on me, and I don't come from that. You was facing 20 years in prison. You went to a deity to get help. That deity helps you. That's on you, brother. That's all I'm saying. So keep that on your side. Then he went to condescend me and say, basically saying your religion supersedes anything that anyone else is doing. And that's condescending. I always like to say, if you're so strong in your belief, then you would be on the other side of the screen preaching to the people how great your deity is to the people, and not be on someone else's live trying to convince them of whatever they're talking about. If you were so strong in your faith, you would be on the other side. You condescend me by telling me you're going to pray in the name of your deity. I could send a prayer back to you in the name of my deity, and you won't like it. Ever since I did that, you see that he's gone, right? Haven't said anything, right? Spooked the shit out of him. I ain't talking about nothing, Lowe's. You got it. I don't care what. Too much sauce. Peace. First time here. Shouts out to Chi-Town, man. Chicago. Be safe out there, brother. Got one of my, I got an Unk tattoo out there in Chicago. So Chicago holds a near and dear place in my heart spiritually, because I got a spiritual tattoo out there, brother. Yeah, I ain't talking about nothing, bro. Why I said I agree, brother. Divine Energy Studio says they're mad because the truth threatens what they want to hold on to, believe, and connect the information. Yeah, it threatens their reality, what they have been conditioned to believe, and I get it. I was once there too, naked and afraid. Too much sauce says, you got me thinking. What I got you thinking about, brother? Let me know. Boredom. Greg Master says boredom creates some very painful trolls. Yes, it does. Trolls can project their insecurities, but trolls just find it amusing to tease and mess with people. Mischievous demons. That's a fact. That is a fact. Too much sauce says, all I know is destroy. I'm a ex-game banger, Army veteran. You are the perfect candidate. Too much sauce. If you still in here, you were the perfect candidate to be in the Army and a veteran. Shouts out to you, and shouts out and thank you for your service, brother. You were the perfect candidate, because whatever made you turn to the streets to be a gangbanger, there was something about you where you had to be programmed to be down with the program. You know, the same way they talk in gangs, they say no one's bigger than the program, right? In the gang, no one's bigger than the program. So being that you had to be jumped in into the gang, you had to submit to a higher authority, an OG, had to take those orders, whatever orders had to be carried out, whatever work you had to put in as a gang, and all that. So now converting that to going into the military is the same thing. It's the same exact thing, brother. Is that now conditioning you into their program of what they want you to do. If you get that order, you need to carry it out. You need to be a soldier. And whether you need to carry out destruction, you're willing to do that because that's the program. But what you said is very profound. All I know is to destroy, coming from that same background. But you fit, you are the perfect soldier. You are the perfect criteria. You're willing to do whatever you got to do to be a part of the gang and to carry out orders. You're a soldier, brother. It's not a bad thing. But if you now know how to transmute that energy onto the other side and know how to build, you'll be a great soldier for the other side on building, not to destroy. They make chaos to make their form of rule. Yeah. DAX says, hey from Boston. Peace out, peace to Boston. Boston, Mass. And Too Much Sauce says, I need your help, brother. Hey, And you in Chi-Town too, bro? Once again, man, I moved around in Chicago, bro. And we was talking about going to certain cities, and somebody, I was like, I always like going around the hoods just to see the atmosphere, see some of my brothers, some of the authentic brothers that's out there, and then you could low key catch some hole in the wall spots with some good food, man, authentic food, the home, you know what I mean, home cooking, some real home cooking. When I was in Chicago, brother, I made sure to keep my head on a swivel and get to where I was going, but I ended up getting a tattoo out there, man, and it was in the downtown area. The Great Lakes Tattoo is where I went to. I meant to say they're mad because, but the way it came out. I got you, divine energy. I could decipher some stuff, and it's late. It's early in the morning. You know what I mean? So I know you probably sleepy too. I get like that too. I can't. I start fumbling over my words, mistyping. Ash is saying, I admit some Christians can pressure people. I'm just trying to understand your stance. Yeah, my stance is when it is what it is. They can pressure me. But stalking my page and telling me to submit to Rome because of the information that I know, they understand what type of time I'm on. So they didn't tell me to submit to Christianity. They told me to submit to Rome. Where did that come from? I never talked about Romans or anything like that on these lives and on my channels. So where did that come from? I leave it up there and always say that to let you guys figure it out. Because if I say it, I can believe so. You can also email me as well. You're welcome. Is Divine Energy Studio your I'll go check out your page. Divine Energy Studio. If you got a YouTube page, I'll go check it out. I'm sorry for the way represented God. They represented God to you, but I pray he reveals himself and that you can see the love in Christ. And you see the way you are wording that, Ash, what makes you think God hasn't revealed himself or herself to you? How do you know God hasn't revealed himself or himself to me? How do you know that? See, none of y'all know me like that. To know how God works in my life. You have your own perception of God, and I've had my own experience and perception on God. I can tell you're sorry, but you're not sorry. You're still trying to find different tactics. Now you're trying to find a way to smooth over the tactics. Not here. No, thank you, Ash. Who's to say God hasn't revealed himself or herself to me? Sad to think God only works in your way. It's very sad. I know that Jesus Christ is real and God raised him from the dead. Amen. Love you all. Ages content. Okay. Southside Fraud, peace, God. I am a man. God resides within me. I give my vibration all the glory. What up, God? What's the science? What's today, man? I know it's wee hours in the morning. Let me check the time. Let me check. Today's the 28th. 28th. Damn, we was just talking about build and destroy, God. Southside Frog. Today's 2-8. 2 is wisdom. Wisdom is drawn from the knowledge. 8 is to build or destroy. Destroy is to ruin from within, to tear apart from within, to build. is to build in righteousness, to build up. That's said in the right way. 2 plus the 8 is 10. The 1 in the cipher is 0. The circle, reverting back to the 360, that brings everything back into existence with the knowledge, wisdom, and the understanding. You must have these things. And then up 1, going back to the knowledge. Knowledge is everything in existence. As much as the sun is the main part of the solar system, the Asiatic black man is the original man. He is the original God. Got some jewels for the people for today. How you like that, Southside Frog? What you think about that? Let me know. I know that went over a lot of people's heads. They don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Let me catch up to the chat. Oh, man. Who's starting in the reality if you're... White says, I'm not sure about the Rome thing. Makes no sense. Jesus was persecuted by them. YK Not says, I feel that. Hey, man, whenever I get Southside Frog, man. Whenever Southside Frog comes in, I feel like I gotta let the people know what the mathematics is for today. Wow, Skillings, peace to you, man. Divine Energy Studio says, Orishas, as all gods, are energetic archetypes moving through frequencies we are attuned to. It is not to worship, but to be involved in the principles of truth and spirit. They don't know that the Orishas are us. They're just us. That's it. Archetypes, like your archangels, if you will. Like Raphael, Michael. You guys familiar with the archangels, right? You guys ever watch Ninja Turtles? And the names of those said turtles, some of the turtles, Raphael, Michelangelo. And some might reference them as, the painters, right? You really look close and you look at the colors that they are wearing. They're closely tied to the chakra colors as well, representation. And their characteristics. And if you look at the chakra colors and the colors that they wear, like Michelangelo, you look at his demeanor, his characteristics, orange being the color of joy, of playfulness, the sacral chakra. Then you look at Michelangelo and how he acts. He's real kid-like, right? He's more of the one that's more unserious, always joyful, funny, making the jokes, right? Donatello, I believe, is purple. That has to deal with more of the third eye chakra. And with Donatello, he's very what? Smart. He's the smart one. He's the one always on the computer configuring things. At times, he's sometimes wearing glasses. Raphael, the root chakra, that red energy, that danger energy, that fierce energy. And you know how Raphael rocks out. Y'all got it yet? Or wisdom, God, all born, being born, represents a sequence of principles. Two, wisdom. Seven, God, born. This indicates the imply of wisdom to God, seven, rightful owner. Hey man, Southside Frog, you a day behind. Cause it's 28th right now, man. It's six in the morning, brother. Well, it's 6 in the morning for me. But that's always cool to spread the mathematics, man, during the day and go revert back to the numbers, bro. I could dig that too. I ain't do no math yesterday, so it's always good. Yeah, but I've gone through some shit too. Yet I'm not talking about ghost shit. Ghosts and shit. All right, you could. Well, hey, listen, Lowe's, you still here typing away. I got your attention. Now that I talked about Ninja Turtles, I'm pretty sure you're still in here. Are you not entertained? In scripture, divine wisdom is presented as an internal creative force, often personified as being brought forth or existing before the foundation of the world, rather than being created in time. And whiz or wise, right? You said, I don't think God is he or her. I don't know if you was in here when I was going over the Kabbalion. We talk about spirituality. In spirituality, there is, in the Kabbalion, they'll talk about seven different principles in the Kabbalion. You need to take heed to those seven principles. If you would like me to read just shortly about the seven principles, and the seventh one being gender, the seventh one being gender, meaning, and also dealing with duality and with gender, everything has its male and female parts. If you want me to explain that more for you, wise, if you're still in here, and you said it's personal opinion, I got you. Once again, I'm not here to persuade you. There's been study on spiritual aspects and dealing with spirituality. When you deal with a male component and you deal with masculine energy, and when you deal with female and a feminine energy, you must consider both sides dealing with spirit. And when we talk about God, the spirit, and whoever is listening, got the ears to hear and what I'm saying, listen very closely. When you're dealing with spirit and you're dealing with seven principles, you read the Kabbalion, you talk about these seven principles. Come across the seventh principle being gender, that everything has its male and female part. That's it. Something to be considered. How do you know what encounter was God? Not to be disrespectful, genuine question. I can ask you that same question, Ash. How do you know what you encountered was God? How do you know? What makes your God that you feel like you encountered better than the God that I may have encountered? You better than me? You're obviously better than me, so y'all got it. You guys are so godlike and well endowed that you're better than me. So I get it. Truth is like water. It penetrates every solid thing and penetrates every subtle thing. Who's threatening the reality if you're Jesus Christ? Trolls of a feather flock together, or should I say, same accounts of a feather flock together. Yo, chill, OG kicks, man, damn, bro. Um, Who claimed Jesus is divine? Popped up on my feed. What's the topic? Trinity D. Trina D says hi. If you're still here, I gotta catch up to the chat a little bit. So you believe you are your own God? Can you correct me if I'm wrong? Active listening is very, very important. Very important. Ash, I feel like we all have a fraction of God in us. We are God's children, aren't we? Isn't it written in your laws that ye are God's? This is in John 34, also in Psalms 82, I believe. It's written in your Bible. And even bro who said he only read the red words in the Bible, it is also spoken by Jesus in John. Isn't it not written in your laws that we are God's? We are God's children. I actually woke up at the time, about 3 a.m., right when you showed the book Timely. Perfect timing. To be honest, I'm 100% convinced Jesus is the way. All right, you got it. You're convinced. So why? I don't understand if you're convinced. That's okay. You got your proof. You got your truth. You're 100% convinced. I'm not here to unconvince you. These are facts over feelings. I have no feelings towards you. I don't know you, Ash, to have feelings to what you're saying. So if you're not trying to pass judgment, you're not trying to disrespect. I don't care if you are trying to disrespect or not. It doesn't really matter to me. It takes no effect. I have all the material and facts on my side, and I just do my study. That's it. I deal with facts, not feelings. So if you're 100% convinced there's no more talking about the subject, you can move on to something else. You know, I'm already there. The chakras are originally Sacramentos. From Kemet, yes, man. Geo Planet, what are the 7 principles? Briefly. Gito Planet, I got you. Let me catch up to the chat. I definitely got you. Thank you for putting that out there. Ash now says, I know the laws of the universe, spirituality is real, but you can't say that you're 100% convinced on something and then still want to be a part of this conversation. This conversation isn't for you then, Ash. I'm telling you, you don't want to go there. I'm listening though. I think, all right, Wise, you still here too? Let me go over these 7 principles. It's crazy how someone in one breath can say they're 100% convinced in whatever they believe in. Congratulations. That's it. You got it. YK not said, I'm sad he made me cry. If you're 100% convinced in your beliefs, then you got it. What I have here are certain principles that have to do with spirituality and what it comes down to when dealing with certain aspects and principles dealing with spirituality. This comes from the book Commune. Ash, I thought you was 100% convinced on your Jesus and Jesus Christ. This has nothing to do with Jesus and Jesus Christ. This has to do with universal law, with everything. This has nothing to do with Jesus. But I thank you, though. They want to insert themselves in listen to this guy. Mentalism, all is mine. Because you just putting down with the 7R. Well, I'm glad you're still here, Ash. But stick to your, I wish I could talk to you actively. No, I don't want to talk to people like you. If you're 100% convinced on your Jesus, you got it. I don't debate God. You want to debate God and your version of God. I don't do that with my God. Thank you, Wise. He's interested in my perspective, not your perspective, because you're sold already. You went to the highest bidder, you're sold on religion. Stay on your religious side. What we're going to do is work with universal laws. This works across all the board. Now fall back, Ash. You said what you had to say. You got it. If you're 100% convinced, you don't need to go outside and deal with the Kabbalion then. YK Not says, don't worry, they still think Jesus is white. All right. God made universe, but you're not open or receptive to actually hearing what God in this Kabbalion they're talking about. They're not talking about your Christian Bible. This got nothing to do with your Jesus Christ and what you think this is. Now, fall back. See, you can't say one thing because that's contradictory. I don't want to, you say you 100% sold on your perspective. There's no hearing someone that's 100% sold on their perspective. 7 principles of Kabbalion. You're very contradictory, and I feel like you're a troll. I'm about to get you up out of here, Ash. Let me talk to the brother, Wise, and let me get to GD Guido Planet if he's still in here. Okay, you got it. Mentalism. Mentalism is the first law dealing with all is mind. Everything has to do with the mind. It's all up here. This is where you get programmed first. All is mind. So the book that you pick up and you want to say it's religion that you're into, it's all going to be in your mind. So you must break away from certain constructs. Because if you really want to program yourself the correct way and really be intertwined with universal law, you need to reintroduce different thoughts and patterns and break away from the construct of religion. That's one. All is mind, mentalism. 2, the law of correspondence. As above, so below. Right? Law of correspondence. Greg Method. He is 100% laws. Let's just let him find his way. Greg Massett says, the universe. Question mark. All right. You guys paying attention. As above, so below. Just like the heaven and hell aspect. I'm sorry. Whatever is going on up in here will manifest. It will produce a manifestation. Understand that? Correspondence. 3, vibration. Third principle. And with 3, everything is at motion. Nothing is actually standing still. Everything holds energy. Whether it's thoughts, these books holds energy. They hold words. They are spelling words, right? 4, polarity, duality. Everything has a dual and an duality, which meaning everything has an opposite. Everything has an opposite. This is polarity. 5, the law of rhythm. The law of rhythm, one swing to the left means a swing to the right. What goes up must come down, right? It's rhythm. Cause and effect is the 6th law. Whatever your cause is will have an effect. Whatever you put forth and whatever you produce as a cause will have an effect. You call this, basically, you could say the law of karma. The 7th one, and this is where I wanted to get to. The 7th law is gender. Male, everything has a male and female part. This has to do with also creation. You cannot create, everything in creation has a male and female part. Even down to man-made tools. There's a female part of certain tools and there's a male part to make them, what? Fit together. That's how we come into existence. This is how creation is made. Now, wait, this is Hermeticism. No, always been interested, never studied. Sorry if I'm assuming wrong. This is all open knowledge for everything. With I'm not trying to insult anybody. I swear, not that I wouldn't want to. Just trying to be positive. Ash, I thought you left. Leave, Ash. May your goon be with you, Ash. I'm done with you. May your Shun, your goon protect. Hold myself in my vessel. Let Ash be gone. You are gone already. One last statement. I sleep well every time I come off these lives. Trust me. Subscribe to the channel and check out how many lives I've been going. Consistent days upon out. I pray for you because obviously you need convincing over what it is that you are on. You need more convincing. I don't need convincing. And wise, wait, is this Hermeticism? Yes, these are 7 principles coming from Hermetic laws. But these are laws that stand true until this day. When we deal with the 7th, everything, when we talk about spirit, when we talk about spirituality, women hold a certain spiritual, or females hold a certain spiritual ground that they experience too. Women have a God that rules over them. They have a certain divinity that holds over them. You have to give reverence and knowledge to that God as well. When women want to hear the voice of God, who are we to tell them it should be a man's voice, brother? Anybody out there, and if it's still a woman in here, or whatever case may be, who are we as men, or anybody who has wrote any type of literature down regarding God or anything like that, who is to tell a woman that the voice of God actually has to be a man's voice? When women talk to themselves, I think they hear themselves. All is mine. Remember the first principle. Just let's connect the dots here and hear me out. Remember that all is mine, right? If a female talks to herself in her mind, opens up her pineal gland, begins to speak to herself, use her inner voice, and that voice talking back to her, however she imagines it, most likely it'll be her own voice, the divinity in her. Ashe, masculine energy, masculine and feminine energy is the receptive and creative activity of the universe as the modality of all energy in existence in creation. No drugs, brother. Be sober and diligent. You don't need none of that. You need to be sober and diligent, being steadfast, having full awareness over your vessel. You don't need none of that. I'm doing my job. I'm doing God's work, homie. While you on this platform looking at me, you need to be doing something better. You go get a job. Stop listening to me, being a distraction. You spending your time watching me though. That's crazy. If you were that busy, you wouldn't be on your device watching me. So you're a poor excuse. There's a time to be sober and diligent, because if I tell you I do DMT, you know what people will tell me? Oh, that shit messed you up and this and that. No, there's a time to be sober and diligent, especially when you're talking to the people and giving out information. This is coming from a clear, conscious mind. There's no disruption, no fog, no fogginess, no alteration, bro. Good on you, man. It hasn't been my story, but I've gotten better over the years. No longer on hard drugs or homeless. I'm making progress. That's great to hear, brother. And there's no judgment to anybody who has gone into that, but I'm presenting myself a certain way. And people say whatever they want to say, move however they want to move with people who are giving out information, just trying to help the people out with certain information. They'll tell them they on drugs. They tell them to do this. So if I come on here and be like, yeah, I had experience with that, or yeah, I'm on that, or I entertain doing this and that. Listen, I've been 3 months sober off of marijuana. Smoking is you know, smoking marijuana is my choice of indulgence into stuff like that. I've been 3 months sober, clear, sharp. Got to be sharp coming on here dealing with you people, with some of these people. Not trying to put everybody in the same boat. Um, But when you come with certain information, especially like this, when people haven't heard certain information like this, when you move a certain way, people are quick to judge you. Very quick to judge you. So no, I can't afford to be dabbling and stuff like that if I present myself a certain type of way. I gotta remain sharp. Yo, my girl dumped me and added 30 guys on Instagram. Relentless Joe. Most likely she's trying to get your attention with that. The brain has left its own chemicals, including DMT. Once again, this ain't no shot at anybody. This isn't, you know what I mean? I don't look at anyone different, or I'm not judging you guys by doing that. Just let you know. For me, I'm willing to deal with whatever comes with this. People telling me I need to go get sleep, I need to go do this, I need to go do that, go get a job, you on drugs. People already think I'm on drugs for the way I talk. Sober and diligent. When you got a mission at hand, for real, you don't really need none of that. Divine timing is how you get the information that you need at the time to deliver it to the people. Yes, divine energy. You hanging on, sis. When I ask about females and when they talk to themselves to get that connection with their God, what voice or what are they hearing back? She says yes. She is the receptive activity of intuition and instructions of the feminine energy in us, us included, all. Thank you, sis. Do you guys hear that? It's a connection. I'm trying to tell. So when I say certain people who say they have had a God reveal themselves to them, how do you know if it's a he or a she? How are you so sure? Hmm? Because a book written by man and predominantly men said so. Keep following that man if you want to. I believe that word says don't always put your trust in man. Putting too much trust in man. I thought maybe they were. Oh, man, Relentless Joe, man, you a savage, bro. God made weed. You're an imbecile, bro. Of course, I respect your perspective. I smoke bud and drink a little at night, but I'm a year and a half off fent and the needle and quit cigs too after 14 years. That's great, man. Jay Mastermind, top of the AM. So family, I just got up. Caught you live. Hey, man. Grand Rising, brother. I keep picturing these thoughts. I don't blame you for being sober. Yeah, this other dude talking about some guy created weed and all this other stuff. All right, bro. Pure imbeciles, right, bro. Survivor, you're using that as an excuse to get high, brother. Okay. I want to play this game? I got something for you. Just wait. That's the thing. I don't abide by anything in this matrix system, and people attack me because they want to follow. Just like them, it's crazy how you become an enemy for breaking the spell. It's facts. Valence Joe says, I don't like weed, it makes me panic. You want to play that game with God creating seed, bearing plant, right? Saying God created weed, calling me a dummy and this and that. Okay. You're right, brother. You're right. Where in the Bible does it say that you can smoke the plant? Did he say you can smoke the plants? Did he say you can smoke the plants and get high? So who's the dummy? Use an excuse to get high, you addict. And I don't want to trigger nobody, and I'm not trying to oust nobody out. And if you a smoker, you're a smoker. But please stop using that rhetoric of it's a seed, it's this, it's that. Then you call me a dummy. So now I'm going to challenge you. Are you supposed to be smoking it? It's supposed to be used for medicinal purposes to heal you. And if you don't have any afflictions going on with you and you don't need healing, then you're not supposed to be using it for real. You're abusing it at a certain point. So don't be a smart ass. Not everyone needs substances in their life. Actually, I could even argue that nobody needs substances outside. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Medicinal purposes. It's supposed to be used for medicine to heal. I already accepted that I pass on this life, non-indoctrinated by the worlds and its systems. Divine Energy Studio says, male and female created he, them, both, masculine, feminine energy in us all. It is the realization of the harmony of duality within. We all possess, women alike, men alike, both aspects of male and female, male, masculine energy and feminine energy. Some may produce more masculine energy than another in females, and vice versa. Men may express more feminine energy than other males than others. For example, men, some men are too emotional. They make decisions out of their emotions too often, make emotional decisions, or get angry or get too emotional quick. That's dwelling too much in feminine energy. Females are more of the emotional beings. If you find yourself too emotional as a man, there's always a time and a place to be emotional as a man, but if you find yourself making decisions out of emotions, um, working out of emotions, you're too much. You may be too much in that feminine energy, too much in your feelings. Not all the time is a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but that's the idea of being in feminine energy and having that energy with you. It's so refreshing not being tied to worldly possessions and theologies. You can use the plants to make clothes and oils, all kinds of products and medicine. In the Bible, it says you shouldn't be doing things to infect your body, sir, to go against your temple. Fire in your lungs. I definitely want to stop smoking soon, but it helped me. All my 29 years of life, I started at 14 and I haven't quit ever since. I'm excelling in life while not being indoctrinated. Most people, including myself, does use it for medicinal purposes, but the hip hop culture has adopted it and turned it into a negative thing. That's all I'm saying, survivor believer. You will let your afflictions take over you if you overindulge. If you aren't using it for healing, then you are abusing the plant, and you are not supposed to be abusing the things that God has given to us. It even says in the Bible, we can drink. You could take a hold of alcohol, whether it's somebody getting married, meaning celebration, a party, anything like that. If it's celebration going on, you're able to drink wine. But now to be a drunkard, to overindulge, will lead you down a wrong path. Gluttony. We talk about gluttony in the Bible. You're not supposed to do things in excess. And we have taken things and done it in excess. You don't really need it, brother. After a certain point. After a while, it starts to control your life. And you'll notice, just like with me, I've been there. I got to do this, roll up and smoke before I eat. I got to roll up and smoke before I leave because I won't be able to do it when I, whatever the case may be. You always have to put this as a part of your life before you go do something. Because it's become you, it's become your habit. Your habit starts to overtake you. And that's where in the Bible it tells you, do not overindulge in these things or they will consume you. So I'll be the dummy. I'd rather be the dummy on that than whatever you talking about, bro. Survivor to believer. But I hear you. Yo, what your zodiac sign? SS. I'm a Cancer. Uh, just turned 29. Started smoking at 14. Yeah, man, I haven't had any negative effects from smoking, so maybe it's just subjective, J Mastermind says. He will swallow fire and cry out loud, cry out no more. Bro, what is your zodiac? I already answered that. Let me catch up to the chat, bro. Comparing weed to alcohol is comparing apples to oranges. All right, bro, you just want to be right. You got it. You're absolutely right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Where does one draw the distinction between indulgence and enjoying being medicated too much? When it starts to become a routine in your life. When you notice it's a ritual going on with you, then you'll know. I want to read the Bible, but I got this far without it and believe I'm good without it. And Y said, I'm Aquarius. SSS says, cool. Survivor to believer, you got it, brother. You're right. Tell me how to do my job. I'm here. I got your time and attention. You're part of the live. You got it. Let me know. Divine Energy says, wow, Cancer, Jupiter has expanded the wisdom in your house this past year. Divine Energy Studio, though. I got somebody tell me how to do my job, though. I don't know nothing. Once again, I just go with the flow of things. However I line up, whatever information that I come across and knowledge, I just willing to share with the people. But then you got haters who come along. The actual Grim Reaper, it's always great to see you. I'm going to take you to the afterlife, show you that it is all real. I've been waiting for a minute since you've been coming through, man. It's still nothing. Zavira the Believer, put me on, man. Don't do that. Now you gatekeeping. Don't gatekeep what I need to do. You up 6 a.m. going on 7 on my live stream, brother. Telling me what I need to do, what I haven't been doing. You right, bro. You got it. You got all the answers. So I'm coming to you for some more answers. I don't know what I'm talking about, bro. Put me on. I'm always an astute for knowledge and wisdom. I need to be taught some things, so please teach me, bro. Don't gatekeep. You seem to got all the answers. Can't believe a man made book too much, my brother. Don't you think that's a part of too much indulgence? Can't believe a man made book too much, my brother. Don't you think that's part of too much indulgence? Um, to gain as much knowledge and wisdom. And I've been on record, J Mastermind. If you go back and look at some of my lives, I say there can come a point where there is information overload. I've been on record saying that. So you can make this about a book thing. Anything could be overconsumption, brother. There's a such thing as information overload. I've been on record saying that. We can't be half-assed out here. It's either you know this, a matrix, and everything is fake, or you half-assed it. You have to have knowledge, though. Let me read you something, brother. When we deal with knowledge, knowledge is the foundation of everything in existence. Knowledge is to know as such as the sun is the foundation of the solar system. We want to skip that part because it's going to talk about the Asiatic black man and the sun and all that stuff. But listen to this very closely. Knowledge is to look, listen, and observe. Knowledge is the first step towards righteousness. And this is in a little book that I have, J Mastermind. Now listen very closely, right? Dealing in book. When you come across, whatever you come across, whether you are looking at it, observing it, or listening, right? There's knowledge. Everything in existence you have to know. Just as you see fire, if you go to touch it, you'll gain knowledge that that shit is going to burn. All right? Follow me here. Some things you don't have to read a book to gain knowledge from. And that's the point of that, is telling you knowledge is everything in existence. So for some things, yes, man-made book. Now all knowledge is accurate, but it is guaranteed from men's different experiences. You can gain certain knowledge that you won't be able to find on your own. So you have to open up and read, because the information all the time while you are looking and observing things, you are going to be picking up stuff in your mind, in your subconscious. So it's best believed that you need to do some studying on your own. It is better to get more and be more indulged in your own reading than to pick it up from somewhere else, your media outlets, another man's word, whether it be in book or in person. You still need to study for yourself to show yourself approved. If you draw up things from a divine right, you have your own ideas, You still need to study to show yourself approved. Period. And I'm not one to just believe into one book. Like someone told me, read scripture. I'm not reading no scripture today. I'm good. I'm not opening no Bible. All what I just read didn't come from the Bible, sir. When I went over Hermetic laws, that's not Bible talk. How can you believe this whole thing is a matrix and still go by Bible? And that's crazy. I just read that. What I just read wasn't from the Bible, my brother. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not one to just believe in one book. Man who knows one book really knows nothing. Yes, I believe in God. Divine Energy Studio. Let them wait and come to America Voice. That's funny. Divine Energy. The main thing that people needs to know is trust in Jesus or go to hell. Continue to try to put the fear in the people, man. Ain't nobody going for that shit no more, bro. Read P. Peace to you. Can't stop the hustle. Peace, bro. Divine Energy Studio. Wow, I've always said that. Information overload. Yeah, there's a such thing as information overload. You gotta put the books down and chill out for a minute. I'm hearing you, brother, and I agree on seeking knowledge, but my question pop up when we are using this man-made book as end all be all. I don't use no book as the end all be all. That's why I have so many damn books. That's why I go to different sources to draw up from different ideas and ideologies to make certain things make sense. Cinderella says, who do you got in Super Bowl? Patriots. Um, Perry, farmhand. Don't need a weatherman to know what way the wind blows. Peace, brother. I enjoy listening to your perspective. Maybe I'll catch you again. Take care. You too, Wise, if you're still in here, man. I appreciate you for stopping through. Having an open mind, the ears to hear and an open mind. It makes a lot of sense what you saying because it's basically seeking knowledge other than your own experience and can respect that. Yes, J Mastermind, thank you. Thank you for having an open ear too, brother. I agree with you. You have to have 100% of your sources of knowledge will combine into enlightenment. That's only my opinion, but I feel it to be true. OG Kicks. It's 100. OG Kicks always putting in 100 over here, man. Yeah, and those books are references. And that's all I use them for. I don't use them. I'm not, and that's the thing. I'm not religious, bro. Religion does that. It tells you this is the book, this is the truth, this is the way, and this is all that it is. I don't do that, bro. It's too much knowledge out here not to take a look at it and question certain things. And once again, I'm not one to just read from one book. I'll put one book down and say, I'm not touching it because I'm sick. I'm sick of it. I'll be quick to say, yo, I'm sick of this Bible because people will take the Bible, twist up their words and their version, how they want it to fit, and manipulate it. Then I'll say, let me go to this book and see if you can manipulate the words in here. And you can't do it. What they don't know is a lot of that has been plagiarized from other stories, other versions. So you can only twist certain things, but so much. But when you go to another source and tell them, hey, go here. This is where this story originated. This is where they actually, It gets tricky. Multiple different sources that make sense, and I'll take heed of that when searching for knowledge. And good morning to Janae Buck. Prairie Farmland. Every church I belonged to wanted my tithe money. Only I felt, man. Facts. You see, dude who just threatened us to hell over J Mastermind. That's so you see what I go through on the regular basis when I do these lives. If you don't conform to their way, you're doomed for hell. Once again, they will treat it as if their religion is the best thing since sliced bread. You dig what I'm saying? I don't operate on that time. I don't condemn anybody to a place. That's another thing. If you don't, once when you say you're convinced on what you're convinced on, I'll leave you alone. I'm not saying you're going to nowhere. I don't say you're going to hell. I don't say, you know what I mean? I just say, you got it. You're right. I'm quick to tell people, yo, you know what? You're right. Because I don't argue. Let me put it better. Because before I was saying I don't argue God. I'm not going to argue spirituality. Period. What's the point? You want to argue over a deity? You got it. That's who you want to worship. That's who you give reverence to. You got it. And it's just as simple as that. But then people show their true colors. People show their true colors when they condemn you. When they condescend and tell you, I'm going to pray for you. You know what? I'm going to pray for you because what? That's condescending. It's patronizing. So when I tell people I'm going to pray for them, but now I'm going to pray for you in another deity's name, I don't know. They seem not to like that because one person I did that to earlier, they got up going. But now when we talk about these so-called Jesus riders, that's not God-like, and that's not Jesus-like to tell someone if you don't conform to their way of thinking, you're going to hell. Now, whether they are doing that in a trolling manner or not, if they really about that life or whatever the case may be, people playing around, it is what it is. But people will play so much. You win, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. You keep playing around. Go ahead. I'm not going to argue spirituality, brother. It's not something I'm in a business in. We can talk about it, debate, but once when I see it, it can go but so far, and people not really willing to get the information behind it. They sold on just belief, then they sold. That's it. That's exactly what it says in the Bible, in the red letter. Isn't that ironic, man? I don't think they truly understand like you do, though. Why can't not? I'm so happy tomorrow at 4 p.m. I will be unbanned on Fortnite voice chat. Yeah, you must have said some wild stuff, man. But I'm about to get off of here soon in 5 minutes, man. It's been a great one, another great one tonight. And once again, some of my understandings come from the red letter is the spoken word of God. Yeah, I hear you. All I did was play music and someone reported me for playing music. Some copyright stuff? Yeah, it happens, man. People will report you for any reason. I'm pretty sure I've been reported on here before. I don't care. I really don't. You know what I mean? Once again, doing God's work. If you're not doing God's work, you don't got haters behind you, people coming at you, chastising you, and stuff like that. You're not doing it right. If everyone's agreeing with you, you're not doing your job for real. That's what I've been taught. You're not supposed to be on here, and everyone is supposed to be in a total agreement. You're supposed to be going against certain norms and perspectives because the majority have been taught a certain way to be under control. That's it. And why cannot? Thank you. It was very educating and informative. Good good informative live, man. These the talks that feed my spirit for today. Yeah, man. I know you, Jay Mastermind. You said you was just waking up and came across. Yeah, you always catch me at the. If you catch me at these times, these be towards the end of my lives for real. But I appreciate you guys for coming in, man, and showing love. I definitely appreciate it. Super educational, yeah, man. Have you prayed today? I actually had to pray. I had to take time and during the live and pray for real. Because people are trying to pray over me according to their deity. So I had to reverse that prayer. If you play it on playback, you'll see me at one point go back, cover myself, and start to pray to myself. Because they wanted to pray over me and that, yeah, reverse that shit. And I reversed it back and I told them, I'm gonna pray for you in my deity's name, one of my deity's name, and send it your way. And how does that make you feel? You say you reverse the prayer? Yeah, I had to reverse the prayer, man. And that's the thing, boy. I don't pray to that deity like that. Not like that. You reverse it, or how they say it in biblical terms, you rebuke it, right? You rebuke certain things in the spirit, because the spirit that comes behind that is not a true. It doesn't. It's not coming from a kind, true place. It's a condescending, demeaning. They're trying to. When people say, you know what, I'm gonna pray for you. When it comes off like that, it's a demeaning. It's how it's coming off. It's not a true, genuine. I'm gonna pray for you. It's to say that they're better than you because they feel like they're better than you. You know what? I'm gonna pray for you. Like it's something wrong with you. Like you got problems, and that's praying over you that you actually have those things. I'm more intelligent than that to sense condescending and patronizing prayers like that. So I rebuke those prayers. Don't come to me with those type of condescending prayers like you're better than me, like you're over me, and trying to put that deity over me to say that I'm doing something outside of the norm. So I told him, I said, listen, if I start to pray now to you and rebuke your prayer and start to pray over you in the deity's name, you're not going to feel so good about it. Sure enough, I did, and they got it right up out of here. Hey, can I get a shout out? I'm new to the stream. Nah, that's a good try, brother. You got it. You just PMO that gotta reverse those prayers from imbeciles. You'd be polite to ask a man if you would like you to pray for him, not to force it on him like he was doing to you. He didn't even ask you. Yeah, that's another thing too. And when you see people in person, that's another thing, is a sign of respect. Can I pray for you, brother? I even see that sometimes on these, on these YouTube streets, on the YouTube shorts or whatever. Um, and my day's going great. And my day's been great. This live has been great. I see, people who like to be out there in the streets, spreading their gospel, spreading the word of God. They ask people, can I pray for you? Do you mind if I say a prayer with you? You see, because it's the internet, and it can still get to you because words is spelling. But the tongue is mighty powerful. So when I rebuke that shit and reverse it, did you watch the Adam 22 versus Jason Love fight? That's funny. Facts. 100 is like a knock on the door. Yeah, that's a fact, man. But yeah, man, I don't play that game, especially with my spirituality, bro. People take their religion serious. I take my spirituality very serious. I just tell them, just have respect. I have respect for you. Just have respect for me. I'm not saying let me pray over you in Orisha's name. I don't do that to the people, or I don't do that on live. When people bring it up, I'll talk about it. People talk about each and every, you know what I mean? Someone brought up, Amin Ra in the live at one point, and we just spoke about it, made some references. Someone else came in from, I believe they was Mexican. They brought up the Inca tribe and how they have a sun reference and a sun god that they give reverence to. And we just connected the dots, and that was it. We left it alone. None of them said, "I'm gonna pray for you in my Mexican sun god's name," or nothing like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's a certain respect. And when we talk about the knowledge and the wisdom of these things, and we connect the dots, and we make a universal connection, that's it. But now to come in with all this, that other stuff, man, yeah, you can keep it. We don't need that. The Mexicans got their own version of their sun god. That's who they worship. Oh, that's who they give reverence to. They Mexican. That's their Mexican deity. That deity is more closer to them than it would be to us. That's why they do it. But Oku, yes. I didn't see the fight. I didn't watch it, but I seen a clip of it, and yeah, it was some BS, bro. You know what I mean? Just a money grab or whatever case they doing. He ain't really. It wasn't even a fight. Adam 22 ain't even fight, bro. You just let him punch on him. Salute to Nip, man. The marathon continues. Hey, shouts out to Hustle, man. Rest in peace. I shared the same birthday as my guide. Really proud of people like him and you who exert this energy. Hey, man. Salute to you, brother. And once again, man, RP Nip, an inspiration, man, to not just the black community, but to all people, for black men like myself, being a fan of his music first, and then just his genuine mind and his mind capacity of how he wanted to affect the people and spread his message and do the things that he wanted to do before, his life was aimlessly taken, bro. It's always been a connection to what he was about, and through his music, bro was a prophet in his own right. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Salute to you, and real recognize real, brother, for real. Divine Energy Studio, I'm going to begin my homeschooling. Thank you. I appreciate your receptive, reciprocal energy that realize to recognize. Yup. Real recognize real, Divine Energy Studio. Um, and I am me as I am you. Reflection, infinite love, divine light always. Yeah, peace, take care. Um, and I believe you say you had a YouTube. I'll check you out, Divine Energy Studio. Show some support, show some love to these people on the YouTube streets, man. Especially with great minds. Everyone who's on here, man, I'm about to get up out of here. It's been past 5 minutes. I'm crazy. There's one from Mexico that's pretty interesting. The God of Smoking Mirrors. Very interesting, amazing story. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, YK Not. Damn, and black privilege. I'm just about to get off, brother. Good brother. Peace. What's your max incline bench? The heaviest I went recently on on my max incline was 185, bro. I try not to go too crazy, especially on that incline, bro. That joint be right up on your neck. And I've seen some wicked accidents, bro, with trying to go too heavy with that. We're not really anticipating and building up the correct strength. But I've always expressed, like, I've always had, like, minor injuries that kept me from really going back to heavy movements. I had, like, an elbow tendonitis and a little click from bending my elbow, and that comes from my football days. And then a time before that, and I never mentioned this before, but it just dawned on me. I had like a sore wrist, and that was from hitting a punching bag. I was hitting a punching bag weird, and yeah, man, I hurt my hand and my wrist at one point. So I had to cut back on lifting heavy at certain points because those things would flare up on me. But now that I'm getting back into a certain routine, I feel more better. I just have to equip myself with the sleeves for my elbow, and I've ever since that time I injured my wrist, I've invested into the wrist straps and stuff like that. So that's been a help, and it's healed now. But I remember doing some boxing training a little bit, and I hit the punching bag weird one time, and that joint killed my wrist, bro. My hand was hurting. Um, so yeah, I gotta always be aware of certain movements that I'm doing, especially dealing with heavy weights. And I appreciate it, brother. Yeah. So yeah, just minor injuries, nicks, and bruises along the way. So now I'm more conscious of lifting heavy and really take my time doing heavy movements. But I'm gonna get back up there and once again, man, start getting some workout videos for you guys. Black Privilege says 185 is really good. Yeah, I got to 135 on incline. So yeah, man, you'll get there, brother. Just push yourself. And calisthenics is the foundation, bro. Push-ups, the pull-ups, and all that. I make it a golden rule: either warm up with that said calisthenics, or finish your workout with those. I'm one to say always warm up with like pull-ups. I know some people say it's weird to do push-ups at the gym when you could do them at home and stuff like that. But if you're warming up, just want to get to the gym just to get there, getting those push-ups in, but those pull-ups and dips, man, very important. Body weight movement is very, very important. Which book would you recommend with mindset, brother? Yeah. I mentioned the book earlier, uh, Body Mind Mastery by Dan Millen. I have it on audiobook, and I'll show it to you, brother. Yeah. Obviously, this one is on the audio, but it's Body Mind Mastery by Dan Millen. Millman. I'm sorry, Millman. Dan Millman. Body Mind Mastery. And I feel with mindset, it all has to be a connectivity with the body, mind, and the spirit. But mastering your mind is very important. Start just for starting out to seek out the matrix. Tracy from daycare says, "Yeah, too bad. My son has a virtual day today. He's been having a virtual day since the snowstorm hit. He's 9 years old. I don't got no babies in the daycare. Don't put no babies on me." King of the Mind. But yeah, Jay Mastermind. That's a book that early on started out with Body Mind Mastery. Great read, a great listen. If you plan to get it, yeah, if you plan to get it on audio, um, oops, wrong line. Yeah, she tried me, bro. It's all good. But that's funny. Um, yeah, that book is good. And then I also got this book on deck too, man. Hidden Power. How to Unleash the Power of Your Subconscious Mind. James K. Van Vliet. It's a good book too. But I would start off with that Body Mind Mastery, and especially if you're just getting into certain books, man, you want to start off with those audios, man. Those help. But that's that Millman one is a good read. That's where I started off with really introducing um body, mind, and spirit connection, bro. Having a certain mindset. Mastering your mind is very important. Getting control over your mind is very important. Utmost gratitude for the share soul family. Hey, man. Once again, I appreciate everyone who has come through these lives. Show appreciation, love, man, and yeah, gratitude. Same here, brother. Um, I'll be back on here later. around the same time. I was on here around like 12. I jumped on around like 12 midnight. Always great to see y'all, man. And once again, I'll catch y'all a little bit later. Yeah, it says chat scene tuned in. Yeah, man. It was another one of those, brother. But I'm gonna be tap back in later. If you could catch it on playback, Black Privilege, please. You know what I mean? Do me that favor, catch some of these on playback. But I'll be back on later around 12 midnight later on. Got some things to handle, things to arrange, some money to go make. But I appreciate y'all with love and peace.